Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill.
For some of y'all that's just coming in, this is the federal indictment, the Southern District explaining the indictment for Diddy. They live. Good morning.
Sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor.
Yes, can y'all hear, sis? Hey, Thelma. Hey, love. Can y'all hear? I'm playing it. Please tell me y'all can hear. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Just put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me. Because I don't want to be playing it and then y'all say y'all can't hear me. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? All right, good.
Kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice.
This is crazy, man.
Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own.
Ooh.
As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy.
Oh, here we go.
He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs's crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced. And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs's residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs's electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine.
What?
They also seized evidence of the freak-offs.
Oh,
Electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims.
Wow.
And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs. More than 1,000 bottles altogether.
Whoa.
Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches.
Oh, man, they gonna show the items? Oh, my God, they showing the items.
This is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well, we recovered
He
3
can't
AR-15s.
have guns in his house?
This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced.
Oh, man.
Another picture of more ammunition.
He got illegal guns.
Parts of 2 AR-15s right there. Now, I want to be clear about 2 things. First, this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York. Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4-HSI-TIP. I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them. I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Person Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners to us. I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SDNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SDNY who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Smeisler, and Mitzi Steiner, and their supervisors, Jamie Backleeper and Jacqueline Kelly. They are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division. We created the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I'm deeply proud of their work on this and so many other cases. I'll now take some questions. Eric Tursky, ABC. Thanks, Nick.
This is crazy, yo.
The indictment.
Why didn't you show the pictures of the lubricants and all of that?
Violent, hedonistic abuse that you say was recurrent and widely known. Why did it take law enforcement so long to intervene? How many women were victimized by Sean Combs and how many others were involved?
Look, our investigation is ongoing. We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been
Ongoing.
victimized.
If you got
by
so much
the defendant.
evidence, why is it ongoing?
I can't tell you
I don't
why it
understand
took
that.
so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today. And we are committed to
I
making
don't
sure that justice
understand
is
that.
done.
How is it
Next question.
ongoing if you got so much evidence?
Julie Ainsley, NBC.
Thank you for doing this. You said we are not done, and that
This is
Coach
like
did
the
not do
bait
this alone.
to get them
Do
to
you
come
foresee
forward.
that there could be other charges related to this case?
I'm not taking anything off the table.
Wow.
Janet Fisher, Newsday. What's the difference between the sex trafficking and promoting travel for the purpose of prostitution?
Well, there are different crimes with different elements. I don't think we should get into the nitty gritty of the legal discussion right now, but the sex trafficking, we believe, they're all serious offenses, but the sex trafficking conduct carries some significant penalties, and we are gratified that we were able to bring that charge.
One more coercive than the other?
I'm not going to be able to get into that, but you can look it up, and yes, sex trafficking,
Same
especially
role
when it
play as
involves coercion
Kim
or
Fox and
force,
them. We need
is
y'all
a
to come
very serious
forward.
crime, and it carries significant penalties.
Now everybody about to come
Good afternoon,
forward.
Darla Miles, ABC7 New York. Thank you for this press conference and for the details. 2 questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims? It's mentioned
No.
plural in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you provide details about the alleged arson?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide either. The number of victims, you are correct. We are intentional in saying multiple. The details of the arson incident are limited to what we have in the indictment and also the detention letter that we filed, which contains more details than the indictment does at various
So the
points.
arson incident
But
is
we don't
from
have anything more
Cassie,
beyond that.
saying that he blew up that guy's car. Is
Are
that
any
the
of
arson
his
incident?
accomplices or associates under investigation? And additionally, could he face any more charges?
So the investigation is ongoing. That means both as to him and to anyone else who we believe
Wow.
committed the crime with him.
They saying it's a RICO.
Julianne Papa.
Hi, good morning from 1010 Wins.
Mm.
Any indication that some of the women or victims here were imprisoned in his residences, and did he have locations where he kept them, and did they were not allowed to leave? And also, he's indicted here, although there were searches and raids in LA, Miami. Why in New York?
Exactly.
Well, I'm biased. I'm the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York. I think that we have an outstanding
New York,
track
because they
record
could
of
choose the
bringing some of the
venue
most impactful,
to use the
sprawling,
federal
complex,
racketeering.
difficult,
That's why.
sex trafficking, human trafficking, labor trafficking, you name it. The Southern District of New York can do
Exactly.
it, so we're very proud of that.
That's why
So
they're
the
doing
scope
it in
and
New York.
complexity of this investigation isn't something that we ran from. It's something that we embrace, and we will continue to do that. As to your question about whether
That's
he
why you got Keith
imprisoned
right
anyone,
there, R.
all I can
Kelly,
say is that, I mentioned this March 2016 incident where something was caught
Epstein,
on video
now
where a victim was attempting
Diddy,
to
all
flee,
New York.
and there was violence that was associated with it.
This is unbelievable.
That was at a hotel.
This is a sad day
Matthew Lee, Interstate
for
Press.
America.
Thanks a lot. Does
This
your
ain't
office
nothing to
intend to
celebrate.
seek remand, or are you reaching a bail package? And if you're willing, how would you contrast this with the R. Kelly case in
Here we
the
go.
ENY?
Somebody
There's
had
the
to bring up
elements.
R. Kelly.
So we will be seeking detention. We have filed a letter laying out our reasoning for seeking pretrial detention. I'm not going to be able to expand beyond what's in the letter, but it contains all of the reasoning, and it contains the law as well. There is a presumption of detention in a case like this, and we think that's warranted.
Told y'all they ain't gonna give him no bail.
New York Daily News. Thank you. I was hoping to get some more detail about the searches of his residence.
Told y'all they ain't gonna give him no
the-
bail.
The cases of lubricant.
That's why they bringing
videos.
up R.
Where were
Kelly.
they found amongst his residence?
They ain't give R. Kelly no
scattered
bail.
around the
They're not
houses
gonna
in
give
one
Diddy no
place?
bail.
So
And
kind
they
of wanted
found
to just get a better picture
ammunitions
of
and
how this stuff was found.
what they call
Well,
them.
look, I think that some of the details.
What is the guns called? The ones where you scratch off the serial number. If y'all know the ones I'm talking, I can't think of what it's called, but that's basically what they're saying, that he had them guns in his house. I forget the name of them, but when you scratch the serial numbers off of them, basically they're illegal. What is they called? I forget the name of it. And they said he had 59 rounds and oh boy. They ain't find all this in R. Kelly house. They ain't find videos of freak-offs in R. Kelly house. This is the funny part to me. They ain't find lubricant gels and all this in R. Kelly's house though.
That you're seeking are in the detention letter. So, for instance, some of the AR-15s, 2 of the 3 defaced AR-15s were found in his bedroom closet in Miami, broken down into parts along with magazines, with ammunition loaded in them. So, some of that detail is in the detention letter. Beyond that, I'm not going to be able to get into where other
I don't
items
understand
were
why did
stored.
he have blank guns when he could have played for security.
Hey, thanks for doing this. Your office was the office that had been prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein before he died in custody. I have not read your detention memo yet. It's the first thing I'm going to do after this ends. But does the memo address, or is your office concerned with Combs' safety in custody, given what happened with Epstein?
So we are concerned with anyone's safety whenever they are detained prior to trial. It's part of our obligations to keep people safe as well.
Y'all ain't keep R. Kelly safe.
Justice system. So, but I do not draw any sort of connection between Jeffrey Epstein's suicide and what may or may not happen to any other defendant while they are detained pre-trial. And of course, the decision whether to detain the defendant will be up to a judge. Our position is that pretrial detention is warranted under the law and based on the facts of this case. And I'll leave it at that.
Are some of the prosecutors on this case some of the same prosecutors that had been handling that or that worked on the Maxwell case?
So I'm not going to get into the staffing. I will say that this team, this group of AUSAs, this incredible group has been working on this case around the clock, and they've had their hands full. Next question.
Gus Rosendale, NBC News. Good morning, sir. Combs' attorney said that his client has been cooperative with investigators. He said that this morning. I was wondering if you would have a reaction to that.
Let me just say this. I think that generally and with increasing frequency, the word cooperative or cooperating has taken on tremendous elasticity and it no longer really bears any relation to what the word means when we use it in a very specific context. So responding to lawful process and the like does not qualify as cooperation when we use that term here.
Mike Sisak, AP.
Thanks. To that end, was there any discussion of Mr. Combs surrendering? I understand he was taken into custody at a hotel in Manhattan last night, and maybe that wasn't the plan. Can you elaborate on how that came about and why that was?
I'm not going to be able to get into any sort of operational.
As always, we can't get into this. We can't get into that.
When he is in custody right now, he will be appearing in court later today.
Was there any discussion of him surrendering, given they claim he's cooperating?
I'm not going to be able to get into law enforcement tactics or operations.
Well, why you ain't bring law enforcement?
Well, I can't get into the charging decision. It is very meaningful to us that
they bring the Attorney General to do this press conference, but you can't get into this and that.
Part of the reason why this conduct was so pervasive and harmful was because victims and others didn't necessarily feel comfortable denying him his wishes, as we allege, because of the presence of firearms. I should leave it there.
Thanks. Last question, Jacob Shamison.
Jacob Shamsian, Business Insider. Thank you. Given that he's the sole defendant in this case and that you allege he's part of a conspiracy that involves members of his companies, do you anticipate a superseding indictment that will bring allegations against other members of his companies or other co-conspirators as well?
I can't take anything off the table. Anything is possible. Our investigation is very active and ongoing. And I think a lot of you who cover this office know that when we say such things, that developments are certainly foreseeable, but I cannot predict them sitting here today. All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Well, that was it. What do y'all think? So, if y'all remember when we read the indictment from the guy, the one what's his name? I can't even think of his name. Remember he said in that lawsuit, not indictment, that Diddy had firearms and he synced them. The one that was working as a producer. So that must be how they knew about the guns. Remember they said he had some guys in all black deliver ammunition and guns and everything. What I don't get is why did Diddy have blank guns in his house when he could have had legit weapons? Why did he have, I forget the name of it, but ghost guns. That's what they call it. I'm glad it came to my mind. Ghost guns. Why did he have ghost guns? That's what I don't understand. He got enough money where he could have legitly got real legal weapons. Why did he have ghost guns in his house? And then several machines and 50 or 60 rounds and the whatchamacallit is erased off. The serial numbers. That's what's called ghost guns. You can get up to 5 to 10 years federal for ghost guns. Why did he have them? I don't get that. That's the part I'm confused about. I'm pretty sure he had security. What did he need? He could have just got legal guns to protect his home. So they're using that as he used that to scare people, and he used that to manipulate. But this man is a billionaire. He ain't supposed to protect his home. It's the same thing that Jeezy ex-wife took pictures of him carrying guns and had the guns under his bed. And like he said in his song, I'm still a nigga. Yeah, I'm gonna protect myself. I just don't get why Diddy had ghost guns. I mean, sis, you know how I feel about it. They saying they filmed videos. They got several different tapes of freak offs. They got lubricant gel, hundreds of the things that the staff got to prepare for these freak offs. I agree. They didn't have that on R. Kelly. But what I don't agree with is it's the same playbook, meaning a lot of these women have Diddy did some wrong, probably so. But a lot of these women had chances to go to the authorities. This is a public figure. Soon as you walk outside, it's paparazzi every day. Award shows. You mean to tell me you can't? Hey, he's hitting me. Hey, they're gonna get you away from him fast as heck. What is the difference from now? He can hurt you or do something to you. Then, even if he's arrested, if you say he's this dangerous, what is the difference? That's my point. So to use an excuse of they were scared to come forward and this, if he's that dangerous, what is the difference of him doing something to you now? What is the difference? Why didn't they go to authorities? They liked it, them freak offs. They liked it, the money. Until the money stopped, the partying stopped. He didn't make this one a wife. He didn't make this one a baby mom. That's when it starts. I can't respect no women who don't come forward right away. They liked it, the money. They liked it, these freak offs. That's the part that now what he did to Cassie when he beat her up. No, I don't agree with that. But guess what? She took millions of dollars. You know how many women go through stuff with their baby fathers, their husbands, in many situations? They ain't getting that type of money. So what he did to her, was it right? No. But did she stay? Yes. And went on a whole trip afterwards and went to a whole award show, and she was in a movie literally a week after. So am I saying, oh, it's right because he gave her millions of dollars? No, but it happened years ago. She didn't go to the authorities then. She took the money. And all I'm saying is, what about the women who go through abuse with their baby fathers, their husbands? They ain't getting none of that type of money. So to me, is that I apologize? To me, it is. 30 million? 30 million. Some women get abused and beat up for weeks, months, years, ain't getting a dollar. And nobody's paying them no attention. Their voices is not being heard. But she gave 30 million even after she stayed with him for years and come back years later and get a check. No, I don't respect that. And was sleeping with his trainer. So you got compensated. She didn't say, no, Diddy, I don't want the money. I want you to go to jail. I always kept saying, if he was so dangerous, why would you take the money and leave him out here to hurt other people? Because guess what? It's a law. If Diddy is convicted, and if any of these women say, no, I don't want the money, I want to get justice, even if he's convicted, they still will get compensated. It's just they don't get the money as fast as she got it in the civil suit. But if he's convicted, if they go through the criminal way first, they still gonna get paid. So that's my thing. If he was so dangerous, why did you chose to get 30 million and still leave him out here? That's the same thing they said about R. Kelly. He was paying people off to silence them. But how many times did we hear in the Chicago case that McDavid said R. Kelly's signature wasn't on one check? The lawyers told McDavid to settle the lawsuit because it's going to be more harmful with the females going to the media, going through civil suits, and because of their careers. Because all they want is money. They ain't taking these broke dudes to court. They not taking these broke men for no civil lawsuits that hit them upside their head or they going through abuse with. I'm not saying Diddy an angel, but what I'm saying is they're overstacking the deck. And us celebrating this with Diddy is not a win because they're going to use the presidents to keep coming after every other black entertainer that's in the music industry. And they're going to try to take them down the same exact way. So again, the black community is not winning, and they're using the black women to do it. That's the part I can't celebrate because I got a son. I have a son. So you mean to tell me decades from now, my son become a football player. He gets a little bit of money. He deal with a couple females. They ain't his girlfriends. They just dating or whatever. They have a little jump off, whatever. She get mad because he with somebody else, or she see him with, and now she can come back years later and come and take all my son money, and it's her word against his. That's why I can't celebrate it. I can't respect it. And I know people say the difference between Diddy and R. Kelly, but at the same token, these women in R. Kelly case said the same thing. Except for it's Diddy's thing is a little bit more heavier. Like I said, they stacked the deck. But this ain't gonna make it better for our black men. This is gonna make it even harder. And all of the money that they made for decades, it seemed like all our entertainers, musicians, when they get to that 50-year-old age, either they say they died from drugs, either they was unalive, nobody gets their catalog, nobody gets to retire in peace on top of the hill with their family. They take all that back while the labels sit back and let all of it happen. And now, I don't know if y'all know, but they saying secretly that they're going to be bringing down more people. So all these other people that we praise, or whatever, they going, look at all them people that was attending Diddy's parties. You might as well say the whole damn music industry. They ain't going to just come for Diddy. They about to come for everybody. Jay-Z better tie his bootstraps up. And like I said, when they go through the Federal Racketeering Act, that is so that they can skip past the statute of limitations. So if they going back 15, 20 years, they can do it. State-wise, they can't. Federal, they can. Across the federal board, the females have to be 18 and up. All these females, the main number, 17, 17. And once it get to the feds, that's a crime. And then if they coming across state lines, they flying out. These labels is flying these groupies out, putting them in hotels, all of that. Diddy ain't doing that. That's what you got accountants for, assistants, and all of that. And all they gonna do is cooperate so they don't go to jail, and it's just gonna be Diddy. Just like R. Kelly. Ain't nobody else going to jail, in my opinion. Let me read your comments. Good morning, Lovely T. And it may say, I don't feel it's the same as R. Kelly. Those people lied and made up charges on him. They have evidence and proof on Diddy. I used to watch him on his show, Making the Band. He was very intimidating to women and men. I just don't think they're wrong about him. Yeah, they said he used the recordings over them. Good morning, Big Mac. Well, good afternoon now. She knew what she was getting into. All of them knew what they were getting into. This is why I don't want to become famous. He has money and he has power. They probably was paying the people off to stay silent. They said she did leave, but he found her. He ain't going down alone. He taking a few people down. Our law doesn't. Yeah, but guess what? Y'all saying the law don't protect, but the federal law does. If y'all noticing, why they ain't grab him in Florida? Why they ain't grab him in L.A.? Because they using the New York Racketeering Act. How they got Epstein, how they got Keith Rainier. And after they got Keith Rainier, they came after R. Kelly. I mean, look at Harvey Weinstein. No, first it was Keith Rainier, Bill Cosby, no, Epstein, Keith Rainier, Bill Cosby, Gazelle Maxwell, R. Kelly, and then all these civil suits started because of that what was that act that they had in New York? But it expired like a week after Cassie did her lawsuit, and that's why you had all them women putting them lawsuits in New York and LA regarding Diddy. But if you notice, like I always say about R. Kelly, why Atlanta is where he was at last performing. Robert's been living in Atlanta for decades. Robert also had residence in Florida. Why you think they all didn't come forward? Because New York, they used the venue, the Federal Racketeering Act, to get around the statute of limitations, because without that, they can't go back. But when you use the Racketeering Act, the RICO, you can get past that is 10, 15, 20 years old, and that these women never came forward and made one complaint. But now they came forward because of intimidation. They were scared. He used this against them. He promised them careers and all. Like, make it make sense. And then you got a lot of these women who think they entitled. When they started this Me Too movement, they made these women an occupation to become victims. And it's sad. It's sad. It's teaching our younger women that it's okay to like I always say, regret is not the R word. Grape. A lot of these women, because they have regrets, they want to claim grape. Oh, he raped me. So you mean to tell me when you finally did leave and get out, you didn't go tell. He's a public figure. Any media follows, and paparazzi's around 24/7. They're gonna listen. That's like going to a BT Awards after he just beat you up, and you get an award show. The first thing I do, he just hit me. All them cameras right there, all the media. Are you crazy? Everybody's gonna be listening to you. How you gonna harm you and the whole world know what he did? You telling the paparazzi, the media. It's very little that the media or the paparazzi is not following them around. So the little bit of time you get out of his space, or you at a public outing, scream, holler. Come on, we ain't gonna make this like this was difficult. They was so no, it was the money. They wanted the money. They didn't care about them freak offs. They was freaky. She said Miss Anime Diddy is not an angel. That's a fact. But this RICO charge is definitely a witch hunt. There's a war against wealthy men. Sure is. Yep, it is. And I'm a black man myself. And that's what I'm saying. I got a black son. It's scaring me. My son is so persistent about this football. And scouts keep coming back and forth to his games. And it's no doubt that my son is most likely, and I'm continuing to pray on it, that he's gonna get grabbed. But I'm scared because they put you out there. All the media gonna put you as soon as you get drafted. Everybody's seeing who you are. They knowing how much money they giving you, and the women flop. I see those girls flopping now at his games, and he's still a teenager. So imagine, and it's like all I gotta do is say, "Oh, I was scared because he got so much money, because he's powerful." Make that make sense. So you mean to tell me every black man that's successful, these women are going to claim they did this and that to him, and the reason they were scared to come forward because they have money, they successful. Stop it. That's more reason why it's easier for you to tell. Because what about the women who don't have those resources, who men is not popular and famous? Nobody's listening to them women, and that's the sad part, that they paying attention to all of these wealthy men and these females that chose to deal with them. But all of these women that don't have that type of resources, their men are not famous. None of their stories or their voices are being heard because social media, mainstream media, is so focused on the wealthy men and all of these women who want to be famous and get a little TV time. They want black men going so bad, even our own. That's the sad part. That is the sad part, that they're using the black women to do it, to go against our own men. How will we ever build? How will we ever support it? How? This is why you got a lot of the black men, and I know y'all gonna be so mad when I say this, but I'm just being honest. This is why a lot of the black men start going to date outside their race. This is why. And then you can't trust them either. So it's like, then we see why a lot of our men become gay. Come on, let's be serious. You got this guy who was supposed to be a producer. He was at Diddy's all of that time, all in the pictures with French Montana, all these people at the birthday parties, all of this. Them saying he put out a lawsuit. Diddy did this to him, and the actor guy, and Diddy made Young Miami cousin come in the bathroom and give him oral and this, until he left and said that Diddy didn't give him everything. He told him he was gonna give him a house and a Grammy. How is Diddy gonna give you a Grammy? Diddy ain't in charge of Grammys. And he was on Instagram putting out a GoFundMe. After that, here come the lawsuit. And then you got the lawyers who want a big break, who want to become famous. So of course they gonna run behind these accusers and put in these civil lawsuits, which The civil lawsuits are in fact, but they're able to put anything in the lawsuit. It's public, and then social media, mainstream media bursts it out like it's factual when it's a civil lawsuit. And y'all wonder why they settle. Because look at the damages that happen when a civil lawsuit gets publicized. It's more damaging than going to court. Look how much Diddy lost just because of the civil lawsuits. I don't know, Big Mac. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't think so. Because until R. Kelly gets appealed, his case overturned, I kept saying this. They can use R. Kelly's conviction as a precedent, as a um a um what did they call it? And when they used different as case law, they can use R. Kelly's case as case law regarding Diddy. Well, they convicted R. Kelly with RICO by himself, with this saying that witnesses was intimidated, this, that. They could use the same case law against Diddy and every other black entertainer, wealthy black man until Robert's case get over uh uh overturned. They can use Gazelle Maxwell case as a case law. Anybody who's been convicted of sex crimes, racketeering, RICO, they can use that as a case law. Presidents. This is why a lot of people who wasn't big fans of R. Kelly, they was just fans of or supporters of the law. Meaning, if this can happen to them, what makes y'all think it's how it's going to happen to people that don't have money to get lawyers and resources? That's why I'm like, why are we celebrate? This makes it even worse for the poor community. They're not going to be able to fight this. They ain't even going to have the lawyers. Look at Tory Lanez. Now all of a sudden, the guy that was in the car, he comes forward after the trial and now speaking out saying, Kelsey did shoot. And Tory was trying to get the gun away from both of them. And look how he was having sex with both of them women. And Megan come out that she was sleeping with all these different men. How is that right? That was her girl. Her girlfriend was dealing with that man. She was sleeping with the man behind her girlfriend back and was sleeping with the baby and the basketball. All of these, like, these women are playing terrible, dangerous games. Yeah, the age law consent is BS because state, you got, and some of them is even young as 16. And matter of fact, I'm gonna go through each one because I got them all here. Because they got age consent law for female and female, male and male, and female and male. And matter of fact, I'm glad you brought that up, Big Mac, because I'm gonna go through each one so y'all can know. But when it comes to the federal, it's 18 across the board. And how many music entertainers, musicians fly out family, friends, how many groupies fly out, girlfriends. They go from city to city, state to state. So people fly out to attend these shows and whatever they got going on. And they come and watch them perform or whatever. So they flying out. So that's going to be basically RICO racketeering for damn near every damn artist in the music industry. This is what they do because they're on the road. So they're basically saying if you fly out a female and just say, y'all, they come watch your show, whatever. After your show, y'all hook up. And let's just say y'all at the hotel, you're watching a movie and y'all wind up having sex. They're saying that that's basically a crime. Because they saying that basically you only flew this person out for the purposes of sex. And then you flew them across the line. And then if they find out that you paid or the label or the company paid for the plane ticket, Then they claim all this is surrounding around racketeering, RICO. I remember those free calls. They said Diddy had Jay-Z, Usher, Ellen, all of them were there. That's why Jennifer and Ben split up. She knows a lot. Diddy should have just took the I said that too. I said that too. When it started to get deep, I was like, he should have took the Russell Simmons route. But Diddy is thinking like any other black man. Like, these females ain't really about to. Because you got to think, he can go after them too. Right? But then it's like, oh, he's witness intimidating. Oh, look how Robert was trying to show his innocence about the chick. And I can't even think of her name. I've been away from reading this stuff, y'all, and trying to clear my head about a lot of stuff. Jane Doe number Kelly Rogers. Faith Rogers. Look how Robert was trying to show his innocence within her. Her first attorney was who's that guy named? The first attorney that was asking for the $3 million. And then when Kannick cross-examined her when I was at the trial in New York, and she tried to act like she didn't know nothing about it, and Robert, wanted to release his text messages with her showing that he wasn't intimidating her and how she was texting him every day. Hey, daddy, I love you. I miss you. Look what I'm wearing today. What you doing, daddy? I want to see. Like, Robert was responding like every other week or 4 days later. I mean, they was texting and calling him back to back, back to back, back to back. They was even contacting his assistants. Hey, can you contact Robert? I want to know if I could come out to come see his show this weekend. Hey, this is such and such. I want to know if you can ask Robert, is it okay if I could come and see? I mean, they was going through the assistants because they said it took damn near 10 people just to get to Robert. That's how busy he was. So when he even tried to show, they tried to make it seem like that was witness intimidating, and he was doing something wrong when it was time for him to show his side. So even if these men do try to say, oh, they participated and they were doing, oh, it's like witness intimidation. Oh, you're trying to silence them. How can they get around this? She ran away from Diddy. Jennifer can bury him too behind what went down with him. And Sean, why haven't any of those singers or rappers never got rich from working with them outside of Biggie? You know why though? Also, like Loon said, the one that used to rap for Diddy, and the one that got his whole catalog. He said because a lot of them didn't come in and it was about the business. They came in and they accepted houses and cars and minks and jewelry. They didn't come in and do the proper paperwork. They didn't come in and say, no, I don't just want the flashy stuff and the little money. I want to be able to own my catalog and own my masters. So when Loon was rapping for Diddy and was under Bad Boy, he came in, he knew the business part of it. And like he said, he didn't come in and want to just be famous. You got them ones that just want to be famous. So they're going to give you the fame. And it's not their fault if you don't read the contracts. And that's what happened to a lot of them. Some of them was from the hood. They just wanted to get out the hood. And they giving them a house. They giving them a car. They giving them $100K, paying for all the videos and all the stuff in the video, the production and all of that stuff. They not coming in focusing just on the business. So they're going to give you, you want the fame? Oh, we're going to give you the fame. But if you're not coming in focused on the business, that's a one up on them. Is it right? No. But that's why a lot of them lack, because they wanted the fame. They wasn't just focused on the business. And Diddy knew that. He was smart. The man went to Harvard. Hey, Stephanie. Mary J is getting her recognition now being with 50. I have a son, my only child, and he sees all this, but you don't have to be successful. They do it when they're just, yeah, but sis, this is what I'm saying. The men that's not successful is going to get it the worst because they don't have the resources to fight. They don't have the the big millions of dollars. Look at NBA YoungBoy. His lawyer just came out yesterday. He's fighting that whole case in Utah where they're trying to get him on a RICO drug charges. He was fighting them weapon charges in his hometown, and he only got 27 months federal. You know why? Because he got millions of dollars for defense. If that was a regular person, this is damn near his third firearms case. And then he violated when he got caught with more firearms in a video shoot in 27 months. Usually fed time, you automatically get 5 to 10 years for one gun. And they can charge you amongst the bullets and the gun is a ghost gun and further on. 27 months for multiple federal gun charges. But when you got millions of dollars, I don't care what nobody say. That's defense. So that's why the judicial system is so messed up. Because if you got millions, you walk. If you got millions, your time gets reducted. But what about the ones that don't have that? Yep, because overseas laws is way different. Diddy's recording contracts only benefited himself, I agree. But this RICO charge against him is... And you know what else, Love Unconditional? Look how many people Diddy came from under. You talking about Clyde Davis. What's his name? Jimmy Iovine. You talking about big names, okay? You think that they letting them come, them feds know that Diddy was of these people that was at them parties. You think they coming for them? No, because them men got millions and billions of dollars. When Diddy lawsuit came out with Cassie, y'all remember when I brought up Jimmy Iovine, Jamie Foxx, all of them got lawsuits the same week. Y'all ain't hear nothing else about Jimmy Iovine. And Jimmy Iovine is a billionaire. He's the one that sold the Dre beats to Dre. You think that, why we don't hear nothing else about that Jimmy Iovine lawsuit? Why? Because he got billions of dollars. He got billions to pay off a defense. The best defense in a goddamn country. You don't hear nothing else about that. Probably gave that woman a quiet little settlement, enough money to last her for the rest of her life. You ain't going to hear nothing. But when you talking about a RICO, you thinking, damn, there was a lot of big names around Diddy. Look at all the colleges. I forget the white man who helped Diddy's son get into that college. And remember, Diddy had that fight at his son's college, and they say Diddy pulled out the gun, and Diddy got off on that. But that white man that is the sponsor for that college, he's a billionaire. These are some rich people Diddy was around. So you think they grabbing them up? Hell no. Same thing they did to R. Kelly. To me, if you got all of this evidence, why is it ongoing? To me, that's to make the public think we got him in a chokehold. Now we need y'all to come. Why do you need them to come forward if you got him nailed to the damn cross? I don't get that. Like Robert said, if you got everything you say, why is it all this corruption? Why is it all this under table stuff going on? That doesn't make sense. If you got so much on him, why do you need people to come forward? This is the to me, this is what they put out to these women. Okay, we got them now. Now that y'all can come forward, and this is when they all gonna flop. This when they gonna flop. But nobody came prior to that. Now they said in 2023 they got records showing that Diddy was calling accusers and telling them that don't say this and don't say that. I'm gonna replay it back for some of y'all that just came in the press conference. I'm not saying some of what they're doing is wrong, but I don't like no man beating on women. I know women that have gotten beaten on and be so scared to say anything from being. All right, sis, but let's think about this too. What about the women that's beating on men? What about the women that's beating on men? Because everybody tried to cancel Chris Brown, but we seen and found out later that Rihanna was also beating on him too. She was beating on him too. And when you are, I'm pretty sure when it's involving liquor, drugs, and several days and weeks of partying and drinking and all of that, I'm pretty sure it could probably turn into fights. And I'm not ever saying it's okay for no man to beat on no woman. And I'm not making it okay for no woman to beat on no man. Because if a woman is trying to hurt a man and they trying to get her out their face or they trying to get her, how many women have stabbed men, shot them, because they mad because they found out they cheating or they got another trying to unalive them. It go both ways. But it's always because it's a man. He is the one that did the wrong. He intimidated her. She's scared of him, especially the men with money. The Cassie part was messed up, but guess what? Cassie stayed damn near 3-4 years after that. She even did her movie premiere with what's his name, Tiger, and went on a public platform, and they was speaking about, oh, how was your boyfriend Diddy, knowing that you was in the movie with Tigger, and oh, he was fine with it. They talked. This was days after the hotel incident. And she sat right there in front of the media and made it seem like everything was fine. She could have told what are you gonna do? Hit her in front of the media? All them cameras and everything? She could have told right then and there. But she knew she had something in the tuck to come at him later. His lawyers claimed that she wanted to do a book. And when Diddy told her, yeah, you can do the book, but don't speak on me, that she was behind the scenes trying to get money when she married that trainer and had the kids. So since he didn't give her the money behind the scenes when she was trying to do the book, is why they claim she came forward about the $30 million with the lawsuit. She has a whole new man. Yes, he's Caucasian. Kids by him. He was Diddy's trainer. How the hell do you start sleeping with your man's trainer? Well, I don't think that Mary J. Blige is going to come forward and say anything bad. I don't think Little Kim. So y'all can forget about that. If y'all think that's what's going to take place, I doubt it. Because, like I said, you can be. What about when Mary J. was dealing with Jodeci and the guy, and he was beating on her? What about all of that? I mean, you pulling a lot of skeletons from back then, and a lot of men that was not perfect back then. We ain't up here saying that nobody's a saint, but we not gonna forget that Jay-Z was side to side with Diddy for decades. That's like basically saying coming down on a whole New York. That's like saying coming down on the whole. Jay-Z was openly in media camera with Foxy Brown. That girl was 15 years old, rapping them lyrics, wearing them clothes and 15. So I mean, when Rihanna signed the deal with them, he said she was at his hotel at 3:00 in the morning. She was 15. And he said that they made our management fly her out to his hotel at 3 a.m. in the morning to sign that deal. Rihanna. Come on. I mean, you going to, when they want to do this, you digging up a lot of stuff that we're going to probably find out that a lot of them got skeletons in their closet. But that's the narrative that they want to push, that any star that get money, that they could do whatever they want. They're gonna do whatever they, and I don't think that that's like basically saying that all of them basically do the same thing. I don't agree. That's like a narrative to push out here that, oh, just because a black man gets money, he powerful and he gonna do what he want to do. That's like a narrative to push on all of them, because that's what the women gonna say anyway. That's gonna be always their argument. Oh, I was so scared because he's powerful, he got money. You know it's always about R. Kelly with me through and through. But what I'm saying is, when this happened with R. Kelly, I said from day one, R. Kelly said the same thing. They're coming after everybody else too. So until R. Kelly's conviction gets overturned, no, I ain't celebrating it. Because guess what? Ever since Diddy got arrested, who they been talking about? R. Kelly. R. Kelly prosecutors came forward when they raided Diddy's house. Y'all remember? I played the video. Now she's a defense attorney. And she basically was telling the Southern District what they had to do, and they have to use the racketeering and the RICO Act to go after Diddy. The same playbook. So with R. Kelly still getting and sitting in jail, that ain't no win, because they are grouping them together. And we ain't see one female come forward and say R. Kelly was at any of Diddy's parties. R. Kelly wasn't all up at them industry parties. See, R. Kelly was more faithful to women from where he from that ain't really got it like that. R. Kelly wasn't dealing with women in the industry and all of that. He was strictly business. This is why you see so many artists prosper because of him doing music for them and them going the business route and paying him to write and produce music for them. You don't hear none of them women coming forward saying R. Kelly abused and didn't give them their music and none of that. No, it's all of these women who not really talented, who claim R. Kelly stopped them from prospering or stopped them from going forward with their career. He promised them this and promised them a deal, and he was their mentee and all this. But you don't hear none of these women from the industry saying that R. Kelly did anything. It's all the women that from where he from, who don't really got it like that, who he still was interested in, because he didn't want to seem like he was bigger because he had money. He wanted to seem like he was neutral. He was still the same guy from Chicago, from the hood. But look how that worked. They threw him right under the bus. Yeah, they did say that they got videos and stuff of Diddy. I just don't believe that man left all that in his house. I don't believe that. So for some of y'all that just came in, I'm gonna play it one more time. The press conference.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Damian Williams, and I'm the U.S. Attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Today, I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs' crimes, He and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced. And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs' residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs' electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs, more than 1,000 bottles altogether. Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches. As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well, we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced. Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there. Now, I want to be clear about 2 things. First, this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York. Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4-HSI-TIP. I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them. I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Person Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners to us. I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SCNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SCNY who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Smeisler, and Mitzi Steiner, and their supervisors, Jamie Backleeper and Jacqueline Kelly. They are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division. We created the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I'm deeply proud of their work on this and so many other cases. I'll now take some questions.
Eric Katursky, ABC.
Thanks, Nick. Damian, thanks. The indictment describes aggressive, open, violent, hedonistic abuse that you say was recurrent and widely known. Why did it take law enforcement so long to intervene? How many women were victimized by Sean Combs, and how many others were involved?
Look, our investigation is ongoing. We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant. I can't tell you why it took so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today. And we are committed to making sure that justice is done. Next question.
Thank you. Julia Ainsley, NBC.
Thank you for doing this. You said we are not done and that Combs did not do this alone. Do you foresee that there could be other charges related to this case?
I'm not taking anything off the table.
Janet Fisher, Newsday.
What's the difference between the sex trafficking and promoting travel for the purpose of prostitution?
Well, there are different crimes with different elements. I don't think we should get into the nitty-gritty of the legal discussion right now, but the sex trafficking, we believe, they're all serious offenses, but the sex trafficking conduct carries some significant penalties, and we are gratified that we were able to bring that charge.
Is one more coercive than the other?
I'm not going to be able to get into that, but you can look it up, and yes, sex trafficking, especially when it involves coercion or force, is a very serious crime, and it carries significant penalties.
Good afternoon, Darla Miles, ABC 7 New York. Thank you for this press conference and for the details. 2 questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims? It's mentioned plural in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you provide details about the alleged arson?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide either. The number of victims, you are correct. We are intentional in saying multiple. The details of the arson incident are limited to what we have in the indictment and also the detention letter that we filed, which contains more details than the indictment does at various points, but we don't have anything more beyond that. Next question.
Lynn Tran, CNN.
Are any of his accomplices or associates under investigation? And additionally, could he face any more charges?
So the investigation is ongoing. That means both as to him and to anyone else who we believe committed the crime with him. Next question.
Juliet Papa.
Hi, good morning from 1010 Wins. Any indication that some of the women or victims here were imprisoned in his residences, and did he have locations where he kept them, and were not allowed to leave? And also, he's indicted here, although there were searches and raids in LA, Miami. Why in New York?
Well, I'm biased. I'm the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York. I think that we have an outstanding track record of bringing some of the most impactful, sprawling, complex, difficult sex trafficking, human trafficking, labor trafficking, you name it. The Southern District of New York can do it, and so we're very proud of that. And so the scope and complexity of this investigation isn't something that we ran from. It's something that we embrace, and we will continue to do that. As to your question about whether he imprisoned anyone, all I can say is that, I mentioned this March 2016 incident where something was caught on video where a victim was attempting to flee, and there was violence that was associated with it.
Was that at the residence or a hotel?
That was at a hotel.
Matthew Lee, Inner City Press.
Thanks a lot. Does your office intend to seek remand, or are you reaching a bail package? And if you're willing, how would you contrast this with the R. Kelly case in EDNY in terms of the elements? Thanks.
So we will be seeking detention. We have filed a letter laying out our reasoning for seeking pretrial detention. I'm not going to be able to expand beyond what's in the letter, but it contains all of the reasoning, and it contains the law as well. There is a presumption of detention in a case like this, and we think that's warranted.
John Anise, New York Daily News.
Thank you. I was hoping to get some more detail about the searches of his residence, the guns, the cases of lubricant, and the videos. Where were they found amongst his residence? Were they all scattered around the houses in one place? I kind of wanted to just get a better picture of how that stuff was found.
Well, look, I think that some of the details that you're seeking are in the detention letter. So for instance, some of the AR-15s, 2 of the 3 defaced AR-15s were found in his bedroom closet in Miami, broken down into parts along with magazines. with ammunition loaded in them. So some of that detail is in the detention letter. Beyond that, I'm not going to be able to get into where other items were stored.
Ben Kochman, Post.
Hey, thanks for doing this. Your office was the office that had been prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein before he died in custody. I have not read your detention memo yet. It's the first thing I'm going to do after this ends. But does the memo address, or is your office concerned with Combs's safety in custody, given what happened with Epstein?
So we are concerned with anyone's safety whenever they are detained prior to trial. It's part of our obligations to keep people safe as well. It's part of the criminal justice system. So, but I do not draw any sort of connection between Jeffrey Epstein's suicide and what may or may not happen to any other defendant while they are detained pre-trial. And of course, the decision whether to detain the defendant will be up to a judge. Our position is that pretrial detention is warranted under the law and based on the facts of this case, and I'll leave it at that.
Are some of the prosecutors on this case some of the same prosecutors that had been handling that, or that worked on the Maxwell case?
So I'm not going to get into the staffing. I will say that this team, this group of AUSAs, this incredible group has been working on this case around the clock, and they've had their hands full. Next question.
Gus Rosendale, NBC News.
Good morning, sir. Combs' attorney said that his client has been cooperative with investigators. He said that this morning. I was wondering if you would have a reaction to that.
Let me just say this. I think that generally with increasing frequency, the word cooperative or cooperating has taken on tremendous elasticity and it no longer really bears any relation to what the word means when we use it in a very specific context. So responding to lawful process and the like does not qualify as cooperation when we use that term here.
Mike Sisak, AP.
Thanks. To that end, was there any discussion of Mr. Combs surrendering? I understand he was taken into custody at a hotel in Manhattan last night, and maybe that wasn't the plan. Can you elaborate on how that came about and why that was?
I'm not going to be able to get into any sort of operational details as to how he was taken into custody and when. He is in custody right now. He will be appearing in court later today.
Was there any discussion of him surrendering, given they claim he's cooperating?
I'm not going to be able to get into law enforcement tactics or operations. Well, I can't get into the charging decision. It is very meaningful to us that weapons were possessed, as we allege in the indictment. Part of the reason why this conduct was so pervasive and harmful was because victims and others didn't necessarily feel comfortable denying him his wishes, as we allege, because of the presence of firearms. I should leave it.
So, again, let us know what do you practice in law now? What is the sector?
Oh yeah. So now what I do is accidents, injuries, so like auto accidents, injuries at businesses and things, and also wrongful death, which is basically if you've been hit by like an 18-wheeler or even a product. Like, oh, I'm so happy. Look, these little raggedy mofos, they killed.
Human trafficking, labor.
Okay, so I'm gonna play the attorney that was representing Faith Rogers with the guy, Lee Merritt. And y'all gonna hear her say why her and Lee Merritt chose New York to file the suit against Robert for their client at that time, Faith Rogers. So y'all can get a more understanding of why it's beneficial for the feds with the Racketeering Act and the RICO, and it's beneficial for the accuser and the attorneys if they file civil charges in New York or criminal.
Gardner, okay? You try to blame it on baby girl. Publicly traded company. Jerry Jones invested in them. I bankrupted that whole motherfucker myself in 2016. That whole one. I hate them. I hate the owner. I wish he'll go to jail. If he don't, I'm pretty sure he's gonna go to hell, and he'll see R. Kelly right with him. They can sit next to each other in hell. Anybody who makes products that kill kids, fuck you. Go to hell.
You can't swear on it, you know.
I can't say that on YouTube. Yes, you do.
You can't swear on it.
I'm sorry. Go to the place below.
You can say hell. You can say hell.
And I'll say X. Yes. Sorry. You should have told me. I'm sorry. I don't want to mess up your monetization and stuff.
Don't worry. You're good.
I'll be like, listen, this guy.
Fine. They'll see your face.
I'm very
fine.
passionate.
That's all right. But you mentioned something here about the R. Kelly case as well. Were you involved in that as well?
Yeah, so I was co-counsel with Lee Merritt. We represented a young lady named Faith Rogers. She was featured in various R. Kelly documentaries. But I'm also licensed. I'm licensed in Texas, New York, and New Jersey. And effectively, on her behalf, we sued R. Kelly for giving her herpes. She was a teenager at the time. At that point, this little nasty mofo knew for over a decade that he had herpes. And he was just willy-nilly passing it out like, people pass out pamphlets, like Jehovah's Witnesses pass out those little watchtowers. He was just out here passing out herpes and other venereal diseases. Well, not today. Not on our watch. So Lee Merritt was lead counsel. I was co-counsel with him, and we filed suit on her behalf. It has been stayed in part because of the federal and criminal charges, but that was a case I was particularly proud of because we filed it under New York law, which is effectively, it has certain protections for women that I'd love for women to know about, is that it is a gender-based crime, right? So if this is a man who's going out and doing certain things to women, it could be stalking, it could be revenge porn, it could be a plethora of things. Then if that's the case, you win, they must pay your lawyer's fees, and you're entitled up to 3 times your actual damages, and you can get punitive damages. So as a result, it makes it a lot easier for women victims in the state of New York to be able to find good, qualified attorneys to represent them and obtain justice for them.
How did you find yourself on that case?
I'm a bad chick and my friend's bad too. No, I'm just like, I'm really brilliant. Like, I know I look like a dingbat, but no, what happened was I had already known attorney Lee Merritt, who's a civil rights attorney. We were office mates. We shared an office together. And he knew that I was licensed in New York, and he just knows that, like, I'm brilliant. And so sometimes he'll just, like, come and kind of shoot strategy off of me for particular cases. And so he just asked me, like, is this something you'd be interested in? And I said, sure. And then once I did some research, initially we were actually going to file in a different state. We were going to file in Texas or Chicago, where R. Kelly was from. And I did some research, and I was like, no, here's what we should do. Here's how. He was like, that's why I wanted to work with you. So that's my ex buku, which in New Orleans Creole means like you're a very good friend. Like I have mad respect for him. And he keeps me in line with my dating life. I remember when he called me and he's like, do you think you make good dating decisions? And
So as y'all heard her say, that they get triple the money, it's beneficial for the attorney, and if the accuser wins, that the defendant has to pay all of their lawyer fees. So that's a plus. Then you have the federal government who is able to get the venue, which is how in R. Kelly case the venue was Judge Donnelly, who already had a history before she got on a federal bench. She was a prosecutor for the special victim unit for over 20 years. And when she had to sit amongst the Senate before she became federal judge and they were asking her questions, the main thing she kept speaking about when they asked her, what would you take with you from being a prosecutor for so long if you become a federal judge? And she basically was speaking mainly on her always remembering all of the victims that she worked with throughout decades and how the defendants were using their power and different things to hold against victims, which was a lot of reasons why she claimed that a lot of the victims weren't able to break free. And she basically said she will always remember all of the victims that she fought for. So with the federal prosecutors picking the venue of Judge Donnelly, it made all the sense in the world. This is a judge that worked as a prosecutor for the victim unit. And even before she became federal judge, she still was talking about how much she will remember all of the victims that she had worked with throughout her being a prosecutor. And basically her dislike for individuals who were charged with sex crimes, rape, any of that. So the federal prosecutors already knew that she would be favorable to them regarding her presiding over Robert Sylvester Kelly's case. Then she's the same judge who sentences him. She said at the sentence, her mind was made up. The difference between her sentence and Judge Little Weber, two different. Judge Little Weber made it very clear that there was no, let me see if I can pull it up, that all of R. Kelly accusers in the Chicago federal case was that it was a loss of love, what do you call it? Love and affection. But there was no bodily harm. What did he say? A minute, because I got the quote. That's it. Because I don't want to be wrong. I got the actual quote. And he said, and remember, Judge Little Weber was going to give Robert a bond. Okay, here we go. Okay, it says, Leonard Weber agrees with Bonjean against the government that R. Kelly's actions toward the young women with whom he was involved, constituted enticement, not coercion. The girls feared loss of affection and attention, not any kind of bodily harm. Again, he said R. Kelly's actions toward the young women with whom he was involved constituted enticement, not coercion. And remember, they kept saying he coerced Azriel to do the interview with Gayle King. He coerced them that if they ever get approached about him to say this, to say that. So Judge Leonard Weber was saying that it was enticement, not coercion. The girls feared a loss of affection and attention, not any kind of bodily harm. Meaning, they feared a loss of not having him being with somebody else, him not being up underneath them. For example, Rashonda texted him 10, 15 times, and he responds back 2-3 days later. Where was you at? What was you doing? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your call. I didn't know this number. I was in the studio. I'm at the studio. We having a party. I was just, taking pictures with a couple people. Why you taking pictures? Who you taking pictures with? Is it okay if me and such stop past? Yeah, that's cool. Y'all can stop past. Where you at, Robert? Oh, I see everything about the documentary. Don't worry about them devils. I love you. You're going to get through this. Don't pay attention to the negativity. I mean, was texting and calling him all the time. He was never responding to them as much as they were responding. As much as they were sending messages and phone calls to him. But when he didn't respond right away to Rashonda, when she sent the last messages saying, I really need to talk to you, Robert, contact me back. This is important. I need to know what we're going to do. If you don't contact me back, then I'm going to just go ahead and do what's best for me. And that's when she went on and started cooperating with the federal prosecutors. But even with Faith, her messages, hey, Daddy, I miss you. Hey, Daddy, I'm going out today. This is what I'm wearing. That's how the pictures of Faith sending Robert pictures of what she was wearing. And he never asked her, hey, send me a picture of what you're wearing today. Hey, no. This was volunteer messages and pictures. He didn't say in the messages, you better call me Daddy. She's texting him, hey, Daddy, miss you, Daddy. But they all claimed that he made them call him Daddy. And that's another thing. You got all of these females fighting over this man's love, attention, and everybody got their own agenda of whatever they trying to do to get more attention out of him than the other women. Like Dominique said, it got to a point where by the time Azriel came around, it's Azriel, Holly, Joycelyn, Dominique, Juice, Taylor, V. Summer was going by then. So you got, okay, what I say? Joycelyn, Azriel, Juice, Dominique, Holly, Taylor, V. Who else I'm missing? Faith. So around about 10, right? 10 females. And they're all fighting for his attention. They all fighting for his love. Of course, they all want him to marry. They all want his baby, right? Then you got some of them that sleeps with men and women. Then you got some of them that put on this character, that they all freaky, that they doing threesomes and they with whatever because they trying to fight for that number one spot. But then it's like Dominique said, it got so bad that you got Azriel, like one of the Mayweather sisters, when me and her finally had the conversation right after she had testified, and when she said that it wasn't her fault that Robert's attorneys didn't ask certain questions. Like they can't just speak about certain things. They question and then they answer, right? So she answered the questions that was given to her. She claimed no, she never seen Robert abusing nobody. No, she never seen any minors. And that all the females that she did see around him were willing participants. But she never spoke on how the real reason that she left is because Azriel threatened to strike her in her face. It got to the point that Azriel was so disrespectful to her, she just left. And she said she didn't really get a chance to tell Robert the real reason, that she had left. But that Azriel said on Precedents with Shabazz that, after a while, I stopped telling other girls certain things because they would go back and tell this, and I didn't want to get in trouble, so I just stopped sharing stuff with them. Lies. She was the one stirring up stuff and saying that this person was messing with this guy, and this person was dealing with a male at the Nellery, and this person jumping in cars with men. So that stuff she put out on the documentary with Shabazz, they try to make it seem like the other women were going against her and trying to get her in trouble and all this. No, she was the one stirring the pot. If y'all paid attention to the pictures I put out with her laying in the bed, taking pictures of Robert while he sleep. Remember when Holly came out in 2019, and showed how Azriel was like, them BITCHs better sleep on the laundry floor. And if you notice, when she was taking pictures of Robert while she was laying in the room, you seen another female laying and sleeping in the chair. Robert was sleeping on the couch, and you see as another female was sleeping in a recliner. She's laid all up in the bed by herself. So when Holly put out that she would be threatening for females to sleep on the floor, she was treating them females like SHIT. Then when her family put out the Tasha K that Joycelyn was like a hoe and Robert didn't care for her, he would buy her all these clothes and then give them to Azriel. That was lies. And if I never attended the New York trial, I wouldn't have knew half of Azriel lies, because her family put out here that she was the main one. Robert had everything in her name. She was the top girlfriend. No, that was a lie. She was so jealous of Robert and Joy's relationship, she admitted it in the trial, that she was so mad that Robert got Joycelyn a passport and didn't get her one. She admitted that Robert told her to her face that he was not getting married to her, and he wasn't having no more kids, no more time soon, and definitely wasn't having them with her, and told her that she wasn't ready to be nobody's mother. So that whole story about her calling her girlfriend and telling her she's pregnant and all, no. She even said in the documentary with Shabazz that she told Robert he's going to have to find another way to discipline her, because they talked about kids and them getting married, so she wasn't going for that no more of him spanking her, and they had to speak about another way to handle their issues when they have disagreements. What victim is negotiating with a so-called abuser? We're gonna have to talk about some other way. You're not gonna be spanking me. No. What victim is talking to an abuser like that? What victim is on the phone when Robert called her about the Chicago Tribune paper stating that Joycelyn was saying that she was in a house of horror and all that, and he was reading an article to Azriel, and she comes out of nowhere. Bear, calm down, Bear. Calm down. And this man is overwhelmed, in jail. Now all of these articles is coming out. Somebody claiming to be Joycelyn, saying that Robert beating on them and all of this stuff. First she say she ain't hear nothing about it. Then it's, oh, I seen that. He starts crying. Oh, Bear, calm down. What victim is talking to their abuser like that? And then telling him, oh, I wrote a statement for Joycelyn. She needs to read that statement that I wrote for her. How do you know what Joycelyn wants to say? How you just automatically making the words for what Joycelyn should say? And that's why I always say, allegedly, in my opinion, is because Azriel is behind those articles that came out claiming to be Joycelyn. Why did they never come out and say who was behind the Patreon? But when Shabazz stepped to Azriel about creating the Patreon, why was she locked out? Only when your phone number and email has been attached to one that has been, you've been kicked off. Why is the same stories from this person impersonating Joycelyn when the Patreon came out? Oh, I love him. We talked about having kids and getting married, and he makes me sleep with all these other women, and the same exact stories that Azriel were claiming. That whole wifey thing. The same person that was impersonating Joycelyn in that book was claiming the same exact thing. Why would she just write a statement for Joycelyn? And this girl is grown and got her own mouth. And Robert like, no, I don't think this is a good idea. Let her speak for herself. It seems like Azriel was very controlling. It didn't act like no victim to me. But everybody made it seem like she was number one. When Joycelyn was at the Trump, oh, that's why he didn't have you here. This isn't your house. That's why he didn't have you here, because he knew I was here. What did Trump security say? No. Both of them are authorized users. Both of them are on the lease. But Azriel and her parents told the world, just her. And that's my whole point with Judge and Donnelly, even with Dr. Park Diaz, the one who evaluated Robert for the sentencing memo, who claimed that Robert was not a pedophile, and he went through Robert from his childhood all the way up to him as an adult, all throughout his career, throughout all the allegations, interviewed multiple family members and childhood friends. And this man's resume is tremendous, over 150 something pages of all his degrees, all the different mental facilities he worked at, the different multiple patients, high profile cases. This man is beyond educated regarding him being able to come up with that Robert is not a pedophile. Judge and Donnelly didn't care about none of that. They knew her background. They knew how she felt about defendants that were being accused of sex crimes. And they knew that she would be the one to side with the prosecutors. Judge Weber said that if the case would have went on earlier during the pandemic, that he was going to sentence Robert to a much harsher sentence. I never understood what made him say that. I guess because he thought at the beginning it was worse than what he had observed it to be. Because I remember Judge Leonard Weber was trying to give Robert a bond. And when he kept asking Greenberg, are you going to put in another motion for your client because he's complaining about being over there at the MCC? And this is when COVID started getting bad. But Judge Donnelly had put the no bond on him, claiming he was a flight risk, and the prosecutors claimed he would be intimidation to the accusers. So with her holding the bond, even if Judge Leonard Weber was agreeing to give a bond, he was still been held from her. But I remember Judge Leonard Weber was agreeing to give him a bond. Also, Judge Leonard Weber stated that this was all about a loss of affection and attention, that it was no bodily harm. He didn't give Rashonda no money. He didn't give Nia no money. Pauline only got money because she showed some type of receipts that she was attending some type of therapy prior to Robert's trial. Rashonda and Nia, they both, and Pauline, all, in my opinion, was referred through the prosecutors to that that therapist who wrote up that restitution plan for victims, which she was, I think, $10,000. That's why on Rashonda's lawyer receipt, I believe he fronted that money as well. How all three of y'all run into the same doctor who writes up the same restitution plan if you claiming that these things happened with Robert in the 90s? You didn't seek no help after. Even if Rashonda want to claim she left Robert in 2011, you didn't see no doctors, no nothing pertaining to you claiming that you're so distraught and he messed you up and everything. You didn't see no doctors, no therapists from 2012 on. All of a sudden, you see this lady literally months before the trial start, and then you didn't even have enough common sense to show up to the sentencing and read your victim impact statement. Shows that she couldn't stand there in front of Robert and read those lies, and had her lawyer do it and still expected to get $14 million. And then Brittany, her cousin, blood cousin, remember, she never showed up to the trial. And Rashonda claimed her and Pauline were having all these threesomes with Robert. But Brittany was always of age. But they used Rashonda to bring in Pauline and Brittany, and to try to show that Robert was making her recruit these other females, and that her and Pauline was the minors. Again, Brittany never showed up. Luckily, Jennifer Bonjean brought it up. Like, wait a minute, y'all got to drop that from my client, because they were still going to keep Brittany on there. And don't give an explanation of why she didn't show up or nothing. Nia, she got a lawsuit for $500,000, all because Robert didn't. She contacted him after she seen him when she flew from Atlanta to Chicago, where she claimed he grabbed on her breasts and groped her vagina when she went to the studio with her of age cousin, who claimed, oh, I didn't really want her to go, but you took her to the studio. She's supposed to be 15. After that, she contacted Robert. He never contacted her back. How did she meet Susan Logan? And she from Atlanta? I have no clue. But she got $500,000. Who was the other one? The one he was found not guilty for, because she lied and said that she met Robert at the Expo event and claimed it was in 98 or 99. Luckily, when the prosecutors had their call-in list for the people that they were supposed to be calling in to testify, it was several people that they didn't bring in when they ended their putting on their case. Jennifer Bonjean was smart enough to say, well, let me grab their list and all the people that they didn't call in, I'ma still bring in. And the lady who was in charge of that event testified that the event took place in 2001, which would have made, what was her name? Y'all know what I'm talking about, the other accuser from Chicago. Can't think of her name either. The lady came in and said, no, the event was in 2001. So that would have made her damn near 1920. That means you didn't meet Robert at no 98, 99 at this show. She also claimed, remember, that she was an intern for Sony. There's no records of it. There was no receipts of it. The jury even asked for her plane ticket, travel receipts, none of that. But she had her so-called cousin testify, who claims that her cousin was around Robert and all these things was going on. But she got a $250,000 lawsuit in 2001. So a lot of these women got lawsuits in 2000, 2001, 2002. And you mean to tell me all the way 2021, 22, trial come up, and he's found not guilty for these people, but they were able to get these lawsuits? So I'm hoping that Robert's attorneys are also able to go back and sue these women, just like Lanita Carter. She got the most money. She got $750,000, and she came back and sued Robert for $500,000 more, then sued him for the hair braider song for $250,000. But there was never a court case for her. Never. And even when she went to the police that night that she claimed the incident at the hotel, at the studio, they claimed that she dropped her claim, which she claimed, oh, they kept saying to me, oh, we know you had sex with him, and how do we know you telling the truth? Oh, they were so hard on me. They wasn't supporting me. So she decides to go to Susan Logan and do it civilly. But again, nothing was ever proven in the court of law, and she got all of that money. So with Diddy, with the Cassie thing, I already knew when it came out that he did the settlement with the feds, they can break through the lawsuits and still use them against you criminally, because they claim you settled because you're trying to hide your criminal behavior or crimes you committed. So this is the reason you give the money. But you're supposed to be able to settle a lawsuit so it doesn't go, it can stop going through the media, and so you don't have to go through the embarrassment of the public, civil court. So y'all settle out. And they always say it doesn't mean that the defendant is guilty, right? And then they sign an NDA where the female can't speak on the disclosed amount, the man can't speak on the female, done deal, right? But when the feds come in, they can cut through that NDA, cut through this civil suit, which the woman agrees to drop everything because she agrees for the money. She could easily say, I don't want the money, I want to go criminally. So she got that 30 million, and they still used this situation of her lawsuit and the incident that was put out through the media, the video, in this indictment. So what did he give the money for? Because now he's going to have to pay these attorneys millions and millions of dollars for his defense. And part of his defense, they're going to be fighting her claims. Y'all heard the Attorney General say there was an incident where he attacked a victim in a hotel when she was trying to get away, and then he offered the hotel staff a stack of cash to keep it quiet. So what was the point of the 30 million? He still lost. And see, that's where these wealthy men is like, damn if you do, damn if you don't. If you settle the lawsuit, if your lawyers tell you to settle it, you're wrong. If you don't settle it and you fight, damn if you do, you'll lose, right? Then, if you go to trial and fight it, the victim's accusers' testimonies are direct evidence. So if they don't have physical evidence, grape kits and none of that, their testimonies are direct evidence. So it's up to the jury if the accuser story is good enough for them to believe, right? Then you might lose just because they're automatically painting the accuser as a victim. They're automatically basically saying you did these things, right? Lose situation. Then if you lose civilly, you might just be hearing a knock around the corner that they're coming criminally. So it's like, damn if they do, damn if they don't. If they settle the settlement, they looking at them like, oh, they settled it, so they guilty. Why would they settle it? Then, if they don't settle it, just the humiliation of the public before it even hits the court, they're done. So many sponsors disconnect themselves. So many business deals are off the table. They start losing so much just because of the allegations. So this is why a lot of attorneys are quick to tell them to settle to stop the public humiliation, because civil lawsuits are public. So the media tactic is to grab it up and to run it on their platforms so much that social media automatically puts them in the guilty light. You are guilty, public opinion. So damn near every jury that's going to be most likely in your case already biased. How you going to have a trial? Hey, you need. How you going to have a trial? So that's why I'm saying Robert case doesn't get overturned. This appeal doesn't. They can use Robert's case as a case law. And any other black wealthy man's racketeering RICO federal case. Oh, well, we also referenced RKELLY's case as a case law back in 21, 22, where RKELLY was convicted of RICO and racketeering, where nobody else was arrested, and they were still able to convict RKELLY on RICO for bringing multiple young women across state lines for the purposes of sex, and RKELLY was holding things over their head and promising them careers, and they can use the same case law. This is why I said I can't celebrate this. And imagine them using these case laws against the men that's in our communities that doesn't have the resources like a R. Kelly and a Diddy and a Jimmy Iovine. And what you think gonna happen to them? They gonna get roofed. They the ones that's gonna be taking the plea deals because they ain't even got one finger in the fight. They rocking with a public defender. So you know from the rip, the public defender come and look. You looking at about 60, 70 years. They said if you take this plea, they give you 10 years. That man that's not wealthy, don't have money for attorneys, they going to take a deal fast as heck. Because most likely if they go to trial, they're going to give them probably 100 years or more. So this is why I don't see why we're celebrating it. Our future black men, our sons, grandsons, nephews, little brothers that's might be successful later on, looking towards to being a baseball player, basketball, football, actor, musician, they are going to be targets. And they're also teaching the younger generation of women, these girls, that it is an occupation to be a victim. You can get compensated. And it's okay to be a female to say, hey, I'm a victim. To go on TV shows and to get fame off of claiming to be a victim. And I don't know if y'all know, but Kamala Harris, the one that running for president, she's all about that Me Too with Time's Up. All about it. All about it. And it's like if you claim you've been sexually assaulted or you've been raped, and this is not taken away from the women that really have been, because they move different. You can tell the difference. But the ones who use it for the fame and the TV time and to get on, do interviews and to get restitution money, they're making it harder for the women who really are and have been abused and don't get no type of, their voice isn't heard, no type of compensation. And a lot of their bruisers are still ripping and running. They the ones who they're not believing. But because any black man who future becomes famous or becomes a millionaire, he's already a target. Soon as he signs a multi-million-dollar deal, they're going to put it all over the media. The first day he get drafted, the first day he signed a deal. Now all the women are running the flop. They're going to be coming to his games. They're going to be coming to the concerts. And your son, your nephew, your grandson, going to be a man. So let's just say he deals with multiple people. He's become a man. And this one mad because they want to be the main one. Or this one mad because she seen them and at a game or something with another female. So what this Me Too and Time's Up movement is teaching them, oh, you could come out and say, oh, because he's powerful and got a lot of money, he been doing this to me, but I was scared to come out because he intimidated me. He said he was going to do something to my family because he's so powerful. I knew nobody wasn't going to listen to me because he's so rich. Huh? So that means every man that has money and that becomes famous and big basically is automatically a threat to any female when it comes to them claiming that they abused them. Everybody's going to believe it because they so powerful. But what about these women that hit men? Nobody's talking about that because nobody's going to believe that. Soon as you say, oh no, she hit me, you're gonna laugh at the man. Oh, come on, man. That female ain't hit you. So y'all teaching these women, as long as you come out here and say you're a victim, we got your back. We gonna support you. We don't care if you got evidence. You ain't got to show nothing. Long as you make these claims and you're willing to go in front of a camera and a freaking microphone, you gonna have lawyers flopping like a Gloria Allred, her daughter. I mean, now you got new ones. All of these, the one that's representing Little Rod and the other 4 accusers in Diddy case. Of course, Gloria Allred has a couple of accusers in the Diddy case. I mean, make it make sense. You even got attorneys that will work pro bono for these females just because they know this powerful, rich, wealthy man is either going to settle this lawsuit and we're going to humiliate him like hell in the media to where he's going to lose endorsements, lose sponsorships, lose businesses. So it's damn if they do, damn if they don't. So what are we teaching our future generation? Our black people are moving 10 steps backwards. This ain't no celebration that Diddy's indicted and in jail. Because now they about to come after every other black successful man in basketball, football, music, and how many of them and the labels fly out women for decades that attend their shows, attend their games. They all the way across the country. How they gonna get there? They got to fly out. So like I said, just say after the game, they hook up with one of these females, go out to eat, go back to the hotel, chill, and one thing lead to another, and they have sex. They're claiming that is a charge. That's a crime. Because the only purpose that they flew them out and that was the only purpose for sex. Let's just say the female pushes the sex and they just wind up having sex. But later she claims, oh, he flew me out. Yeah, he paid for the plane ticket. Yeah, this, that, and the third. And he abused me. So now he's getting charged because he flew her across state lines. They can prove that he paid for the plane ticket, the flyer out. Then she claims the label and all of them sent her, and the label sent her the plane reservations and the label. And look at the labels. They ain't getting wrapped up in this RICO stuff. The employees, they're using them to testify because they're threatening them. Hey, if you don't testify for us, you're going to get 50, 60 years. So these employees is testifying. But in R. Kelly's case, every employee said they never seen the man abuse nobody. They never seen a minor. Diana Copeland, she said once she heard about the case, she was confused because she never, ever had one plane ticket booked with a minor. Only minor was when Cheryl Mack with the Azriel. How did Azriel give her real birthday? That's a damn lie. Because the airlines would have said she needed a adult. How was she taking all of these flights? California, Connecticut, Vegas. How? They would have said she needed a guardian. Azriel gave her the birth date that she was 18. Stop it. This is why her mom said in the text message the night that Robert was performing, oh, act like you lost your ID. Or act like you sick, because I think that concert you got to be 18 and over. This is when she had finally flew out to California. Why would her mom say act like if she just gave Cheryl Mack her real birthday? Doesn't make sense. And now when they use this RICO racketeering, they can bypass the statute of limitations. So now you're going to have all of these women going back on these athletes, these entertainers, these musicians, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. They could go all the way back to 50 years if they want. If you 70 years old, you could come forward. As long as they're using the Racketeering Act. So let me show y'all before we read this. Gloria Allred, when they came on there with Pierre and Vlad, and when she admitted that she was representing some of Diddy accusers, and when she compared it to R. Kelly, that's when I knew that an indictment was coming.
There from Roger Bonds, who obviously knows Diddy very well. He was his head of security for 9 years. What did you make of it?
Well, I think it would be important testimony if, as, and when Mr. Combs is actually charged with any crimes. And I think he would be a powerful witness.
I mean, he gave evidence there of personally witnessing Diddy attacking Cassie, which we knew about this allegation, but also he revealed pretty alarming stuff that he witnessed of him attacking Kim Porter, who is no longer here. But that, I think, again, will shock people in the context of that video.
Well, let's put it this way. I do represent some victims or alleged victims of Mr. Combs, and what he testified to in terms of violence against women. It doesn't surprise me that he said it.
And Gloria, when you watch a video like that, as a lawyer who's been involved in many of those cases, it's a pretty open and shut case, isn't it? That this man is an abuser of women. I mean, it was so graphic, so shocking, so brazen, given it was taking place in a hotel corridor.
Well, it may go beyond that, Piers. The LA County District Attorney has said that this incident, which occurred in 2016, talking about the incident on the video, it's too late. It's statute of limitations. The time period set by law to criminally prosecute that in LA County, which is where it occurred, it's too late. However, we know that there are federal investigators, Homeland Security, that raided, based on a search warrant, both of his homes in Miami and in Los Angeles, and retrieved electronic material, among other material. For example, phones, laptops, other electronic equipment.
Let me get right into it, because as the days have gone by,
equipment. Those items may contain videos that your guest alluded to. We don't know. But the fact that there was at least probable cause to search both of his homes in a highly publicized raid leads me to believe that it's very possible that charges will be filed in the future by the Department of Justice against Mr. Combs. Now, what kind of charges would they be? Well, we know that from the R. Kelly case, Piers, that Homeland Security was also involved in that. And that involves sex trafficking. And also there are possible allegations of RICO, which is a federal act. That's the Racketeering Influence Corrupt Organizations Act. Was his business enterprise used in a way to facilitate crimes, whether it's drugs, whether it's sex trafficking, other crimes, we don't know. So there's also the Mann Act, which is transporting a woman from one state to another state for commercial sex purposes. You know, there's all kinds of possibility. Of course, it all depends on the facts that the government is able to prove, and in the prosecutor's estimation, prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So right now he's presumed innocent unless and until he is proven guilty in a court of law. And we'll see. One, is there going to be an indictment? Two, if there is an indictment, what are the charges? And we'll see what his defenses are.
Gloria, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I know you have to dash, so I appreciate you taking the time. Thank you very much. I want to bring in DJ.
Thank you, Piers.
Good to see you, Gloria. DJ Vlad, what was your feeling when you watched that video, first of all?
I mean, look, when I was on the show last time, you know, I had talked about an interview, well, a conversation I had with Roger Bonds, who I helped bring on the show today, where he talked about that basically there was abuse from both sides. But when I saw that video, I mean, it's just inexcusable. It showed a one-way attack. It showed a defenseless Cassie. It showed him chasing her, beating her, kicking her, throwing bottles at her. I mean, that's not something you could talk your way out of. It was just a horrific video.
And he'd obviously made all these sort of furious denials that he was guilty of any of the stuff that she had accused him of. And now when we see that video, it's quite clear that his denials in relation to anything to do with abusing her and committing violence against her were clearly complete nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, he put out the statement saying that all this was a money grab and a shakedown and so forth. And I'm sure some of these lawsuits probably are that, because there's usually a pile-on that happens. But in the Cassie case, it looks pretty accurate. And the whole thing about him buying the tape for $50,000 and talking about the actual incident was actually in the lawsuit. So the pieces are now fitting together.
Roger Bonds,
you know, a lot of people who doubted Cassie.
I'm sorry. Yes. Sorry.
Like a lot of people who doubted Cassie are now apologizing.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of high-profile people came out defending him, casting aspersions over the claims that she'd made. But I think I would imagine there's a lot of regret from people that did that and believed Diddy.
Well, yeah, I mean, because at the time there was the actual raids, but there was no indictments. I mean, there was no charges, I mean. So you don't really know. You know, lawsuits, just because someone files a lawsuit doesn't necessarily mean that any of that actually happened. So a lot of people were skeptical. And look, Puffy is an icon in this industry. He's been around for decades. He's helped break tons and tons of artists. He's done a lot of, you know, incredible things. But the video ultimately speaks for itself. The video is the video. And you saw him being the 100% aggressor. She was trying to get away from the situation, and he was just beating her over and over again. Yeah, so anyone who really defended Diddy up to this point, I don't think there's any defense at all.
And the video apology, as Roger Bonds rightly observed, contained no personal apology to Cassie for what he'd done.
Yeah, I mean, I listened to the apology again this morning. Look, I mean, in terms of apologies, when you put it out there, some people are going to accept it, some people are not going to accept it. You know, if you already don't like a person, you're going to find fault in the apology. An apology is an apology. He put it out there because he felt that it was the best thing to do at the time. But ultimately, when it comes to his future and when it comes to his actual criminal charges, if there are any, apologies really don't matter at this point.
Roger Bonds was also pretty shocking, really, in the way he revealed information about watching Diddy attacking Kim Porter, obviously his former partner, the mother of his 3 children, which certainly creates a sense of a pattern of behavior. And that is just what he witnessed, which is many years ago.
Yeah. I mean, I've interviewed people like Michael Jai White, who had hung out with Kim Porter before, and he would tell me about the arguments that Diddy would have. I think Diddy was in a situation where he wanted to keep people like Kim Porter around, but, you know, he was living a life outside of their relationship. So there was a lot of conflict there, and there was, you know, he never saw any violence, but he definitely heard arguments over the phone and so forth. So it's just an ugly situation all around, and it's just sad.
Can you survive
I've
it?
met Cassie before. Seemed like a very nice girl. I mean, this is the argument that people are having right now. When you look at the Chris Brown situation, I mean, it's very similar. There's no video, but there is a very bad picture of Rihanna with her face, you know, bruised up and her eyes closed. And look, Chris Brown is still a megastar right now. I mean, like I said, there's no video, but Chris Brown's career definitely took a hit, but it continued to flourish after the fact. R. Kelly, there was the tape with the underage girl, which ultimately in the new trial, you found out that the girl really was underage. R. Kelly continued to thrive as a singer, you know, had some of his biggest hits after that tape came out. People have a short memory. So it's really hard to say. It's really up to him and what he does at this point forward, whether he continues to put out projects or not. It's really very hard to say. Everyone's going to say that he's canceled and so forth, but my take is that unless you are put in jail or you're dead, you're not really canceled.
Right. 50 Cent has been very scathing about him. They've had a long-going feud, obviously. What do you make of that?
Yeah. 50 Cent's never really liked, 50 Cent never really liked Diddy. I interviewed Tony Yayo, who's part of G Unit, his right-hand man. And even when 50 was going for a record label, for a record deal, he said, listen, I don't like this guy, but let's just go ahead and meet with him and see what he says. So there's always been kind of a dislike from 50 against Diddy. So this is just kind of par for the course for 50.
There's another feud that's been getting everyone going, the Drake and Kendrick Lamar feud. For those who've not been following this too closely, can you summarize what it's really about and who's winning?
Well, the feud is pretty much over. I mean, there's really been kind of a long-standing competition between the two of them. They did a couple of songs together very early in their careers, but overall, there's been kind of what we call sneak dissing back and forth. I remember when I interviewed Marcellus Wiley, Drake came on his show and really dissed Kendrick really badly, and then had them pull the footage after the fact, and he threatened to actually not host the ESPYs if they didn't pull it. So there was some subliminal shots for years and years and years, but then when the song with Metro Boomin, Future and Kendrick came out like that, that's when Kendrick really kind of fired off at Drake. And basically there was a back and forth that kept going, but for all intents and purposes, when you talk to 99% of the people, they all say that Kendrick won. I think Not Like Us, when that record dropped, I pretty much put the nail in the coffin. Drake came out with The Heart Part 6, which was somewhat of a, I don't know, trying to justify certain things, but at this point, I think the battle's over. And I think that once Drake's bodyguard got shot in front of his house, when you actually see real violence and it's really at his doorstep, that's when I think Drake really kind of looked at the whole situation and said, nah, I think I'm done.
Before I let you go, there was a New York Times bestseller, Morgan Jenkins, who took grave exception to your commentary on this, tweeting, "You are white. This is a black folk affair." Struck me as a rather racist comment, actually, DJ Vlad. What was your response?
Well, I put a comment that said that Kendrick Lamar, the mix on his song, Not Like Us, took away from the impact of it. Me being a DJ for 20 plus years and also listening to audio and video every single day, I felt that I was qualified to make that statement. Her response was that you are white, this is a black folk affair. I took offense to it, I don't agree with that comment. But then during the back and forth, I started to tag Princeton because she was a Princeton professor. And I felt I was actually wrong for that, and I publicly apologized. It was a back and forth. It was on Twitter. It should have just stayed on Twitter. So like I said, I apologized for essentially tagging her job and so forth, which I was wrong for. I was wrong for that.
I mean, it's very magnanimous of you, given what she'd said. But I mean, her general principle that white people shouldn't be allowed to voice opinions about beef in the hip hop world seems a bit ridiculous to me.
Like I said, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with her response. And I still stand on that. But, at the end of the day, my response was also inappropriate. So I apologize for that.
You're a bigger man than me, DJ.
But my take is that.
So I played that because I wanted y'all to see how Gloria Allred was already setting the stage by bringing up R. Kelly. This was after Diddy houses were being raided, and how y'all heard her specifically say, "Oh well, is way past the statute of limitations for the lawsuits in LA and but since Homeland Security raided his properties, she referred to R. Kelly's case, stating, I'm pretty sure if the civil lawsuits doesn't work, there's something called the RICO and the Racketeering Act and the Mann Act that's able to bypass the statute of limitations, and the feds can come in and charge Diddy. And when they pulled Robert's federal prosecutor from his New York case out, and when she came out and spoke, telling the Southern District what they needed to use and how to go about it to charge Diddy, I knew then the Southern District federal prosecutors was going to come after him. Because if y'all didn't know, R. Kelly's federal prosecutor from his New York case, she's now a defense attorney. So when she came out, she spoke what Diddy's attorney should be doing to defend him and what the federal prosecutors would do to charge him. And everything that she stated that Diddy's defense attorneys should do to fight against that there isn't a RICO, that there isn't a criminal enterprise, is everything that Robert's attorneys been screaming and arguing since day one. But now, because she's a defense attorney, now she's speaking on what they should do to defend a client that's being accused of the Mann Act and the RICO and Racketeering Acts. But I knew when Gloria Alvarez said that in that interview, oh, but the feds are able to come and charge him long as they use something called a RICO, a Racketeering Act. And then if you're bringing them across state lines, that's the Mann Act. So I knew then, yep, after Homeland Security, because remember, they never really came out and said what they got out of his house. It was rumors stating that they found some tapes or whatever, but I didn't know they found all of these freak-offs, all of these images. Like, I wouldn't have never thought that Diddy would have had decades worth of this stuff still in his house. That's why, in my opinion, I believe this must be some new videos, what Little Rod was stating in his lawsuit. Because Little Rod was saying too much stuff to only have been around that man for 12 months. Oh, it's weapons in the house, and the assistant, they keep the drugs in they pouches, and every time it's a freak off, they provide the drugs, and they go get the sex worker, everything that attorney general said this morning. It seems like they went off everything in the lawsuits. And they said that when they searched his homes, they found the lubricant gel and I guess all the materials that they claimed the assistants and stuff would get to set up for the freak-offs. He said they found thousands of boxes of this stuff. And when Little Rod spoke about him having all of these weapons, and for them to say they found all these AR-15s with the machines and 59 rounds with the serial numbers scratched off, which I don't get. Why did Diddy have ghost guns? I don't understand that. The man definitely could have always had security, but maybe he didn't trust them, but he still could have purchased legal guns. I don't understand why he had a ghost machine guns in his house. That doesn't make sense to me. He's not a criminal. He don't have no criminal background. He could have easily purchased legal guns and had a legal argument of why he had them in his house. Because just like Jeezy's ex-wife tried to put him out there showing pictures that he had all them guns under the bed and how he was walking around the house with the shotgun, and he put out on his latest song, yeah, I'm still a nigga. Yeah, I got guns in my house to protect my home. So that was been an easy argument for Diddy. He's a billionaire. Even though he got people that love him, he got a lot of haters. So to protect his kids and his money and his home, easily could have purchased legal weapons. I don't understand why he had ghost guns in his house. And in Little Rod's lawsuit, he stated that he seen some guys come there in all black and delivered guns to Diddy. They the ones that bring him the guns. So I guess they're looking at these AR-15s with the serial number scratched off, that these are the guns that Little Rod claimed was in his home and that was delivered. But like I said, I don't understand why he just didn't purchase legal guns, because when you got ghost guns and the serial numbers are scratched off, federally, that can get you 5 to 10 automatically. And then they can go and count the magazine and for them to say it was 59 rounds. I mean, you can get a lot of time for ghost guns. I don't understand why he had that in there. That's really, I don't even know if he might claim that it wasn't his, even though it was in his house. Look how many people be living in his house. Because I just don't understand, why would he have a ghost gun? I don't understand that. A billionaire? I don't understand that. In his house. Like, you can legally buy a rifle and have it in your house. No, you can't saw it off and all of that. Like, people do all that and putting clips on it. No, but you can legally go to Walmart and buy a goddamn rifle and have it inside your home for safety. So why did he have a AR-15 with the serial number scratched off? I don't understand that. But it aligns with Little Rod's lawsuit. All the drugs that Little Rod said that they had, all of that stuff, I think, is recent. Now, if they say the videos that they got and all the tapes and stuff is from the 90s or early 2000s, I'll be shocked. I think all them freak offs and tapes they found, watch, I bet you that stuff is like 2023, 2022. I don't think that's nothing from back in the day. And that's why Little Rod was able to point out what was, this was there, that was this. Because remember, Little Rod was there to produce music, but he also was there also to video camera every day. All they whereabouts, every thing they were doing, all in the studio, when they was on the boat, Little Rod, that's how he was able to have all that footage. And when Diddy didn't give him his money, he claimed that he owned the footage. So that's why he was able to show all them pictures in the lawsuit and photo still shots of the videos that he had with the actor, the one who he tried to say the actor was trying to the guy was trying to grope his penis and everything. But that's why Little Rod was able to have all that footage, because he also was videographing everything as well. And when Diddy didn't give him the rest of his money for producing that album, he kept all the video and the footage. And that's why I said, if he would have gave Little Rod the rest of the money he was looking for, this $1 million home he claimed Diddy said he was going to give him, and that Diddy claimed to give him a Grammy, which, how is Diddy going to give you a Grammy? That album still won a Grammy. But you wasn't going to get a Grammy individually. If he would have got everything that he claimed Diddy was supposed to give him, it wouldn't have been no lawsuit. And they claimed that Little Rod participated in some of these freak offs. And in the pictures in the lawsuit, he just got him laying in the bed, I guess sleep, and it looked like there's a woman on one side and a woman on the other side. Who took the picture? Just like when he was with the actor guy, all smiling, sitting down. Who took the picture? Who took the video? So somebody else was in there working with Little Rod too. And I think it's the female who's claiming that Diddy's son, Christian, drugged her. If y'all remember the text messages that leaked where she was saying she didn't want to drink and he told her, oh, you got to and all that. She was like, I don't want to. That's the one that's suing the son. She's the one that Little Rod claims he would be a witness in her case because he was on the yacht that day that the incident she's claiming occurred. Yeah, Diddy's attorneys already came out and spoke, and they saying it's a witch hunt. Yeah, Gloria Allred been suing and going after wealthy men since since Mike Tyson before that. That's why I think a lot of people forget Mike Tyson she went after. And Michael Jackson's old attorney was Mike Tyson's attorney. Like this goes way back. Gloria Allred and Michael Avenatti, they are media fanatics. They've been like clicked with the media since day one. The media loves them. But Gloria Allred, Michael Avenatti, they've been suing in civil lawsuits for decades. I don't know if y'all ever seen a documentary of Gloria Allred on Netflix. You need to watch it. It shows her whole career, how she started. She was one of the first people with the biggest lawsuit when she sued when they had the bathrooms, the ladies' toilet and the men's toilet in the same bathroom. She was one of the first people that sued with that, and she sued that big department store when they had. She claimed that they need to have the boy toys and the girl toys in the same store when they only had the separate toys. She sued for that. They was one of the two biggest lawsuits in the beginning of her career. But she was in the media when she was younger, doing a lot of interviews and stuff over politics and also like the media loves her, loves Michael Avenatti. Michael Avenatti, another one. When he blew up and he sued that company, when he was representing that company, and they got what $750 million. That was one of his biggest cases. After that, he blew up. He was in the media 24/7. But you gotta watch that Gloria Allred documentary on Netflix because it will show you from the beginning. And her daughter, Lisa Bloom, the one who represented a lot of Epstein accusers. If you look back at her career, she represented a lot of females from a lot of wealthy men cases. If I'm not mistaken, I think that Lisa Bloom also represented the lady who sued Kobe. But yeah, it's a lot of them out here now. Lawyers that's like Gloria Allred. It's a lot of them. And that's the sad part. You even got the black men, like the one that's representing Little Rod. And a judge came out and spoke on that attorney and said that all he does is write up these civil lawsuits on these wealthy celebrities to get them to settle out, but don't go to court. And that was because UMG, remember Little Rod came out and said UMG was a part of the freak offs with Diddy and setting the freak offs, and they made Little Rod's attorney either take your claims back, or they said we're going to sanction them, and they're going to start going after Little Rod's attorney civilly and Little Rod. So all of a sudden, Little Rod's attorney dropped the claims against UMG, who, is over Diddy. And it's funny, they dropped all the claims against them, but they didn't drop none of the claims against Diddy or Diddy's assistant. the one who Little Rod claims was the one providing all of the drugs. And remember the drug mule, the white ex-basketball player who Little Rod claims is the one that was providing all the guns and drugs. Remember, he had got arrested when they found Diddy and them at the plane after they raided his homes. We don't know. He might be working as a witness with the feds. See, right now, we're going to see all the workers, because they claiming all the high supervisors provided the items for the freak-offs and they booked the plane tickets. So best to believe they up there threatening them that if they don't testify, that they going to give them, they'll be being charged with being a part of a criminal enterprise. So best to believe we about to see a lot of them going to be testifying for this trial against Diddy, because they're not going to risk them being charged federally in a criminal enterprise. So they're going to testify against them. So they're going to have to testify that they provided the items, he gave them the money, he told them to get it, who booked the hotels, who was the assistant that booked it, that Diddy paid, all of that. And I don't think Diddy's taking no plea. I think Diddy will take this to trial. But what I want to see is they're going to give Diddy a bail, because the Attorney General said Diddy will be in court later today. I want to see if they're going to try to use the same, because he was saying something about the pretrial detention. I want to see if they're going to say what they did with Robert. Oh, he's a flight risk, and if they're going to use them guns as an excuse to say there's victims that's scared, intimidated, and they claiming that he blew up somebody in arson. So they're probably going to use that to say he has his own plane. He needs to give up his passport. Now, Diddy got a lot of money, so like I said, money talk, bull walk. And I'm pretty sure when Diddy knew when they raided his house, I'm pretty sure he started putting affairs in order, because he started selling stuff and selling shares of Revolt and all of that. I'm pretty sure that he got some money aside, definitely for defense. And I want to see if his defense is going to be able to get him home monitoring, house arrest, or they just take his passport. He just got to turn his passport in and he can't leave the country. But if not, I want to see if a judge in New York is going to say no bond. I want to see. Because we all have a right to a bond. And like I said, even if they give you a bond for millions of dollars, you're supposed to be looked at as innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. So when they denied Robert's bond and said he was a flight risk and he would try to go after victims and silence them, how are you denying him because of them saying this when you're supposed to be looking at him as innocent? That's the part I don't get. How are you denying him a bond because of prosecutors saying, oh no, he's going to intimidate the witnesses and he's going to scare them away? And if your claims is supposed to be alleged until proven guilty in a court of law, how are you going to stop a person from getting a bond that's supposed to be looked at as innocent until they prove this in the court of law? So when you take away a person getting a bond, you're basically saying you believe the allegations. Other than that, they should be able to fight their case from the outside. And they never, ever gave Robert Sylvester Kelly a bond with no criminal history. When they searched Robert things, they didn't find no guns, no ammunition, no machine, none of that. So I want to see with Diddy if they're going to give him a bond. And like I said, money talk, bull walk. Diddy has money. And if your lawyers know a judge, that know a senate, that know this one or that one, like Luke said a while ago, when it comes around time for campaigns and all of that, and when people go putting money in these campaigns for these judges, these representatives, legislators, the senates, the governors. So when things come up like this criminally, and you need a judge to sign off on this, or you need a governor to go whisper in this one ear that he play golf with, or this one that he eats lunch with, this is how they get bonds and bells and judges signing off. And I think Diddy might just luck up and get a bond. And his pretrial detention, I think they're gonna say he got to turn in his passport and he can't fly his plane nowhere out the country. Because remember, he's still a businessman. He still owns multiple businesses, has employees, still has to maintain his bills and pay for his I think his daughters, the ones that just graduated to turn 18, I think they still live with him. He still has younger children. So he still has to provide for these individuals because they still actually live with him. So this is another reason why I think that he might do get the bond. Because again, he owns several businesses and he has multiple dependents that live with him. So if his bills are not paid in his home, multiple individuals can be homeless. See, with R. Kelly, he was living in a trunk. He didn't have his mansions no more. The homes he was renting in Atlanta and in Florida, he was only claiming he was living with his girlfriends, not his kids or grandkids, or he still was under a label, Sony. He did have RSK Enterprise, but Linda Mitch was unalived. He still had a few employees at the time, but not that many. So he still needed to provide for multiple people, but not as big as Diddy. Diddy got multiple businesses. Yeah, I think the twins live with him. I think Christian still lives with, no. Matter of fact, I think I just seen Christian and his girlfriend just bought their first home. So it might just be the girls, or they might have even went off to college. I'm not sure because they just graduated this past summer. But I know he got the youngest daughter, Love, was she 2 or 3? And I think it's one that's either 18 like the twins or about to be 18. And then he got that adopted daughter. And then he got the godchildren. So I don't know if they living with him, but I'm pretty sure he's going to claim that they live there. But I think the other son, was it Christian and what's the other son? Justin. But I think Christian and his girlfriend just got their own home. But I think Justin might still live with him. So yeah, if he got multiple children living in his house, dependents, they can definitely, his lawyers could claim, if he's not out able to make money and all that, they'll be homeless. Who's going to pay the bills? And like I said, he got multiple businesses with multiple employees. Let me see what I can put.
Difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life, sometimes you got to do that. I was fucked up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it, I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy, and go into rehab. Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry. It's so difficult.
Who I am now, so.
What do you think they're doing this for? You were talking to the elevator. What do you think they're doing it for? Why they're doing this to you?
Because, I mean, the way this country is successful is if we have one set of rules and everybody follows them. If anybody gets outside of that set of rules and they're in a public view like I am, you know, it's like detrimental to everybody following the rules if I'm representing like to what they think is that I represent lawlessness and the outlaw mentality, and I represent that thug mentality from the street. So they feel like if they can punish me, then it'll punish people who are not as brave as I am, who don't speak out against things like me, who not scared to walk through the streets with no bodyguards. See, they need to put me in jail. These other guys, they don't have to put in jail because they can arrest them on smaller things. They can't arrest me on those small things. They got to frame me. They got to do things like this. They got to have, 30 charges and none of them have to do with me. You know what I'm saying? How can you, if you really, while all these cameras are here, everybody goes something to grow on. How am I going to forcibly do anything to a girl after she did it to me consensually? And that's not something I'm making up. That's what they said. They said that. The girl came to court and said she did this, she did that, she called my hotel, it was good. She said that, not me. Now, why am I going to force her? I mean, this is common sense. But no matter what happens, innocent or guilty, my life is ruined. Because when they say, whatever they say in this verdict, y'all are not going to make it front page news. It won't be big enough, no matter what. All that you want to hear is that he's guilty, he's in jail, the reign of terror is over, the outlaw is gone. That's what they want to do. So I'm starting to think I don't know which story to read. I don't know if this is, about, black and white and loud and quiet, or is it about me and this girl? Because if it's about me and this girl, come on, we shouldn't even be here.
Coming down the elevator, you complain.
Something like that up, though.
Why would she make something like that up? Because hell have no fury like a woman scorned. You know what I'm saying? I'm guilty of a lot of things. I'm guilty probably of being a male chauvinist pig. I'm guilty of probably not caring as much as I should. I'm guilty of not spending enough time with people like I should. But I'm not guilty of rape. Just because I don't want to be with that girl don't mean that she has the right to say that I did all of these things that I didn't do. You know what I'm saying? Just because, of course I can't spend my life with all the girls that I spend time with. But I'm not married. You know what I'm saying? That's not a crime for me to be promiscuous. It's not a crime for me to be with any girl I want to be with. It's a crime for that girl to turn that into a rape charge.
What about the circumstances here? Yeah, do you think the circumstances here that is what one discussed? She wasn't prepared, she says, for what happened to her, and it wasn't supposed to happen.
Okay, so she wasn't prepared for what happened to her. Where are those people that did this? They were all in the same hotel as me. They were all right in the same room with me. Why am I the only one in court right now? Why is the cameras all on me? And in the report and all these charges, I didn't do nothing. I'm charged with being in concert with some guys. Well, where they at? Why me? Because I'm no, I'm not angry at them. I'm angry at the system. I don't want nobody else to go to jail. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want to go to jail for something I didn't do. You know what I'm saying? I just don't want to be the scapegoat. Only way I've been practicing my whole life to live my life is to be responsible for what I do. I don't know how to be responsible for what every black male did. I don't know. Yes, I am going to say that I'm a thug. That's because I came from the gutter and I'm still here. I'm not saying I'm a thug because I want to rob you and rape people and things. I'm a businessman. I mean, you know I'm a businessman because you find me at my places of business. You don't find me up in you know what I'm saying? I don't understand this. I don't understand
what do you think about the jury? You talked about the jury. You talked about the jury. They look at this trial and they say, you know, here's a rap star, here's an actor. What kind of sex is he engaged in? This isn't safe sex. What do you say to that?
But it is safe sex because in the trial, in the transcripts, if y'all dig deep and be reporters, you'll find out I wore a condom. It was her who sodomized me. It wasn't me who went down in the dance club and ate her out. It was her in the dance club who had oral sex with me. She should be charged, not me. They're making like I'm some big gruesome animal, a sex animal, which is a...
Your charge involves a so-called gangbang in the hotel.
No, it doesn't. It does not. But if you listen right in there, none of these charges of this gangbang, none of this gangbang stuff came out in the trial. She says people was rubbing her ass, grabbing her ass. Where are these people? Where are these people? No, she said it's an attempted sodomy. What is an attempted sodomy? If there was sodomy, if there was sodomy, okay, if there was sodomy, why when she went to the doctor wasn't there any forceful entry? Why wasn't her anal? Why wasn't anything? Why didn't they find any of my sperm on the thing? If she's why wasn't any of my sperm?
Because wearing a condom in some states means oral sex. It's one of the states means oral sex.
Why didn't they find the condom?
You just said.
Why did they find it? On the night we had consensual sex. Before that. Come on, follow me. Follow me.
Let me ask you this about the guns. What do you think? Are you sure? What about the guns? That's the other thing.
No, it's not has nothing. It's not my liking for guns. What about the NRA? We all have a right to bear arms. I have that. I have that same right as you do. Just because I'm black doesn't mean I shouldn't have a gun. I have a legally own guns. I legally own guns. Why would I come to New York and be unlawfully owning 2 guns? Who has 2 guns? Who carries 2 illegal guns? And mind you, a week before I went to jail with the police. Come on.
What about the jury? You talked in the elevator about the jury and the composition of it. You didn't think they understood you. Tell me about that.
I hope they do, Bob. It's hard for me to believe that a jury full of older, more middle-class women are going to understand where I'm coming from, because y'all barely understand where I'm coming from, and y'all cover murders and shit every day, and y'all treat me like I'm New York's most notorious criminal, and y'all know it's people throwing babies out of windows and putting them in the incinerator. All I do is make raps. All I do is rap and talk loud. My biggest is talking loud. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't have nothing else besides that.
Right. Thank you.
As they're getting off the train, as the sheriff's folks are there, the white guys get off, the black guys get off, and then 2 white women get off. And the townsfolk are looking around going, oh. And the white women, because you've got black guys and white women in Alabama in the early 1930s, I believe 1932. It's like, whoa. And the women, Victoria Price and Ruby Bates, yell rape and say that these 9 black teenagers raped them. The town immediately took the 9 kids, hauled them in jail. There was a 1-day trial for these 9 kids that ranged from the age of like 12 or 13 to 17, known as the Scottsboro boys. In this trial, Victoria Price described a horrific rape. Well, the problem was that the doctor who had examined these women said, there's no evidence of rape here. But that didn't stop the jury. The doctor now didn't testify that there was no evidence of rape, but it was very clear that he knew there was no evidence of rape, and he had told folks there was no evidence of rape. These 9 black teenagers were convicted, and rape was an executable offense in the 1930s. And so in a one-day trial, 8 of them were sentenced to die in the electric chair. The youngest was sentenced to life imprisonment in an Alabama prison. Now, there are multiple problems with that story. One, Ruby Bates, one of the women who had yelled rape, recanted, said it didn't happen. Now, let me tell you what really happened here. We're prostitutes. And the Mann Act, the Federal Mann Act, says that we were afraid of getting, because you can't cross state lines for immoral purposes. And since we crossed over out of Tennessee and Alabama, we were afraid that we might get brought up on federal charges. So we were just trying to protect ourselves. And so we just said, rape. Another part of the problem was that first the Communist Party's legal wing hopped in there and took this case up to the Supreme Court to try to protect the Scottsboro boys. Then the NAACP hopped in it. But a major Supreme Court decision was the Powell v. Alabama decision that came after this. Because think about this. You're on trial for your very life for a crime that never happened. Your court-appointed attorneys, one is the town drunk. I believe at the time he may have had a blood alcohol level of 0.2. I mean, lit. The other attorney in a capital case is probably in about the 4th stages of senility. So one of your attorneys is senile, looking for butterflies, and the other one is drunk, seeing butterflies. Now, the Supreme Court, even the Supreme Court in the 1930s went, really? No, come on. Come on. This is just too much even for us. And they remanded the case. They kicked the case back down. You got to try these fellas again. Well, what happens now that they've got a real legal team is that they began to construct the train and found out that many of the Scottsboro boys weren't even in the same car as the women. So how can a rape happen if the guys aren't in that car? They were convicted once again. Case goes back up to the Supreme Court. By the time there were so many egregious constitutional errors in this case that by the time the Scottsboro case is done, and eventually they start getting let out one by one by one by one, it took first 18 years for the last one. Imagine being in prison, in an Alabama prison. You are 17. You get out when you're 35 for a crime that never happened, a crime where one of the women has recanted, a crime where the evidence demonstrates that you couldn't have done this thing. This would be called an egregious wrong. You also had several who had escaped. Imagine trying to escape from an Alabama chain gang, but they managed to get out. Michigan refused. Alabama tracked one down up into Michigan. Michigan refused, and think about this, a state refusing to extradite a convicted felon back to Alabama because Michigan looked up and said, this is wrong. This is just wrong. The last one was pardoned by Governor George Wallace sometime, I believe, in the 1980s. So imagine again, basically living in the shadows for almost 40, 50 years because of something that never happened, the charge of rape. I mean, Scottsboro speaks to so much in the criminal justice system. But what you also get in this is a series of Supreme Court decisions dealing with the right to competent counsel. Thank God. And the right to have a jury that is really truly a jury of your peers. Now, that is some amazing jurisprudence that is coming out of this case of horrific, egregious, unjust, justifiable. I have no more words for what happened at Scottsboro, but an egregious wrong that in my eyes, has never been righted.
Dr. Sarah Wecht is a renowned.
So if y'all never heard of the Scotch boys, I played that so people can see that how long this has been going on. And one of these charges was back then the Caucasian girls, because they travel outside of state lines, they didn't want to get in trouble, so instead they said that the boys raped them. And these boys were 16 and 17 years old in Alabama. And we know back then it was very racist. And like she said, one of their lawyers were drunk, the other one was senile, and sentenced these boys to life. Some of them wound up escaping. Some of them didn't get out till they was over 30-something years old. And then one of the females recanted her statement. And then they found out decades later that the boys wasn't even on the same cart as these white girls. But they were able to blame these boys for rape, and they just charged them. No rape kit, no evidence, nothing. Nothing. So you mean to tell me you get out 35, 40 years old, you done lost all your teenage years, all your 20s. You've been incarcerated all of these years, then put back out in society. You a convicted felon, you can't get a job. How you supposed to take care of yourself? Then more than likely you got mental issues, probably emotional issues, being confined in a cell all of them years like a caged animal. Then you just put back out here in society. And nobody sees that it's a cycle that they automatically going to assume that you're going to commit another crime and wind up going back to jail. Just like when they give these young guys these plea deals and probation for 10 years, 15 years, but they can't get a job. They put them right back in the same communities. How they supposed to take care of themselves? Some of their moms and dads on welfare, or dad is in jail, or dad can't be around the home because the mom getting Section 8 and welfare. So they split the dads out. They take the dads out the home. They put these guys right back in the same neighborhood with the gang banging and the crime, and then they violate the probation, back in jail. It's a bigger picture here. So when these black men get wealthy, it's damn if you do, damn if you don't. To me, the only outcome is either they gonna say you died because of drugs, some mysterious reason you had a heart attack, unalived, and when you try to go get your catalog or your masters, and oh, you signed your contracts wrong and you gave all your masters away to the label. Who do we see after 50 literally retiring, going to go live on top of a hill somewhere with their family and watching their grandkids? No. Look how Frankie Beverly was still touring as just April, May. And he hid his cancer because he wanted to perform. Remember how Michael Jackson said that he would start taking the medicine and stuff to stay up because he was in so much pain, traveling, doing all of those shows, day in, day out, still trying to be a father, still trying to be a family man. But they telling him, oh, we ain't going to give you your money unless you do this tour. Or we ain't going to give you this unless you do this. And then they got people trying to sue him claiming they did this to him and do that, so now you got to pay millions of dollars for a defense. Where is they winning at? The same ones that grow up in the hood, trying to get out the hood, become successful. It seems like it's only two ways out. Either you die from this unexpected death, or now they're hitting you with a RICO or racketeering charge for sex crimes.
Is there room to say, look, Bill Cosby can come home because the prosecutor was wrong, but Bill Cosby also has to be accountable for what he represents and for acts of and for predator-like behavior?
What about these women being accountable for their own behavior? They were groupies. Well, you know, sex, drugs, rock and roll, sex, drugs, rap, sex, drugs, baseball, football, basketball, movies, television. See.
Yeah, but right now I'm talking about Bill Cosby. I'm saying
we forgot what that term meant. Sex, drugs, rock and roll. The bimbos come to the party, they hang out, they get drunk, they snort lines of blow, and they have a good time. They use the hall closets to give head, the bathrooms to get down, and you go in to get your coat off of the bed, and they're laying on top of it doing somebody. See, that's what that's about. So,
yeah, but Judge, it has to be consensual,
25,
though.
30, 40, 50 years after something was in big time style. When this stuff started out, the sexual revolution was going on. And a lot of women got into it deeply.
Okay, but so there's two things you raised. But first, let's talk about Bill Cosby. We can talk about the women, but let's talk about Bill Cosby. Let's talk about Bill Cosby for a second, because that's the person we're talking about. My question was, is there room to what did he do? Well, according to the deposition, he gave women pills, and in one deposition, he specifically said he didn't know whether.
Force it down their throat,
no, let me finish.
He didn't take advantage of them. Look at that interview Whoopi Goldberg did with that model Johnson. Whoopi got all on. Said, wait a minute, you're trying to tell me that
hold on, Judge, let me ask the question.
He found out you were high, he called a cab, took the elevator down with you, put you in the cab, paid your fare, tipped the man, and sent you home because you were high? So what did he do?
So in one deposition, so Judge, in one deposition specifically, when he was asked the question, was he sure that the woman was sober enough to consent? He said, I don't know. But there's a bigger question here: is if someone willingly takes pills and becomes high and drunk, can they legally consent?
Sometimes you can. Used to be you could. They had a change in there back 25 years ago when they were saying, no, you can't. But before that, basically, you could. That's why they told you,
but we're talking about the
sober.
law. So then, Judge, again, since you're saying we should appeal to the law, if the law says that you can't be
intoxication, where you did something to them they didn't consent to. See, that's when that law started changing from you got yourself drunk, you're responsible to know the bartender's responsible because he lets you get drunk. That's when that change started coming
Bill
about.
Cosby's admitting, Bill Cosby's admitting to giving women alcohol and pills for the purpose of having sex, and if by the law you can't consent if you're drunk or high.
You go out to dinner or you have a party or something. So
yeah,
does
but that's not the same. That's irrelevant, Judge.
Because they do something they would have done anyway. A whole lot of them I knew back in the years would take
sexual
drugs,
assault, Judge.
particularly Quaaludes. They did that a lot. I had a lot of female clients I had to get out of messes because they had a fondness for Quaaludes. It's not cool,
yeah, but it's okay to take.
Don't you bear any responsibility for this, especially if you keep going back?
So, Judge, let me. I want to lay this out plainly, just so, and I'll give you a chance to respond. I'll even give you the last word. If you give someone drugs and alcohol, even if they want to take the drugs and alcohol, if they get to a point where they are inebriated, where they are high or drunk, you cannot have sex with them. It is not sex, it becomes rape. And even by
That's
the legal
only the
standard that you're
law
saying
in
we should
certain
appeal
states.
to,
That's only the law in certain states. It's not for every state. And it goes into
you're
this
saying it's
same
rape in some states.
philosophy. It goes
Right, but
into
let
this
me
same
finish and then I'll give
thing.
you the
I
last
didn't
word.
know I was going to get that drunk, so it ain't my fault I got a DUI and killed somebody. How you think that's going to float?
Right, but the difference is the
Plus,
drunk
you
person has a
have people
responsibility to
on
not.
the East Coast who want a
The
new
drunk person has a
category of
responsibility
felony
not
rape.
to get into the
It's
car,
called rape
but
by
the drunk
seduction.
person does not have a
In other words, you
responsibility
take a
not to
woman
give
out,
the responsibility.
and you decide to
If
have
we're
a
talking
good
about
meal, linen,
if we're
candlelight,
talking about
wine,
responsibility,
dine. You go for a walk in the park, my place or yours. Get over there, kissy, kissy, poo, seduction, clothes come off. Everybody has a good time. This crowd wants that to be called
everybody
felony
isn't having a
rape
good
by
time. One person's
seduction.
being assaulted. Right, but what I'm saying, Judge, is, and I got to run.
See, that's the point. He never admitted to what he did was accused of, which is
how many people in your courtroom admitted to what they did
all
that
he
were
did
guilty?
was they asked
You say
for it, I supplied it. They wanted it.
Okay, this
That's
is
like
just
put some
flat out rape at
candles
this
on and
point.
some incense when we do it. Let's go out and have
No,
a fine meal. Some Pinot Noir,
giving some this
Cabernet
is
Sauvignon
giving
to
somebody
go with the prime rib and the lobster. And then we, after we leave the 5-star restaurant, we got a nice walk in the park.
This honestly is, with all due respect, is the most disturbing interview I've ever had in my life.
No, but see, you
that
are into this thing where everybody's got to be protected. This society does not work when the society's obligation is to protect somebody from being stupid. You protect somebody's
it's to protect
rights
somebody from being
to
raped, but we got to
exercise
go,
their
Judge Joe Brown.
discretion
We can have a
appropriately,
conversation, but
you
I
can't
got to run
protect
commercial
them
break.
from
I'm
themselves.
way past commercial
Just
break.
like you can't protect somebody from liability for killing someone in a fatal DUI because the bartender didn't stop
I got you,
serving them
Judge.
when they kept asking.
Unfortunately, I got to run. We're way past commercial break. I know you understand that. Thank you.
Had any law is a baseless accusation. It has no weight.
No, so under the law, I think we're on the same page again. But part of the problem,
This in the 4th and 5th grade, not law school. American law means when somebody makes an accusation, that's all it is. It has no weight. If there's probable cause, you have somebody answer the complaint. But if you cannot find someone guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, they have done nothing. They walk out of there with their presumption of innocence intact. How clear can that be? There is nothing to answer.
I think that
he had a right to remain silent.
I think that part is clear. No, I think that part's clear, Judge. Let me move the conversation forward.
The burden of proving his guilt. It did not. So he stands.
Right. So I guess what I want to do is just move the conversation up a little bit. I think you and I agree that legally he's not guilty, that legally he doesn't have any burden of proof. The state does, and it hasn't met that. Legally, his rights were violated. We're on the same page about that. I'm saying the legal question to me is rock solid. But I think what was happening yesterday was people were conflating those two things. They were acting as if because the state didn't meet its burden and because he was released based on the fact that he didn't get due process, his due process rights were violated, that was somehow proof of the belief that many people had that Cosby was actually not just legally not guilty, but actually didn't do anything at the moral and ethical level. And hold on one second. I just want to place.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, no, hold on. Let me place the question to you. So I guess what I'm saying is, can we hold space for two ideas at the same time? Can someone, under the eyes of the law, be completely not guilty, and at the same time, can we have a public conversation? Because I know you talk about culture, you talk about our community, you talk about values. Can we also talk about the fact that someone can be doing great harm and even be a predator at the same time that legally they're all the things you just said?
No. Because the law presumes them innocent until you prove them guilty. It is a specious thing.
I really, really love this interview with Judge Joe Brown and the guy from the Black News, because it really hurts me to see when the black men jumped on the bandwagon to attack Bill Cosby. The same Bill Cosby from the Huxtables, the same Bill Cosby that donated, I can't even say a figure, but lots and lots of money towards HBUs and right here in my city, Philadelphia, Temple University, and how much he has showed up for Temple and the colleges. And once this man was trying to buy a big platform, and all of a sudden, all of these women start coming out the woodworks, even women that were on the show that were praising this man for decades. And then all of a sudden, they're claiming the work environment was this type of environment. And even on the show, when he used to say the little lines about the pudding and the writer of the show knew that these lines were going to be said on the show before the show was filmed. And decades later, they're saying, oh, see, he was talking about putting something in the pudding back then and spiking this and that. When the writers of the show put these scripts out for him to say. And decades later, they're using that to compare to these bills. And like Judge Joe Brown said, he never admitted to what he was being accused of. He said they asked him for pills. He gave them the pills. He didn't say I shoved them down their throat. He didn't say every person I gave pills to, I raped them. And I learned at his appeal when Jennifer Von G won, and the judges called the prosecutor out on her putting under one of the accuser's statements that he raped her, when the woman never said that. She said that she set him between his legs and he rubbed down her hair and she went to sleep. And the prosecutor said, oh, but everybody he gave pills to, he raped them. They said, well, she never said he raped her. You can't just, oh, but Your Honor, anybody he gave pills to, that was his intentions to rape them after they take the pill. They like, but she never said that. And how are you up here saying that everybody he gave the pill to, you just certainly for sure that he raped everybody because his intentions on giving them the pill was to rape them, but they asked for the pill? And he's up here arguing with Judge Joe Brown saying, oh, he's guilty. He only got off because they violated his rights. But he still raped these women and drugged them. How am I drugging you if you ask me for a pill and I provide it? And you willingly take the pill. And so whatever happens after you are under the influence, you were grown, you willingly took the pill. And like I said, he admitted to giving them the pill. But like Judge Joe Brown said, nobody's taking responsibility for the women. The women doesn't take accountability that you stayed. You went back several times to be around this man after you claiming he raped you. Like the one accuser in Bill Cosby case who was living in one of his condos for years. Knew he had a wife, but was okay with dealing with him on the side. So much so that she left her family and moved into one of his condos and was living there. So you mean to tell me You in a side relationship with this man for years, and all of a sudden he grapes you, and you went back for years after that. And then because Bill Cosby went to them nice schools, and back then he was a handsome black man, attending them um, schools, and a lot of Caucasian women and black women, but a lot of Caucasian women um, were interested in him, and he respected both black, white, whatever. But it was crazy to me how over 20 something Caucasian women came out with these claims. And then, of course, the black women came too, but the majority of Bill Cosby's accusers are white. So we know for sure he wasn't going to be able to have an argument. They were going to believe them from the rip. Oh, look what this black man did to these white women, and this big, black, strong, powerful, rich man, and he lured them in due to his money and the power he had, and they were scared to come forward, like the lady for the civil suit that said that Bill Cosby took her to the Playboy Mansion and she was 15. How did she get in there when it was known fact that even all the VIP members had a card and they had some special type of ID thing where you had to provide it just to get in there? And then like their VIP members would be like special treated by the playgirls, and they had to show the ID card and all of this. And how did a 15-year-old get in there? Secondly, what was she doing around this type of environment? This man at 15. She wasn't in school. Where was her parents? With after school hours, the parents, she wasn't in like a activity where she was supposed to be at, or if this was the weekend, uh she wasn't being looked after by her parents, or was she at her grandparents' house and left and snuck out? I mean, when you ask where the parents at, because it's confusing when you say they 14 and 15. How did they even get around this type of environment? Like when Aaron Hall baby mom tries to say that Luke also coerced them when they was young girls and she was 16 and everything else. And Luke said, oh, I ain't all these other people, take me to court because I got documentation of release forms, and everybody, all my dancers was 18 and over. He said because they used to have to fly. So everybody had to be over 18 because they were flying and stuff back and forth. And he made everybody that was dancing for him, everybody had to sign release forms with their ID. But the way they claimed Gloria was when she first did the first video shoot with Jay-Z, when Luke called her and told her he had a job for her for the video shoot. And he said before the video shoot, when he came back after about 45 minutes, she had sucked off all of the guys and the producers, the directors. And when they was about to start the video, Gloria was sitting in the front seat of the truck and made sure she got her way to the top. And every other event that they did, she would go around and deal with this man, that man alone, and make her own little side money separate from them just supposed to be Luke dancers. And basically they saying she was a hoe. So for her to say she was only 16 and Aaron Hall walked into this party and was able to grab your arm and just walk you out of this party and take you across the street to the hotel and have sex with you with no condom, just like that, and you were 16, where were her parents? that she was up in these parties with all of these wealthy men, rich men, musicians, rappers, actors, entertainers. That's who was all at these parties with Luke and all of these other individuals. Why would you be in that environment at 16? Where was her parents? And then you get pregnant with from Aaron Hall, and you claiming you was up at the award shows, and you was up at uh Death Row down at the office and met Tupac. How was you around all of these people and award shows at 16? Where was your parents when you got pregnant at 16 by Aaron Hall? Doesn't make any sense. But see, back then we didn't have iPhones and all of this technology where only people can speak word of mouth for these parties and what was really going on. And when over here we listened to Luke's audiobook and he put out the rumors about the Gloria stuff, I mean, if y'all listen to it, it was crazy when he talked about all of the stuff she was doing and how a female was the one that turned Gloria out at one of the parties, and Babyface was there, and I mean all of these other musicians and rappers and they all was at these Luke parties. So back in the 90s, early 2000s, these freak offs they claiming with Diddy, they all was doing these freaky parties. And then the Luke dancers, they were gonna go dance for almost every party and events. And after dancing, they would go do their own little side thing with these guys, basketball players, football players, rappers, and making their own little side money and everything. And then at these parties, these women was on stage eating each other out and doing this, doing that. But because our technology is not the same from back then, a lot of that stuff that was on camcorders and VHS tapes, it ain't no proof of a lot of this stuff, right? So with this federal RICO Racketeering Act, this is how they're able to put a spotlight on these women going back 10 and 20 years without no physical evidence because, of course, they don't got no surveillance from back then. Everything is word of mouth unless they really run across a VHS, right? Because Luke said he still has all his dancers' performances and stuff. He keeps all of that evidence. And that's why he don't care if they take him to court because he got all of his stuff. And I never seen Gloria going to go put a lawsuit out on Luke as she claimed the claims that she claimed online, because wouldn't Aaron Hall also be in the wrong because he slept with her and she was a minor, but he claimed he didn't know she was 16. And then she say that he was abusing her and beating on her. And then she went and started dealing with the football player who she had her second child by. But prior to her children, from all of the stories, everybody said that she was, they said she would do any and everything to get in the front, in the spotlight. If y'all remember when Luke was talking about when he used to do those shows on BET and go around and interview the rappers and stuff, and when he had that one interview with Jay-Z, and how the girls were eating each other out right there at the interview, right there in front of Jay-Z. These women were doing some freaky stuff. Are they probably ashamed now that they older age, got grandkids, their kids are older? Probably so. But don't make your regrets great or say they made you do this, they threatened you and all of this. No, just say you were young, you were wild, you were doing what you was doing for money, fame, whatever, And now you at an older age and you leaving your past behind you. But don't put these men in jail. Don't make it seem like these men forced you, because the groupie thing been going on since the since the 60s. But back then they were calling them I think video vixens. But they said when the guys would do the video shoots, you would get over 400 females that would show up half naked, barely no clothes on, because they trying to get in the video. They trying to meet a famous guy. They trying to meet a baller. They trying to get with a basketball player, football player. And they said groupies' main things would be to either get pregnant by the guy or try to get something to get future money. But now all they got to do is get with him 1 or 2 times, take a couple pictures to prove they was with him, and boom, then they can go make these claims of abuse with no pictures of a black eye, busted lip. Now see with Cassie, I think that they said that Diddy paid somebody at the hotel to get rid of the video out of the surveillance camera. So I think Cassie had a copy in Diddy. They said they think that the media leaked it, which CNN is the one who posted the video. So I don't know if they got it from the person who Diddy paid at the hotel, because that hotel is not there anymore. But they definitely said that Cassie had a copy in Diddy. With that type of evidence, when that happened, they should have made sure they destroyed the main copy and whatever copies, because something like that later on, sure, can come out, because it can be off of somebody making a copy. They should have made sure the original was destroyed and that it wasn't no copies made with it. For Diddy to get a copy of it and all, that makes it for somebody else to get a copy off that one, for somebody else to get a copy off of the one Cassie had. And this is why you have decades later it's coming out, which is good for Cassie, because now she got leverage over his head. Either give me this money or I have something that'll damage you. And the sad thing is, even after he gave her the money, the video still came out. See, then we didn't know. We're just hearing what Diddy's lawyers is saying, is that, oh, she been after the money. She was trying to put out a book. Diddy wasn't going for her speaking about their relationship, but she could put out a book regarding herself. So they said behind the scenes she's been asking for this money. But the whole time, Cassie knew she had that video over his head. And apparently Diddy knew too. That's why I don't understand why he let it drag that long. So far that her lawyer was able to even put the lawsuit in the civil court. And why they didn't just handle it behind the scenes, knowing that he eventually settled and gave her the $30 million a day later. Should have just did all that behind the scenes. That way, that whole lawsuit would have never got put out in the media. It wouldn't have been all in the news, all on social media, and gave more leverage for other women to now put lawsuits in with their attorneys. How many of the other accusers said, oh, now they came forward because of them being strong, seeing Cassie coming forward? How many came forward because the Cassie video came out of him hitting on her, and claimed now they're coming forward seeing what he did to Cassie? So if he would have dealt with that behind the scenes with Cassie, apparently all them years, they been knew that they had a copy of the video. Behind the scenes, a lot of them been knew about the fight at the hotel, because they claimed that he did go to rehab, he did go to therapy, all of that. She stayed with him for 3 to 4 years after the incident. She just left in 2015, 2016. and married the trainer, had children with him. So they all knew about the video. The public just didn't know. But it's crazy that she knew, okay, later on, if they run into any money problems or she feel like, okay, now I'm going to go extort them, she had that tape. So her putting it out never would damage her. Because I don't understand inside the video, why didn't she swing back? Why didn't she, like, it's like she knew the cameras was there. Even when she left outside the hotel, she didn't run. Why didn't she run down the emergency exit? It was right behind her. Right behind the elevator. The steps was right there. Even when he was kicking her everything on the floor, she just balled up. And that's why I said I believe that he booked that whole floor. I don't believe no other guests were staying on that floor. I believe he probably booked like 2 or 3 floors for his guests. And that's why we never seen nobody else come outside of the other hotel rooms hearing the commotion. And that's why he was just walking up and down that floor with a towel on and everything. I believe that whole floor he had booked. But she didn't swing back. She just balled up on the floor. Even when he walked off, she didn't try to run down the emergency steps. She didn't run when she left out the hotel. She was walking as if she had something in that bag that he was also interested in, what was ever in that bag. And y'all heard Vlad say, when I just played the interview with Gloria Allred and Vlad, that he was told by a lot of Diddy security that Cassie also, it was a two-way thing with them fighting. It's just that on that video, it just shows Diddy being the aggressor. And for her to just ball up like that when he was kicking her and stuff, and for her not to just a reaction to swing back, to holler and scream, to run, like if you're really in danger and really being harmed, run down the emergency exit all the way to the first floor, run outside, scream, I need help, he's beating me. She didn't do none of that. Like as if we don't know what happened in that hotel after she left out of that hotel. And Vlad said security said Cassie and Diddy always was fighting. It's just the video just shows him being the aggressor. And that's why I say, when you just see that video, that's just one side. Just one side. So do we really believe that he was just always beating on her? She never swung on him. She never, you could tell the way she acted so calmly when he was hitting her. Even your reflexes would have made you react. She didn't. Hey, Mr. Lieber. Hey, Kimberly.
I've been through in my way past to hold somebody, let alone 4, 5, 6, 50, you said. How stupid would I be to do that?
I didn't say you were holding.
That's stupid, guys.
I didn't.
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense. Don't forget the blogs. Forget how you feel about me. Hate me if you want to, love me if you want, but just use your common sense. How stupid would it be for me to, with my crazy past and what I've been through, oh, right now I just think I need to be a monster and hold girls against their will, chain them up in my basement, and don't let them eat and don't let them out unless they need some shoes down the street from their uncle.
Robert,
Stop it. Y'all quit playing. Quit playing.
Robert.
I didn't do this stuff. This is not me. I'm fighting for my life.
Only on CBS This Morning, Alice and Angelo Clary reveal why they are now afraid for their daughter's, Azriel's, life. It is their first interview since the scathing Lifetime documentary Surviving R. Kelly. Azriel Clary met the singer back in 2015. She was 17 at the time. Her parents claim that Kelly promised to help launch her singing career. They say they have learned since then that his real interest, in their words, was a little more sinister. I spoke with them yesterday about how this all started, and they say that just 3 days after meeting R. Kelly, their daughter went to a hotel to meet him without their permission. They were furious and went knocking on hotel doors to find her.
What she said was, this was an audition. Why wouldn't you trust me? Y'all would think I would put myself in a predicament and not call y'all if something wasn't right.
She's saying you're messing up my chances.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what she said. This is my opportunity. This is my big break.
Tempers eventually cooled, and the Clarys say they actually developed a professional relationship with R. Kelly over the next few months, even pitching various business deals, all of which he rejected. The Clarys say the singer had his own proposal. Let Azriel join him on his tour full-time.
He flew us into Chicago. We sat with him in his studio. We met with him. And he basically told us, yeah, I'm starting tour. Basically, y'all need to make a decision.
Azriel had dreams of becoming a singer, according to her parents, who say she dealt with personal struggles, including a suicide attempt following a bad breakup. That was before she met R. Kelly. She eventually gave her parents an ultimatum.
She says, if you don't allow me to go, I will try to take my own life again, or I will run away.
Yeah. I don't want to call her bluff on it because I know she just attempted this previously. I'm thinking in my head, she only got 3 more months. She's going to be 18, so she can do what she wants. And she really carry out this. And then now I'm living with regret for the rest of my life.
From the outside looking in, guys, people will still say, you're allowing your 17-year-old daughter, who at the time is underage, to go with R. Kelly. The perception is that he preys on underage girls. Did that give you any kind of pause whatsoever?
That gave me pause. I mean, it gave me awareness, but you talking about a young lady that's raised by 2 parents going
So you're
to
saying you trusted her?
I didn't trust him. What I trusted was I raised my child right. I trust my daughter will be honest with us. And this was strictly her music. R. Kelly had a platform as big as music can ever give somebody. I didn't see the label stop supporting him.
And you told me that you saw him working with other young women.
Yes.
Last week, Kelly blamed Azriel's parents for their own estrangement.
What kind of father, what kind of mother will sell their daughter to a man?
3 months before Azriel turned 18, the Clarys signed a letter giving their consent for her to go on Kelly's tour and stay with a woman named Valerie Denise Payton.
Who is Valerie Payton?
It ain't R. Kelly. It's not Robert Kelly.
But does she work with R. Kelly?
She's supposed to work for the label. We found out later on that she works for R. Kelly.
But at the time you signed this, you thought she was...
He told us it was someone affiliated with the music label.
From Sony.
Okay.
Correct.
So you thought she would be a chaperone for your daughter.
That's what she was supposed to have been.
Okay.
And we found out later there was no truth in that.
I think in retrospect, many of these parents were too trusting.
Michael Avenatti is representing the Clarys. He claims R. Kelly used his celebrity status to manipulate the families and the women.
If what you're alleging is true, how is he able to get away with this for this period of time?
He surrounded himself with a bunch of people, a bunch of yes men and women that would provide assurance and comfort to these parents relating to the fact that their daughters were going to be safe, that their daughters were going to be looked after, that all of this was legit, that R. Kelly could be trusted.
From people in the inside, some of the other victims that we talked to, they all said that the girls have to prove their loyalty to him by any means necessary.
He's the problem. He don't have a sickness. He made a choice.
And this is what you guys fail to realize. It was not just R. Kelly that was doing this. It was not only just him and his handlers and his cohorts and whatever you want to call him.
It was my daughter,
It
too.
was also our daughter, because you have to understand, she was lying and duping us and pulling the wool over our eyes from the beginning.
When you look back on it, what do you think of the mistakes that you made? Do you take any responsibility for the situation that you're in?
We never denied responsibility. I feel like I failed my daughter because I should have saw different signs. I should have saw the change in my baby girl.
How do you think this story is going to end with your daughter?
How I want to see it end, I want to see my daughter leave.
Of course, but are you concerned about how it could end? Are you...
I've heard like a suicide pact. You know, I know my daughter...
A suicide pact?
Yes, I've heard all kinds of stuff. So, you know,
That gives me chills, Alice.
It should give you chills because
does.
The difference is our daughter had experience with trying to do it. See, everybody else can talk it, but it's nothing like seeing a father coming in the house and seeing your daughter submerged in water and you have to pick her up and try to get her to the hospital. See, I've been through that. So while everybody else may take this lightly and, oh, they just throwing something out there, it's real life for us.
Wow.
As you see, they're very concerned. You saw Jerica's piece. There was an anonymous call called into a hotline. The Chicago police yesterday, after this interview, the Chicago police went to investigate. They found that everybody was fine. And so for now, it's okay. But they, of course, are very worried. They say they've heard that their daughter tried to leave twice and she was brought back twice. That also concerns them. And as for Valerie Payton, the woman that we mentioned, the Clary said they've never met her. And CBS News has not been able to confirm what her involvement was with Azriel Clary. So there's a lot going on to this story. It keeps changing. Supposedly, there's going to be a reunion with the Clarys and their daughters and the Savages and their daughters this week. We will see.
It reminds me what this story really is all about. He's a famous pop singer, an R&B singer, but the most important thing is the safety and security of girls. That's the most important thing, and the damage that he has done in terms of manipulating and abusing, allegedly, all of these girls.
But I think parents also have to take responsibility, too, which they are doing, saying that they would have made different decisions.
Well, you can see how much pain they're in as well.
That's very clear.
Yeah.
Had R. Kelly on tour, Prince on tour, and I used to be backstage. I used to watch mothers tell their daughters to take off their underwear.
Wow.
I've seen this, and you mean to tell me they're not held accountable? The parents are not? As Mr. Cosby say, the revolution starts in the home, right?
Yes, sir.
And so it was those things what I wanted to do for him. And I was in a train station last year, and his cousin Keith called me, and I recommended attorney Jennifer Bonjean. And she told me she was talking to them, and she's our attorney. And I said, well, Keith is the one that has the means and resources to pay you. And I connected them on a text message, and that's how she got involved. And I've always told them I didn't want a dime. Now, I did tell Keith talked, and I want to put the truth and facts out here. I don't believe in hiding anything behind the door. So when people come back at your show, I want them to, they make whatever comments. I want to put it all out here. I don't do halfway stories because this is not a halfway house show. So this is the real. I do the real stories, and I stick with the truth and the facts, man. And one thing I said to him, I said, look, it would cost, you would have to pay me something because I would have to travel, I would have to do this, I would have to, expenses. And because it gets expensive when you go live in a city. You have to go live in a hotel, you have to do this, you have to develop relationships, you have to be out here working in public. You got to, part of doing what I do, I have to be in the streets. Okay, I got to go in the hood because I know what the street committee, they're the ones that know any and everything. They're the ones that could possibly be on these juries. They could be potential jurors. And their minds are already tainted. So now I got to go hang out in whatever spot I need to hang out at. I don't care how rough it is. Look, I tell everybody, one thing I don't fear is my people. I'm careful. And I understand, but I don't fear my people. That's right. And when you don't fear your people, that gives you a certain amount of respect where you could go into certain hoods and everybody be like, oh, you here? It's like you hanging out on the corner at the White House, get some subs. A guy came up to me, are you serious? Like, look, I'm just a regular guy, regular dude. And they didn't understand that aspect of it, of that I would have to go and tell his story. So when TMZ caught me in Beverly Hills last year, when he was, when Robert was found guilty, and they said, "What do you think?" I said, "Well, he was railroaded." He was, because how do you take a RICO law? Now, a RICO law, this law was passed in 1970 by Congress to take down crime families.
Exactly.
Okay, now you're going to take it into sex trafficking? They're designing the formula on how to take successful black men, whether you're, especially if you're entertainment, you're an athlete, they're finding unique ways now. They're using a RICO law. A RICO law. He wasn't smuggling drugs. He didn't have any casinos. Right. You're treating this man like he's Bugsy Siegel. Pretty much. And you use this law to say, well, but he was trafficking young girls. You didn't use that law against Jeffrey Epstein.
Nope.
Good point. Wow.
Think about it.
Yep.
You didn't use that law against Ghislaine Maxwell.
Right. Yep. She got 20 years.
Okay. But did you ever hear RICO?
Nope. Sure didn't.
So think about what they're doing. They're restructuring, as I said earlier. When we figure out the laws, because they created the laws, they restructure the laws. And they restructure the laws because, first of all, they understand that if you want a black person to read something, put it in a book, because we're not going to open the book. And they understand that they got our attention focused on materialistic things, social media. How can I get the next, Gucci or Birkin bag? How can I live this life that's fictional? It's Tinseltown. It's truly that. So that's the background on Robert. I tried to stop Robert from doing the Gayle King interview. And I called, and what Darrell did, he set the interview up, and Oprah funneled money in. And Robert never got to see a dime of it. And so look what Gayle did. She let him stand up, even though he was emotional. That's why he should have never done the interview. Because look, we don't got pulled over by a cop with a traffic ticket, and we get emotional because we know we didn't run that red light. We know you're profiling us. Well, it's certain when you're in those heightened situations, you have to now take a step back and say, this is not the time that I go and do a sit-down interview. Robert tried to repair himself. You can't repair yourself. You have to have somebody else who's not in your realm, not in your world to repair you. I'm not in your world.
Right.
I'm not in your realm. I'm not out here cutting the album. I'm not doing the show.
Right.
My job is to use my image and tie my image to you and say that I'm not perfect, because every man has his fallacies and idiosyncrasies. I'm not a perfect, but what I can do, I could tell your story. Let someone else tell your story. But see, they coerced him with money that he never got to see. And you never know who they're putting around you to set you up. Go back, man, to those Godfather movies.
Hey, Larry. Hi, Jarrell. I hope I said it right. I don't like seeing people's names wrong. So, as y'all can see, Bill Cosby's publicist, who I just played that video, do you see why he said it's not good to protect yourself in the media, and that you need a publicist because your image is already damaged? Your image is done. It's already damaged. They don't want to hear nothing you got to say. Like when Diddy came out with the apology, when R. Kelly did the interview with Gayle King, like he said, that wasn't good. This is why you hire a publicist to come out here and be your voice. Because anything that you say, nobody wants to hear it. They automatically believe in the lawsuit, whatever the accuser has came out and said, especially with surviving R. Kelly, which was very damaging. With Diddy, I don't know if some of y'all seen, TMZ had put out a little documentary, and then what is that other program? That other network, they put out also a documentary, Hulu. I think it was let me see, because I got the thing. It was something Diddy. I know TMZ put out one, and then Hulu followed behind TMZ and put out another documentary regarding Diddy. And in my opinion, either one wasn't good. Let me see. I think it's the downfall of Diddy. I think that's what it is. Let's see, 'cause I might have it on this one. And if y'all don't remember, when Kobe started messing with his wife, remember, she was underage, Vanessa. And it was alleged that her mother, after she was in the video with Snoop Dogg and them, they claimed she was 16 in that video. So when she first started dealing with Kobe, she was either 15 or 16. And that her mother was going through things with her father, and that they needed a way to officially be able to be in the United States. Because I don't know if her mom didn't always have her papers or her dad or their family. But for Kobe to marry Vanessa, I believe gave either her mom or dad, somebody, full citizenship to be able to be in United States. And it was alleged that Vanessa's mom had threatened Kobe that he had to marry her daughter, or if not, he could be in trouble for messing with a minor. Because they claim Vanessa was 15, 16 years old messing with Kobe. So that's why I say with this Diddy thing, this opens up a door for a lot of entertainers, actors, musicians, producers, engineers. I mean, so many individuals who attended these parties. The attorney general said that when they raided this house, they found multiple tapes and videos of a lot of freak offs with several victims, and videos of the freak offs and images of the victims. And I just still can't believe that these videos are from decades old or the 90s. I believe these may be videos from 2022 or 2020. I don't believe that these are videos from the 90s or the early 2000s, because the guy Little Rod, in his lawsuit, he said that it was videos of the recent freak offs when he was around. He said that guys would come there with all black on delivering guns. All of a sudden they find AR-15s and with the serial numbers scratched off, which I still can't understand why Diddy had those type of guns in his house when he's a billionaire and could have purchased legal guns. I don't understand why he had ghost guns in his house. But for Little Rod to say that these men would drop off guns to him, and then for them to find guns in a house with the serial number scratched off, which they call ghost guns. And federally, you can get 5 to 10 years for ghost guns, because they usually claim that they're dirty and that they've been used or passed around. And they said he had 59 rounds in each of them with multiple magazines. But again, they were in his house. I don't understand why he just didn't have legal guns to protect his home. He a billionaire. He got children, family. Yeah, he might get love from fans and supporters, but he also got haters. So I don't understand why he had scratched off serial number guns in his home. I don't get that. But for Little Rod to say where this stuff was at in the home and all, this had to have been recent from when he was there producing the Love album. And for Diddy to keep these videos of these freak offs, and for Little Rod to say that one day he went to pick up his Uber Eats and he went in the security booth or the where the security at, and he said it's a room full of cameras that's all around the house where multiple freak offs were done and were recorded. And for the Attorney General to say this morning that they were able to get the electronics and film all of these different freak offs on these videos. And again, for this to be in the recent lawsuits, I think that these were new video. I don't think that they got nothing from the 90s or 2000s. And he wasn't specific on when these videos was taking place. He kept saying he can't speak about this and he can't speak about that, and because it's still a ongoing investigation, which I don't understand. If y'all claiming y'all got all these things, then he said they found thousands of boxes of lubricating gel and I guess the items that the staff would put in the rooms to prepare for the freak offs. What do you say? Lubricating gel and extra towels and the drugs, and I guess they found the equipment that the items that he claimed the employees have to purchase every time it's a freak off or whatever. He didn't show them items, but they showed pictures of the weapons. So I guess they probably going to use those weapons to say he can't get a bail. Watch. And going to try to say that the accusers feel like he's going to hurt them or do something to them. And that because he has his own plane, he's a flight risk. And because they said in 2023, they found evidence of him calling several accusers and telling them to recant their statements and telling them what to say. They're going to try to use that to say he shouldn't get a bail. Watch. If they said R. Kelly was a flight risk, they're definitely going to say Diddy, because Diddy, again, has his own plane. R. Kelly wasn't flying nowhere. Diddy is traveling all over, all the time. Either that or they're going to make him turn in his passport and going to say that he can't go nowhere on that plane. But like I said, I think because he has multiple businesses, because he has multiple dependents that live in his home and depend on him to pay the bills and to keep a roof over their head, is why I think he might get a bill, and they probably do pre-trial detention like a house arrest thing or a home confinement or something like that. But then again, because he has multiple dependents that depend on him to survive and to have a roof over their head, they might do let him work and only say he can only travel certain places and can't go out the country. But I don't know. The way they did R. Kelly and never gave him a bond, I think they're going to try to do the same thing. I was trying to find the thing where they said that he was the documentary. So no, I got it. And just like the guy who unalived the rapper Pop Smoke, he's out of jail. and he unalived somebody. How was that even possible? The man served, what, 2 years? And they claim because he was underage at the time, I think he was 17, is why he only got the 2 to 3 years. But he's out of jail doing interviews with Vlad. And saying that he don't regret what he did. Like, what? Okay, now this was one of the lawsuits that came out regarding Diddy, Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Global Enterprises, Tamika Thomas, Jacob the Jeweler, Vibe Magazine, Penske Media Corporation. Now this is when they were claiming that Jacob the Jeweler also was in some of these parties that some accusers were claiming they were sexually assaulted. It say plaintiff's appointment at defendant's Combs Labor Day White Party as agreed to between Mr. Gallo, defendant Thomas, and defendant Combs. Plaintiff began her appointment at the ultra exclusive and lavish Labor Day parties thrown by defendant Combs, and Mr. Gallo began his appointment as a Sean John model. Trafficking and Victims Protection Act. According to plaintiff, she was transported from New York to Florida throughout by defendant Combs for the purpose of engaging in sexual activities. Plaintiff asserts during this time, plaintiff was forced to engage in sex work and perform sex acts to the pleasure of defendant Combs. Between 2006-2009, defendant Combs forced plaintiff to engage in prostitution. Now, the reason I brought this up is because they were saying in the press conference that they're using the RICO Racketeering Act because they're claiming that there was multiple bosses, supervisors, and bigger employees above Diddy who provided these flights, these plane tickets, these who set up the parties for these freak offs, and who set the room up with the lubricant and gel, the extra towels, and all this other stuff that I didn't understand. Because again, with the flying in the hotels, don't you have to be of age to fly? Don't you have to be of age for a lot of this stuff? So they're saying that multiple employees booked these things, and I guess they'll be bringing other people out that was executives and stuff like that, and they kept bringing up Jacob the Jeweler. I know that Little Rod's attorney had dropped the claims against UMG Music Incorporation. But I think Diddy's assistant, the one who they claim was providing the drugs, the drug mule, he's still out on bond. And I guess they're going to expose all the other employees who most likely is going to agree to testify so that they don't be charged. And then people was asking about the Tupac stuff. Now, because it's federal, I don't know, they might do bring up Tupac as a what do they call them, as an act, like how they're referencing the Mann Act, the RICO Act. They might bring up the Tupac situation as an example of them claiming his power and his intimidation and threatening people with guns and all of this stuff that the Attorney General stated in his press conference, because the feds override the state and they can use with the RICO racketeering, they call them overacts. Because I got a audio of Keefe D bringing up Diddy when he had the proffer agreement with the detective who retired from LA, where he gave Keefe D immunity only during when Keefe D was in custody, when they had the interview, when he was in the feds, when they took that case away from him. He thought he must have had immunity for life. No, he only had that proffer immunity agreement during that interview with the detective. And this is it right here.
Made it a specific, like, hey, I'm serious. I want you guys to kill these guys. I mean,
when he told me the greenback.
How's it go? How's the conversation go? I mean, okay, listen, I'll do it, but I need $500,000, or you know, I've got somebody who will do it, but I need $300,000. I mean, we need really specific details regarding that.
Yeah, we wanted $1 million.
You said you walked downstairs. Did he say, come meet me downstairs?
Yeah, he said, come on downstairs and talk to you.
Oh, he tells you, seriously, man, I need to get rid of these guys. I mean, he's looking at you in the eyes and he's like scared.
Yeah.
In your opinion, the specific reason he asked you to come downstairs and talk to him was about that thing, not about liquor or anything. It was about that. Okay. You tell him we'll do it for $1 million, and he's like, okay, I'll do it for $1 million. He agrees. You shake on it or something like that.
He like, man, we'll wipe this out quick. You know, it's nothing.
Who brought up the amount of $1 million?
He did.
Puffy did?
Yeah.
Okay. Wasn't you?
See, they said, who brought up the agreement to give you the $1 million? He said Puffy did. So I don't know if they might use this as an overact, even though Keefe D trial is still ongoing. He still didn't go to trial yet, but they can bring stuff in as like Robert's New York trial, the what they call them, the accusers that testified in the New York trial. They were what they call them, I forget the name of them, but they basically witnesses who the defendant aren't charged for. So like I think they call it uncharged witnesses. And they use that to like build the RICO, which they also use overacts.
Made it a specific, like, hey, I'm serious. I want you guys to kill these guys. I mean,
when he told me the greenback.
How's it go? How's the conversation go? I mean, okay, listen, I'll do it, but I need $500,000, or you know, I've got somebody who will do it, but I need $300,000. I mean, we need really specific details regarding that.
Yeah, we wanted $1 million.
You said you walked downstairs. Did he say, come meet me downstairs?
Yeah, he said, come on downstairs and talk to you.
Oh, he tells you, seriously, man, I need to get rid of these guys. I mean, he's looking at you in the eyes and he's like scared.
Yeah.
In your opinion, the specific reason he asked you to come downstairs and talk to him was about that thing, not about liquor or anything. It was about that. Okay. You tell him we'll do it for $1 million, and he's like, okay, I'll do it for $1 million. He agrees. You shake on it or something like that.
He like, man, we'll wipe this out quick. You know, it's nothing.
Who brought up the amount of $1 million?
He did.
Puffy did?
Yeah.
Okay. Wasn't you?
Good morning. Is there evidence that these girls were underage at the time these acts were taking place on videotape?
Well, look, I haven't sat in the trial. The prosecutors have put forth what they believe the evidence is going to establish. The defense has been very vigorous in cross-examining. And now we've heard from McDavid, who says, I was there at the time. These people were not underage. People looked into it. We had investigators. We had attorneys. People were making false accusations against R. Kelly. There was a billboard where they advertised, come extort R. Kelly, essentially. So I think there's a real question as to whether people were underage. Ultimately, the jury's going to see the evidence, watch the video, hear the witnesses, and they'll make that decision.
How do you think the defense is doing so far? We're seeing evidence of these tapes, and we're hearing heart-wrenching witness testimony. How do you think the defense is doing combating that?
I don't know if it's heart-wrenching, because if you look at all of it on direct, it might be heart-wrenching, and then on cross-examination, you might find out that it's not true. Like one young lady who claimed that she was underage when she met R. Kelly, but she had no phone records speaking to him in the year she claimed she was underage. Those started the next year. And the person at the event that she said she met him at came and said and testified for the defense that, in fact, R. Kelly wasn't even at the event where the girl said she met him. So heart-wrenching is a little, you know, in the eyes of the beholder, I guess is the best way to put it. I think the defense is doing a great job. The judge, to his credit, is letting them ask the questions that need to be asked, and the jurors get to see the witnesses. As I said, the prosecution asks the questions on direct. This is what they believe. The defense asks questions on cross, and then the jury evaluates it all and makes a decision.
We talked to an attorney for one of the victims at one, I'm trying to remember, and I believe he said that on the tape, the girl says she's 14 years old. Is that the only way to really confirm evidence in this case? And if that is the case, regardless of who lied about what and whether it was consensual, it doesn't matter if she's underage, correct?
Well, if she's underage, she's underage. But again, you know, this is a witness who has said for years and years and years, it's not me on the tape. Her parents said, it's not me on the tape. Now they're coming and they're saying something different. Again, you've got two different sets of statements. And the earlier statements that it was not her on the tape were all made under oath. They were made before grand juries. There were statements to investigators. So the jury, again, is going to have to evaluate that. I don't think you can just say because she said something on a tape, it's necessarily true. For God's sake, on every TV show we watch, people are saying things that aren't true.
Are you in contact with the defense at all, or are you involved with the defense team at all at any level? And have you been in contact with R. Kelly?
Look, I love Robert. I still represent Robert on the state court cases that are pending here in Illinois. I first introduced him to his current defense lawyer and talk to them all the time. I'll do anything I can to help. I think that this is a case that never should have been brought. These issues were all decided by a jury. Whether you disagree with what that jury did back in the state trial or not, that jury decided it. This is motivated by a so-called documentary, which wasn't really a documentary, and I hope he wins the case.
All right.
In hip-hop nation, professions of a video vixen, Miss Corinne Stephens is in the building. How you doing? Hi, baby. I'm good. What is the purpose of you writing this book?
Well, initially when I wrote the book, I wrote it for myself. You know, and you know, because you were there for a lot of it, when I was going through so much. Once I came to the other side of it, I just kind of had to figure out what I had done.
Why did you name names? Because you have written the same book and alluded to who that person was, instead of just saying, well, it's Ja Rule, and this is Usher, and this is Dre, and this is Fred Durst, and this is Bobby Brown, knowing that these guys, some of whom included Bobby, are married men.
Well, the reason why I named names is why not? Because the problem too is that every time there's a book about hip-hop, the names have changed because people are so afraid. I don't know what you're scared about. My book showed no favors to nobody, not even myself.
Yvette Santiago, a.k.a. Corinne Stephens, or
If you've been a part of the music industry elite, then you know this woman as Superhead. She's considered to be the quintessential hip-hop groupie and the industry's most infamous video vixen. Known around the world for getting your favorite stars and writing about her list of male conquests throughout the music game. She's been hailed as a hero by some and as a gold-digging whore by others. Everyone seems to have an opinion about this woman, and she's been called a whole lot of things by a whole lot of people.
Junior come bucket.
The whole.
She's a liar. She's vindictive. She's black. It's like she just has an issue. Corinne is nuts.
Good head or superhead, whatever they call you. Whatever Miss Stephens thinks she isn't the first woman to use sex to get the attention of powerful men. The tactic isn't new by any stretch. Still, many young, starry-eyed, untalented females succeed in catching a contact buzz off celebs by sexing them up backstage or after a music video shoot. This is the typical life of a Hollywood jump-off. But to really understand the minds and motivations of today's hip-hop groupies, we need to listen in on the experts.
I'm the Archbishop Don Magic-Juan, and I'm chairman of the board of famous players everywhere. And this is my definition of a groupie that hangs around hip-hop, because, you know, I be around hip-hop. And by me being a professional ladies man, I definitely understand the extent of what the female is in there to do. She want her bills paid. She want to try to have a baby. How can I set this individual up where I can get part of his earnings? These are some of the things that groupie females do that involve themselves in hip-hop. They are very trickery. It ain't all about just laying down and sex and getting rid of them. These females are much too smart today. And hip-hop players, we gotta watch them.
In terms of like sucking and pumping your way to the top, like straight up, it can be done. I think that my relationships with celebrities, whether I slept with them or whatever, I definitely think it has gotten me further. I definitely do. I think that being sexy and guys wanting to fuck you can always get you further. I do, as a woman, I truly believe that.
When I give it to you, it's gonna be right.
Oh, so you are? You're gonna fuck me?
Yeah.
Are you hard right now?
Just get me. You'll see.
It's like this. Like, the other day I had an investor. It was like one of Donald Trump's people, and I wanted to go to meet up with him because I need some money. Like, I need sponsorship for some of the projects that I'm doing. I was gonna go there with my girlfriend. She was coming to the city, but I know the smart thing to do is to have her drop me off so I could do whatever I gotta do to get that sponsorship. I mean, I'm not saying like, yeah, let me go prostitute myself all the time. But you gotta do what you gotta do. Like, I need to always go in there with an open mind, knowing that there's a possibility that I may have to do a little more than I thought I had to do. So yes, I do think the casting couch does exist. I think that sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do to get ahead.
Yeah, the whole myth about the music video, the casting couch, you know, I've been doing this for a long time, and, you know, someone got my couch, because I don't ever really see that. You know, most of the girls that come through my way are, you know, girls are really trying to establish themselves, really trying to get into the acting. You might have a few little, you know, groupie girls up in there, here and there. They infiltrate, you know. Groupie girls are like Navy SEALs. They will get in some kind of way. We might be shooting, we have a couple scenes, now they got hobnobbed with the celebrity a little bit. Next time we see them, they're coming out the artist trailer, trying to fix their hair, spruce it up, do all that.
It's not just that hip-hop gets more press for having groupies. There is more of a female presence on a hip-hop video set, your average hip-hop video set, than there is on your average rock video set or your average gospel video set.
There have always been groupies. There have always been groupies. Ever since a man stepped up on a stage, there have been women who want to get a piece of him on some level. You know, I was one of the earliest groupies in the rock and roll world in the mid to late 60s. And my first book, I'm With the Band, was a big bestseller. It was all about my exploits with Led Zeppelin and the Doors and the Who and the Byrds. It's the inspiration that, you know, you get inspired by that and you want to be a part of it. You want to exchange. And of course in the 60s, when you know, free love came out, so you wanted to exchange bodily fluids at that point. But up until then, Benny Goodman, Sinatra, they were called Bobby Soxers, those girls. But they were total groupies. And if they could get their hands on them, they would. And then after that, the pop idols, they were called Top 40 Fuckers, is the name of the girls, the groupies had been. And then sometime in the
like 66, 67, the word groupie popped out. It wasn't a bad word to start with. It was just a word. And then it slowly became a negative word because people were jealous. They couldn't get backstage. And, oh, she's just a groupie.
So did y'all hear her say that they've been doing this since the 60s? But then towards the end of the 70s, early 80s, they start calling the women groupies. But they were calling it the casting couch, where the females, they were calling them video vixens, and is where the label will call in a whole bunch of females to be in the video. But then they said that the groupie females will find their way there, and they the ones that's trying to get the artists to either get them pregnant, or he said you'll see them coming out the rappers' trailer fixing their hair, like how Luke said Aaron Hall baby mom, how when he told her to come down to do Jay-Z's video shoot, before the video shoot started, he said that she gave the whole directors, production, film crew, she gave all of them head. He said he don't know if Jay-Z got some, but he know when they was starting to film the video, Gloria was sitting in the front seat of the truck. She done moved her way all the way to the front, all the way in the front. But she's out here defaming Luke, saying that he coerced and recruited 15 to 16-year-olds.
She handled my shit. My father's a pastor, so my whole thing is that my grandfather being a pimp is just like I'm third generation Aaron Hall III. My father's is Aaron Hall Jr. He's a pastor, so I just skipped over it like checkers. And my whole thing is this: is that if you never heard a girl say that no fucked up trick shit about Aaron Hall, then you understand that Let's Chill shit is some real shit.
So that was basically like from some life experience.
Now, my whole thing is that I just think that girls think that a whole lot of guys, run after they shit. You know what I mean?
Talk to me. You can say what you want on there.
But a whole lot of girls out there with the umbilical cords, them young 1970s, 1980s bitches. Yeah. You know what I mean? They try to go up there with the fresh out the pussy shit and think they can get like a nigga like Aaron Hall. I'm historical dick.
Yeah.
They fuck with me.
That's right. That's right.
If they fuck with me, it's a big dick. Everybody know my son's mother. Everybody know that shit. So
yeah, that's Gloria. And tell them about it.
So when you put Aaron's on it, when you fuck a bitch for 3 days and take the bitch hand and take him out of the man's hand, then you a retired pimp.
Yeah.
But at the time, as soon as I came to South Beach, I just grabbed her, and she'll tell you the same story. I just grabbed her and fucked her for 3 days, then Aaron's got on her pussy with an apostrophe S.
Yeah.
Like it's Aaron.
I mean, it was
3
like
colors on it.
Yeah, crazy glue. I
and
mean,
my whole thing is this, is that if niggas can't handle me, I'm not gonna never let them get my last name. If you can't handle my dick, you ain't getting my last name. So I've been single for 50 years.
All right now.
A whole lot of niggas out there, from Jamie Foxx to like Denzel Washington to whoever. Everybody know me.
Yeah.
So everybody know if I say it, I'm a fucking to death. I like the fucking public, you feel me?
Yeah.
So niggas can't say nothing about it. Them square ass niggas, them precious cake little dick niggas.
Yeah.
I like for them niggas to see how I fuck. Like if you speak to Jodeci or Puffy or any of them niggas, they been at my house, they all see me fuck. They all know I'm a big nigga.
Yeah.
If a bitch touch my dick and she say my dick is small, then she's a lying bitch.
Yeah.
Tell her to name the tattoo that's on my ribs that says warning. You get this dick, I'm fucking you up. The thing is, a whole lot of niggas write about taking girls out to shop, taking girls to fly to Dubai and all that shit. Bitch, close your eyes, we anywhere. You feel me? And my whole thing is this. Is that
talk about it.
If you can handle my dick and you can make me still be Aaron Hall without fucking rapping out your mouth, then I'll take you anywhere. Other than that shit, you back home, bitch.
Aaron Hall, y'all don't know.
Let's turn it around. And
Wait, did you know that I was his baby mother the time I met you?
I did not know. Aaron Hall, I did not know that was your baby mama. I had no idea.
I don't believe that.
I told him that.
I know you did.
Right. I told him. I was like, hey, man, I didn't know that was your baby mama. But the reason why we laughing about that, because apparently something went viral. Would you like to share with the audience?
Oh, my God. Okay, so as you know on Vlad TV, Vlad gets people flustered. And he flustered my son's father. And my son's father said a few things that were not so pleasant about me.
Oh.
But this is 8 years ago, so it just recently went viral.
Where my pearls at?
With Jamaican Lion.
Okay, I know what that is.
Big Pun, Fat Joe, Method Man, like whoever you speak to, just ask them how I did it. I got out the limo, grabbed her hand, went upstairs and fucked her. When I saw her, she was dancing with Luke and them. I didn't know she was a puppy, you know what I mean?
That's right.
She was tall, she was big, blonde hair, bone with the black pant leather. I was like, I'm getting that. Everybody knows I couldn't even really speak then. I had a speech impediment. I don't stutter anymore. So I just went there and just grabbed her hand and went inside the hotel and gave it to her. My mother was Puerto Rican, from Ponce. So when I see anybody that's Spanish, I'm going to grab them.
Okay.
I ain't going to ask if you holding the hand all loose and you holding a conversation with a nigga.
Preach.
I'm going to take your bitch. She chose up already. Now, she want to go renegade? Go renegade, bitch.
So I want to say this in response to that we're in a better place now. He apologized to me and my son. He's great to my son, and now we have a grandchild, and he's a great grandfather. So I don't need a public apology. I don't care what people think or what people, the past is the past. I forgive him for everything. And I think forgiveness is key to move forward for healing myself and healing him. And now we can laugh. We've cried about things, and we move forward from it. Wow. Yeah. So that's why I could be on Vlad TV,
Slow clap, ladies and gentlemen. Slow clap. Bring it up.
But it's real. It's
that's
growth.
Awesome. No,
yeah, it's
I remember
growth.
when you told me that he was your baby's dad. I told you a story that a lot of people may not know. Before I sang any R&B music, I was singing gospel music.
Right.
The first R&B song I ever sang was "Goodbye Love" by Guy, which was led by your baby father.
Right.
And so 60 degrees of separation.
Right.
Here we
met,
are.
Yeah.
Goodbye Love, man. It was like, that was, cause I was like singing gospel. And then my sister was playing the Guy album and I was in the other room.
But this is the funny part about this. If some of y'all, whoever watched this on a replay or listening now, when I played that Luke audiobook a while ago, he talked about one of the RICO parties that they had and how he caught Gloria in the room with Silk, the one on the screen with her from Drew Hill. Because he said he thought that he was gay until he found her in the room with him. So it's allegedly, but Luke claimed they was in a hotel room doing something. And I'm guessing that's why he's saying on this interview he didn't know that when he met her that Aaron was her baby father. So she still was creeping around even after Aaron Hall claimed he just gripped her up out the party and took her straight to the hotel and had sex with her. But she's claiming she was 16 then. And it's crazy how the lawsuit that came out on Diddy, the female that's claiming that Diddy took her to Aaron Hall house and that they drugged her and she got raped. she names Aaron Hall in the lawsuit, Diddy, and one of the guys from Jodeci. And in the lawsuit, one of the guys from Jodeci claimed that he didn't say nothing back then because he was signed to Diddy. But Diddy allegedly took a video of the accuser and him having sex with her. And now in the lawsuit, the guy from Jodeci is claiming that he did see the video and now he will be a witness for her in her lawsuit. But yeah, she brings up Aaron Hall in that lawsuit. So with this RICO and with the Attorney General saying others are involved, I don't know if they're going to call the individuals that the accusers named in these lawsuits, like Aaron Hall was named in the lawsuit, Trey Songz was named in the lawsuit, Chris Brown was named in the lawsuit, Meek Mills, the actor, Jimmy Iovine, Diddy's ex-CEO Harvey, which he was being sued by another employee that claimed that he sexually abused her. Diddy's sons. I think only Christian has a lawsuit against him of a female claiming he drugged her when they were on a yacht. And Little Rod is supposed to be her witness for her case. Who else did they name? Oh, I said Vibe Magazine, Jake the Jeweler. They dropped the allegations against UNG. There's a couple other names in the industry that they claim that things happened to them and that either these other musicians, producers, DJs claiming that they were either there or they were involved in the sexual acts. So I don't know if that's who the Attorney General was talking about when he said it is the RICO and that others facilitated and also helped Diddy cover up things and help them get the supplies for the freak offs and the drugs and all that. But when Aaron Hall did this interview, of course he was on whose channel? Vlad. And it's funny how a decade later the female comes forward, puts out a lawsuit, and names Aaron Hall in the lawsuit of her suing Diddy and Jodeci. And Aaron Hall goes on Vlad and says, oh, you can ask Diddy and Jamie Foxx and Jodeci. They been in my house. They seen me having sex. As if he was talking about the same story from the female that put the lawsuit against Diddy. Because she names they were at Aaron Hall's house. Diddy took her there. And Aaron Hall on Vlad screaming that these men seen him having sex in his house. So I don't know if that gave the girl more details for her to say, oh, well, I was that female that was at that house with Aaron Hall and all that. But I'm just saying, when Aaron Hall did this interview, it was decades ago. But it's crazy how the lawsuit includes him, Jodeci, and Diddy, and she claims Diddy brought her to Aaron Hall's house, and then they all had sex with her, and it was on a video. Could she tell back then? No. She claims she was scared. She couldn't work with nobody else in the industry because she claimed that Diddy was going to put out the video, and multiple people in the industry claim they seen the video. And that's what I mean by a lot of these people went on to their lives and did other things and Some of them ain't been around Diddy in decades, and you mean to tell me you couldn't go make a complaint? You couldn't go to authorities? What is the difference of now? If he's so dangerous and they claim he get other people to do these things, he don't do these things, then what is the difference of now telling on him and him possibly facing life in jail to telling on him prior? If he's so dangerous, how many mob bosses and cases where they have to relocate the witnesses and put them in safe house because by the time the trial comes, in a lot of these mob cases back then, the witnesses would be coming up unalived. So by the time the trial comes, it'd be no witnesses. So if he's this dangerous and they claim that Diddy pays other people to do the threats and intimidation stuff, what would be the difference than if they told then to now? That's the part I don't get. But now because there's a spotlight on it, now because it's money involved, now because Cassie was given $30 million, now everybody feels like now it made them come forward. Now it made them come tell. But all of these employees sat around and claiming they seen this, they seen that. And what they do, they continue to work for Diddy. The security guard who claimed he seen Diddy abusing Kim Porter and him and Kim Porter fighting. And he seen Cassie and Diddy fighting back and forth and all of this. And he seen them spiking the drinks at the party. But you stayed working with him for years after. And now you're not working for him. You're not getting that salary no more. And now you want to come forward because Diddy is the topic. Because you might can also grab up an attorney and get some of this money. Make it make sense. Like I don't agree with not saying Diddy's perfect. But what about the employees that's claiming that they sat around for decades and seen him spiking drinks and they work with him for years after, not a week after, not a month, not after I seen this I quit, I left. No. So morally, do they get do people look at them different, or do they get wrapped up in this RICO because y'all stayed working for him for years? When you're saying that you seen wrongdoing, when you're saying you see him spiking people drinks and not knowing, and would tell the employees, y'all don't drink out them bottles, but bring these bottles out, these the spike ones. And you continue to work for him knowing that he was drugging people. What is your excuse? You were scared he was going to do something to you? Or no, because you were still getting paid, you stayed and didn't say anything? Or did you even participate? That's another thing. A lot of them that's probably going to be witnesses in this trial are going to be cop the plea and testify because maybe they might have was a part of some of these freak offs and probably had sex with multiple women, or was a part of probably was there when these freak offs was going on. Who knows? But 10 years later, 15 years later, now y'all want to do interviews like Jeannie Dill. I am so tired of hearing him keep going on Art of Dialogue talking about Diddy and everything. You could tell this man got a personal vendetta for men to just keep doing hundreds of interviews, getting paid to say Diddy going to jail and he did this and he did that. But when you work for this man all them years, not one time did you go to authorities. Not one time did you leave because of you claiming he was abusing Kim Porter or because he was doing this or he was doing that. Once you stop working for him and it's alleged that Jeannie Dill wanted Diddy to give him some money for some big drug deal or something, and Diddy didn't give it to him, something like that. And that's why Jeannie Dill was mad at Diddy. Or when Diddy became a billionaire, a lot of them that was working for him feels like they entitled to that money. But to see a man go on a tour and talking about Diddy for 2-3 years straight and making money off of it, I just better hope that Jeannie Dill better be a witness. And then the claim that you was a part of a gang, you was a part of the street, you know how the streets go. So it's either you a citizen or you a part of the gang in the streets. But the way you out here talking, how you still claim to be a part of some type of gang set. But you basically out here, your mouth is running like a water faucet. I don't care if it's YouTube or it's just a platform. No. Say you're a regular citizen and that this is why you're talking the way you're talking, but you can't claim you were part of the streets and the gang and everything else, but you out here running your mouth like that. It doesn't make sense. There's nothing wrong with you claiming you a citizen and you're not in the streets, you're not a part of no gang activity, but then you got Jeannie Dill also claiming that he's a part of a gang. But he out here willingly talking about how he'll testify and he gonna tell this, he gonna do that, but then you out here claiming a set. And people are glorifying this. Like if you're gonna be out here telling and all that, then don't claim the streets. Don't claim you a part of no street gang. A regular citizen telling, I get that, I understand that. They not a part of the streets. They not a part of no gangs. But then you coming out here on YouTube getting paid to go on these platforms and sounding like a scorned act. That's not what real men do. Real men go about their own life and not all worried about another man in his business. And if you did see him hurting another woman or abusing her, you should have took care of it right then and there when you seen it. Don't come talking to the YouTube platform and interviews telling us why you didn't do nothing when you seen it. And it's sad that with our people, that if they do become millionaires or billionaires, people that used to be aligned with them or used to work for them, they feel entitled to their money. It's like none of us want to come together to create businesses and get money as a collective. We feel like, oh, I used to work for you, so you just came up. You need to look out for me. Even though that person didn't put in the work that person did, or they wasn't in their shoes when they had to do all the work that they did to get to where they at. It's like everybody feel entitled, and if you don't give me what I want, then I'm going to flip on you. I'm going to tell this on you. I'm going to tell that. I'm going to say I seen this, and I'm to take you down. Like this man don't have kids and stuff that he still provides for and take care of. Just like R. Kelly. Nobody cared about his kids when the judge wanted to put him in jail for the child support, even though he said, okay, I'll give you this. And can I just, get on a payment plan and pay the rest? They're stopping his concerts. They're stopping him from performing. Robert never owed in child support. The reason he started owing is because they were stopping him from making money. How am I going to pay and I'm not making no money? And then you claiming that everybody's worried about the children. So why would you put him in jail instead of taking the money that he said he had and work on a payment plan to pay the rest? No, judge said no. You're going to jail unless you have all of it. Just like they put Tyrese in jail. last week. Why? Because the judge said, what he asking for? 70-some thousand. Either that or go to jail. Instead of for taking what he had, if it's so much about the child's well-being. So they want him to pay his ex-wife $10,000 a month, even though they had a prenup, even though she got lots of money after the divorce. But because her lawyer claims he just put this out and he's making this and he's making that on his money, his baby mother feels that she deserves more, and the lawyer is clocking every dollar and cent he's bringing in. It's crazy. It's crazy. And they're using our own black women to take the men down.
Help put him away. She's now a criminal defense attorney. Nadia, so good to have you on here, Sidebar. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you for having me.
What is your reaction to the Diddy case, the Diddy raids?
Well, I think it's a significant development in the case. Obviously, he's presumed innocent. No charges have been filed against him. But when you take a step like executing search warrants so publicly at 2 different locations, it means you have amassed significant evidence. You've got probable cause to believe a crime has been committed, which is the same standard for arrest. So it's significant. Now, obviously, as a federal prosecutor, you want to make sure you have proof beyond a reasonable doubt when you charge a case. So they're continuing to investigate, but it's certainly a significant step.
I am starting to believe, first I was saying maybe it's surprising that they didn't have arrests in conjunction with the raid or an indictment in conjunction with the raid. And then I started thinking, well, they obviously had probable cause. Perhaps they were speaking with people, but they needed more evidence on those properties. Perhaps before there was an allegation, maybe before it was destroyed, they want to preserve it. They want to get that evidence. They might be issuing subpoenas to people. I think that now I'm wondering if we may not see potential criminal charges for a while, because it also might have to be submitted to a grand jury too, right? So we shouldn't expect perhaps charges against Diddy maybe for a little bit.
Absolutely. Look, if they're following kind of the playbook we used in RKELLY and pursuing similar charges as we did in that case, these types of cases, take a little bit of time to investigate and to make sure you're corroborating all the victim testimony you're getting. You want phone records, you want travel records. There's all sorts of corroboration that you're sending out subpoenas for, that you're speaking to people about, and then also conducting searches to help with that.
What did you think of the fact, the criticism from Diddy's lawyer that this was an excessive military style use of force? What's your take on that?
Look, it did appear that there were some kind of military vehicles used. As prosecutors, you're not kind of calling the shots on how agents operationally conduct a search. My guess is, giving them the benefit of the doubt, that there were allegations that there were firearms in the property. It's a very large property, and Diddy likely had security with firearms. So they have to secure the location and they have to ensure the safety of everyone conducting the search. So, sometimes they err on the side of using as much firepower as possible in those circumstances.
Yeah, especially given the allegations and the lawsuits, which makes me wonder, do you think the lawsuits are what precipitated this? Do you think the people who are accusing Diddy of wrongdoing are the ones who might be cooperating witnesses and what set this ball rolling?
I think it's very possible that the public filing of that first lawsuit came to the attention of federal agents and prosecutors and may have sparked this. And then obviously the follow-on lawsuits, once that first lawsuit was public, have only added to the allegations. And as a prosecutor, you might start with the people who have made allegations publicly in a lawsuit, but I don't think they're going to stop there by any means. That's just the beginning. And then you're investigating, you're talking to more people. Other victims may be coming forward who have not been public at all now that they're seeing that this is a serious investigation. So it's a starting point.
We don't know what they found in the house, and I'm going to ask you about what you think they might be looking for. But for example, if there was an allegation, hey, Diddy has guns all over the place, and then you go to the properties and there are firearms all over the place, that kind of corroborates what they're being told, and that could be useful for prosecutors in trying to establish a case and establishing what they're being told is real. But what do you think they're looking for specifically if they are moving forward in a sex trafficking investigation?
They're looking for anything that is corroborating information that has been given to them by live witnesses and victims. So, it's been reported they were looking for electronic devices. Sure, they're going to be looking for videos potentially of sexual activity engaged in with complaining victims, but they're also going to be looking for communications, particularly if they are pursuing potential RICO charges. I think they're going to be looking particularly for communications between Diddy and his inner circle, his inner network of people that may have helped or facilitated or enabled him to commit potential criminal activity.
Now, the reason I was so excited to talk to you about this is because you were part of a very infamous prosecution of a very infamous individual. Do you see similarities between the Combs case? Let me rephrase. Combs hasn't been charged, but do you see similarities if we're talking about potential sex trafficking charges? You know what the allegations are right now against Mr. Combs. Do you see similarities between him and R. Kelly?
Look, every case is different, obviously, but there do appear to be some similarities based on the public allegations that have been made. For example, the allegations about forcing individuals to have sex with others for the pleasure of Diddy in this circumstance. There were similar allegations with R. Kelly, and that he recorded that activity. So it's a pretty striking similarity in that sense.
But also the level of influence and power, right? I mean, a big part of it when I'm reading the lawsuits is just, you surround yourself with this team. You have tremendous wealth, access, this lifestyle. It was eerily reminiscent of what we were hearing from Kelly, right?
Absolutely. I mean, when you reach a certain level of fame and you've got a group of people around you that are literally there to help you with whatever whim you have, legal or illegal, and are getting paid to do so, and are, more than happy to turn a blind eye to whatever else may be going on. That's a very big similarity. Again, these are just allegations at this point against Mr. Combs, but yes.
And yeah, he hasn't been criminally charged. So when his lawyer says there's been no criminal liability, no civil liability, he's exactly right. Those lawsuits are still pending. The lawsuit with Cassie Ventura was settled. At the time of this recording, Sean Combs has not been criminally charged in any way. Want to make that clear. But I always thought it was interesting when you think about how the Kelly criminal prosecution began, how it started. It wasn't, would you say it was from the documentary that was released that kind of got the ball rolling? Because again, you wonder, what is the thing that gets going? With Harvey Weinstein, it was that New York Times article. With R. Kelly, it was a really damaging documentary. Maybe that was what you could say started the ball rolling. Here with Combs, maybe it was these lawsuits. I find it so interesting, the similarities with what begins a criminal investigation.
Yeah, look, in R. Kelly, there's no doubt that the documentary and the public airing of allegations certainly came to the attention of law enforcement, and we began looking into it. But again, in all of these cases, that's just the starting point. To bring a federal criminal prosecution, you really have to amass credible evidence that you can prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. But the public airing of such information against well-known people, that does get investigations started. There's no doubt about that.
What was it like prosecuting R. Kelly?
We tried to, as best we could, approach it as we would any other important case that we prosecuted. Obviously, there was a lot of media attention to it, and R. Kelly fans. I would say the biggest thing that could have potentially affected the case was a lot of our victims received a lot of harassment on social media and so forth. And that takes a toll on people and certainly makes them hesitant to want to move forward with a case.
When you were first prosecuting him, did you see a lot of people coming to R. Kelly's defense? Because at this time, I don't know if I'm seeing that so much with Diddy. Actually, what we're seeing is a lot of videos coming out from years ago that are looked at in a different context. You see high-profile celebrities who are making these comments, these innuendos about him. I don't see a ton of defense for Diddy. When you were first going after Kelly, I mean, was there a ton of? Were you yourself receiving any backlash, any threats? Was there a lot of support for him?
It wasn't support from kind of public, well-known figures, but he had a lot of kind of just regular fan support that would post on social media, YouTube channels, send emails, mostly to victims, not to the prosecutors. But we did receive, some of our own kind of threats and such.
That's so disappointing to hear. So if this is a case where Diddy is ultimately arrested, ultimately charged, federal prosecutors, what advice would you give them prosecuting a well-known figure like Diddy?
I would tell them to put their heads down and pursue it as they would any other case. Try to block out all the noise and just build your case step by step, put all the pieces of the puzzle together. And, if it's reportedly the Southern District of New York, those are very good prosecutors, and that's what I would expect them to do.
And how do you prove it? What do you have to show in a sex trafficking related case? What do you have to prove to make that conviction?
Yeah, so it depends exactly how they're pursuing this. If they do it through a RICO, which I suspect they're probably looking into, they're going to need to show an enterprise, so an inner circle, a group that helps him facilitate a pattern of criminal activity. And then that pattern can include things like forced labor or sex trafficking. The sex trafficking here could be, transporting people via his private plane or otherwise to commit commercial sex. And commercial sex doesn't necessarily have to mean, paying money, but also receiving anything of value. So he's making videos of this activity. That could be a thing of value as well. So, and using force or fraud or coercion to do that. And so abusing victims, putting them in humiliating situations,
Right.
that can all be part of that.
Or promising them money or something of value and then not delivering it. That would classify it as well.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. So, and what would be the challenges that prosecutors would face? Legal challenges. How would someone in Diddy's position, or if someone was arrested, someone else in connection with this, how do they defend it? What kind of arguments would you expect from the defense that you would have to fight back on?
Yeah, if they pursue RICO charges, I imagine a defense would be that there was no criminal enterprise, that this, to the extent there was criminal activity, this was one person acting alone. And if it's not RICO, a lot of it would potentially fall outside of the statute of limitations. So the advantage of RICO is it lets you go kind of decades potentially in the past, and also it expands venue. So you can charge criminal activity that occurred not just in the Southern District of New York, but throughout the country. If that's taken away, that would be a big hit to the scope of any criminal indictment.
Last year, Diddy's ex-girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura, who you probably know as singer Cassie, accused him of sex trafficking and sexual slavery. She alleged that Diddy raped her and beat her so severely that she was bruised. Cassie also alleged Diddy made her have sex with prostitutes and recorded it on video. She also says he forced her to carry a gun. Cassie sued him under New York's Adult Survivors Act and settled with Diddy outside of court just one day after the suit was filed. Joy Dickerson Neal also filed suit against Diddy under the Adult Survivors Act, accusing him of drugging and sexually assaulting her back in 1991 when she was a college student at Syracuse University. Diddy was slammed with yet another lawsuit last month, this time brought on by music producer Rodney Jones, also known as Lil Rod. The 73-page lawsuit lays out dozens of allegations against Diddy, including that he forced Lil Rod to hire prostitutes and have sex with them. The court doc also claims Diddy himself assaulted Lil Rod, but that's not the only bombshell allegations revealed in the detailed documents. Lil Rod doesn't shy away from publicly naming other celebrities he says assaulted him.
I don't know that Cuba Gooding Jr. is going to escape from that one.
Let's start with the allegations against Academy Award-winning actor Cuba Gooding Jr. Lil Rod alleges Diddy was, quote, grooming him to pass him off to his friends. This fear became reality when Mr. Combs introduced Mr. Jones to Cuba Gooding Jr. when they were on Mr. Combs' yacht. There's actually photos of their interaction together too, which are laid out in those court documents. In the first pic, you see Diddy and Cuba talking with Diddy's arms on Cuba's. In the next pic, Cuba has his arm around Lil Rod and is smirking. Court docs go on to state, quote, Cuba Gooding Jr. began touching, groping, and fondling Mr. Jones's legs, his inner thighs near his groin, the small of his back near his buttocks, and his shoulders. He rejected his advances, and Mr. Gooding Jr. did not stop until Mr. Jones forcibly pushed him away.
In the last couple of years, there were allegations against him for sexual assault. So now we have those prior allegations, and now we see him tied to this case as allegedly trying to, assault a Lil Rod, assault others.
Back in 2019, Cuba was booked on misdemeanor charges of forcible touching and sexual abuse after he allegedly groped a woman in Times Square. By the next year, 3 women had come forward accusing him of non-consensual sexual touching. He eventually reached a deal with prosecutors that required 6 months of counseling but no jail time.
I'm getting the feeling where there's smoke, there's fire, right? Because now we have 2 different instances where you're accused of the same type of behavior, years apart. I think there's something there. And I don't know that Cuba Gooding Jr. is going to escape from that one, because he already saw definitely people moving away from him within Hollywood circles and other circles once those first sexual assault allegations came out. So at this point, I don't think he's going to get away with it.
The case where
So as y'all heard, that was R. Kelly's the prosecutor who prosecuted him in New York. Now, did y'all hear what she said? That with high profile famous people, that with the public's outrage definitely starts an investigation where prosecutors and agents start to build cases all off of social media, public opinion. Then she said that surviving R. Kelly definitely had a major part of the whole start of them building a case against Robert and the public's outrage. Then y'all heard her say that with case, it was a lot of his fans who were threatening and reaching out to victims. Where's the evidence to that? Because if I'm not mistaken, wasn't the parents and the alleged accusers coming to spaces where R. Kelly fans were? They were on YouTube, on different platforms, in chats, reaching out to bloggers on YouTube, speaking to bloggers. Didn't look like they were scared to me. They were all in the mix, but claiming that they didn't want to be involved around nothing around R. Kelly, his fans, but they were coming to spaces where R. Kelly fans were. Then she stated that long as the Southern District uses the RICO racketeering, that's a way for them to be able to charge Diddy from, well, charge him all throughout the country and be able to bypass the statute of limitations. So any accuser saying this happened 10 years ago, 15, 20, they can bring that in under the RICO racketeering, and they can charge him with flying individuals across state line for the purposes of sex and where they're reaching, saying sex trafficking. So a new update on Diddy, Love Unconditional. You was right, but didn't I tell y'all this? Didn't I tell y'all that they were going to try to not give Diddy a bond? Told y'all. When they did this to R. Kelly, and Diddy is a billionaire, I'm pretty sure when all of this stuff happened, when the raid started, Diddy start moving his money around and putting money aside for defense. Because remember, his son also has lawsuits against him, alleging some of the same charges, right? And then in multiple lawsuits, accusers have named both of his sons being in these freak offs and supplying drugs and claiming minors was at these parties. And when they claimed that in Little Rod's lawsuit, when he claimed that he seen guys come to Diddy's houses in all black delivering guns, and how he would pay these people to bring guns there for them to go and find these AR-15s with 59 rounds and serial numbers scratched off. Like I said, that's the worst. I don't know why Diddy didn't have legal guns. I don't get it. He's a billionaire. He easily could have purchased guns and for his house to protect his home. Look how big his mansions were. That's a easy legal argument for his attorneys if he had legal guns. But for him to have these AR-15s with the serial number scratched off, for some of y'all, if you don't know, they're labeled as ghost guns. And in the Fed, you can get an automatic 5 to 10 years if you get caught with a legal firearm with the serial number scratched off. Because usually they say that them guns have been used before and that they're legal. I don't know why he had that in his home. They found them in his home. Multiple people live in his mansion. So I know his defense is probably going to argue that the prosecutors probably going to say they were in his home, so they're saying they were his. But he had multiple people living in his home, and he would be back and forth. So I don't know if they're going to try to fight that part, because them guns with the serial numbers, that's not a good look. And I don't even know why, if he had security, and even if he purchased the legal guns to have in his home, I don't understand that. So the Attorney General provided photos at the press conference of all the guns and the 59 rounds and the magazines that they found in his house. And I knew that in Little Rod's lawsuit, when he said that it was all these guns in the home. I'm like, how is this dude saying all these things and he only been around 12 months? So Little Rod was also for video and everything. He was supposed to be there to produce for the Love album, and he was also supposed to record everywhere they went, all the studio sessions. And when Diddy didn't give him what he wanted, he kept all of the videos and the pictures. So I also think he was up there taking pictures and video and stuff to keep in case he ever had to blackmail him. Because when they brought up that they found thousands of the freak off items that Diddy would allegedly use for the freak offs, and every session he would make them order this lubricant and gel and all. They said they found thousands of boxes of all those items. They didn't show pictures of that, but they made sure to show the public the pictures of all the guns they found, which was in Little Rod's lawsuit, right? So that's when it hit me, because I'm like, well, maybe they might give him a bond because he has a lot of businesses. He also has a lot of dependents that live with him, his children, who he has to put a roof over their head. I think the twins, well, I know that they just graduated this past summer, but I think the other daughter either 17 or she just turned 18 too. And then the baby, Love, I think she goes back and forth from Diddy to her mom. But I know that Christian just got his own home with his girlfriend. I think the other son lived there. Then the adopted daughter was living there. Then he had a couple nieces living there. So he had a lot of dependents that was living in multiple properties. And I said a while ago, when you do the research now, it comes up that the house in LA and in Miami, he has all those houses. The one in Miami is under Bad Boy, but the house in LA is under his daughter's names. So I figured he probably took care of all of that when all of this stuff started happening. But that's why I thought they would have gave him a bond and a pre-trial detention for like house arrest, or made him turn in his passport and said he can't leave the country. But then I thought about it when they showed them guns and they claiming in the charges, in the indictment, that he was intimidating the accusers and threatening their life, and they claimed they got evidence of an arson. So I don't know if that's from Cassie saying that Diddy allegedly blew up the kid's car. Was that the part of the arson? They said they couldn't go further and talk about it. But that's when I said, oh no, they're not going to give him a bond. They're going to say he a flight risk because he got his own plane. And they're going to say that for the safety of the accusers, and he's an intimidate. If he gets out, he can intimidate them, because they said in 2023 they got evidence of him calling the accusers, telling them to change their stories and giving them stories of what they should say if they approached. So I knew that they was going to try to use that as for him not to get a bond. And look, it says prosecutors seeking to keep Sean Combs in prison ahead of trial. Federal prosecutors are urging a Manhattan court to keep defendant Sean Diddy Combs in detention ahead of his trial, calling him, told you, a flight risk and a significant risk to, did I tell y'all? Told y'all. A minute. A significant risk to obstruct brandishing of firearms to intimidate and threaten others. Told you. It notes the defendant still has access to guns, including illegal firearms. They argue Combs' violent tendencies are widely known, but at no point during the past few decades have the threat of public exposure or law enforcement intervention deterred the defendant from continuing his abuse. The prosecutors note the extent of the evidence against Combs, pointing to the 50 interviews conducted with victims or witnesses and records obtained pursuant to more than 300 grand jury subpoenas. Damn. Or by voluntary means. Damn. 300 grand jury subpoenas or by voluntary means. Prosecutors argued that the terms posed by the defense counsel, including home detention with electronic monitoring and a $50 million bond secured by Combs' Miami home, are plainly insufficient, especially given the defendant's history of engaging in obstructive conduct. As reflected by the gravity of the charges in the indictment, the defendant is dangerous and poses an ongoing threat to the safety of the community. If released, he remains a serious risk of flight, despite the conditions offered by his counsel. Most gla- gla- glaringly, the defendant also poses a significant risk of obstructing justice. The prosecution's letter reads, the prosecutors note that the indictment accuses Combs of attempting to bribe security staff and with threatening and interfering with witnesses to his alleged criminal conduct. He has already tried to obstruct the government's investigation of this case, repeatedly contacted victims and witnesses, and feeding them false narrative of events, as described in detail below. There are simply no conditions that would ensure that the defendant's effort to obstruct and tamper with witnesses will stop. The letter reads, the letter then details Combs. There is no condition or combination of conditions that will reasonably assure the appearance of the defendant as required and the safety of others and the community, not to mention the integrity of the proceedings. Prosecutors wrote in their letter Tuesday. Combs was charged in a 3-count criminal indictment, unsealed on Tuesday, with racketeering conspiracy and sex trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution. The indictment alleges Combs abused, threatened, and coerced women and others since 2008 and oversaw a criminal enterprise that relied on employees and the influence of Combs' business empire to attempt to engage in, among other crimes, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. Combs was arrested late Monday in New York and is expected in court. Proposed conditions don't include limitations on access to digital devices. In a statement Monday night, Combs' attorney, Mark, said he and his client were disappointed by the unjust prosecution of Combs, who praised as a music icon, self-made entrepreneur, loving family man, and proven he is an imperfect person in the statement, I'm sorry, y'all. He is an imperfect person, but he is not a criminal. Continue in his statement to his credit, Mr. Combs has been nothing but cooperative with this investigation and voluntarily relocated to New York last week in anticipation of these charges. Please reserve your judgment until you have all the facts. These are the acts of an innocent man with nothing to hide and looks forward to clearing his name. So this was his attorney responding to the prosecutors saying that Diddy doesn't deserve to get the house arrest and a $50 million. Damn. That's why I said I knew Diddy put up some money for this. They asked for a $50 million bond. Oh, secured by Combs' Miami home. With in-home, including home detention with electronic monitoring. And see, that's what I'm saying. How can, if you're claiming he can do all this stuff even if he's on house arrest or whatever, if you're on home monitoring, y'all are the feds. Y'all can wiretap his phone. Y'all can have an agent sitting outside his home. Possibly, what can he do if he's home confined? That's just like Young Thug lawyer when he was trying to get him bond, and Young Thug agreed to even pay for outside authorities to watch his home, and he would pay for the cop and for him to be on home confinement. And he was saying that he can make a list out to all the visitors, and the visitors will have to put in documentation a week before they visit him. And the judge still was like, no, because they were saying Young Thug was an intimidation of witnesses and got to keep the community safe. But if a person is innocent until proven guilty, why are you denying a bond as if you're believing what the prosecutor's charges are? I don't understand that. If a person is innocent, why are you believing that the prosecutors are saying that he's got to keep the community safe, he's intimidating? But if these are all allegations, why does that stop a judge from letting the innocent defendant get a bond? So when you say no bond, you're basically saying you believe what the prosecutors are saying the person did. How am I innocent if you're going to deny me a bond off of the prosecutors basically telling you I did these things? How am I innocent until proven guilty in the court of law? I think that is so dumb. If you're going to deny me a bond and make me stay in jail until a trial, if you are believing the things that the prosecutors are alleging, that I'm intimidating witnesses, all of that. If all this is supposed to be alleged and proven in court, how the hell do you deny somebody's bond that's supposed to be innocent? How are you going to hold me in jail if all these are supposed to be alleged and it's supposed to be proven in court? So when you deny my bond, you're basically saying, well, I believe the prosecutors that you are intimidation of witnesses. I believe the prosecutors when they say you being out is a risk to the community. So you believing the charges. How am I innocent until proven guilty? That's crazy. I don't understand this judicial system. I don't care what nobody says. And then now, how can the defendant fight? Now he got to see his attorneys while he's in confinement. They got to visit the facility. Then you got to watch what you're saying in there per R. Kelly, because they can be recording your phone calls. You got BOP officers that's crooked that can be listening in to you and your attorney phone calls, listening when your attorney come and visit you. So how can you have a fair fight? Let's not forget R. Kelly has a whole lawsuit and a deposition coming up against a BOP officer that was basically high as like a judge in a jail, who worked at a facility, which after she retired, the facility was shut down due to corruption. And nobody talks about that. Why was that facility she was working at, when she was looking up Robert's stuff for over 6 months, the facility was shut down due to corruption? And like Robert said, if this BOP officer can get away with doing this to me, how many other people did she do that to? How many other BOP officers at that facility was doing that? Because that facility didn't report her. The warden at the MCC did. So, like, make it make sense. And as Tasha K stated, oh, how you think we get our information? BOP officers, they been giving us information for years. And with a high profile inmate like P. Diddy, come on. They're going to definitely have to put him in. I'm pretty sure they're going to probably do him just like Robert, throw him right in the shoe. Because if they tell him, like they did Robert, he got to get a cellmate, Diddy probably going to decline it due to his safety, and then they're going to throw him right in the shoe, which they shouldn't even offer him no cellmate. They should already, off the top of their head, oh, this inmate goes to protective custody. I didn't even understand when Robert got to the MCC. He got written up the first day he was there because he didn't know that he can't refuse a cellmate. So when they told him, he was like, oh no, I'm all right, I'm going to cell by myself. And they was like, oh, well, no, we're telling you to go in the cell with this person. And Robert was like, no, he'll take the write-up. So they told him, well, you're going to go to the shoe and we have to write it up. And for his safety, I understood why he didn't want to go in the cell with nobody. And they put Robert in the shoe for months. And that's why that attorney that I'm always playing the video, when he said he never seen nothing like it in his life, how they had Robert all shackled up and chained up, and he was only a couple feet away from a guy that looked like Hannibal, that was alleged serial killer. And for Robert to be innocent, didn't even go to trial or nothing yet, they had him looking like he was already guilty. And in the shoe, that's where you got people that urinate all over the place, put their feces all over the wall. They don't give you no blanket, no sheets. Sometimes they put inmates down there with no clothes on, butt naked, so thinking if they try to hurt themselves or something. All night and day, all you hear is screaming, hollering, because some of them be having mental illness. Some of them be literally got some major issues, and you usually have a light over top of you in the cell 24 hours a day. So even when you're trying to go to sleep, it's that big old light. And I believe Robert did say it was a camera right over the toilet. So that's why he didn't like going to the bathroom, because it was a camera looking right over him. And because of who Diddy is, like how they kept going to R. Kelly's cell and asking him to sing and wouldn't give him extra water or nothing, just using him. I'm pretty sure once they find out Diddy's in there, it's going to be the same thing. Same thing. Why would you even put him in any type of general population? He should be automatically in one man cell in protective custody. And one of the reporters asked the Attorney General during the press conference this morning, isn't this the same facility where Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide? And they was like, yeah, and this is the same Southern District of New York. And they was like, are y'all going to make sure that Sean Combs' safety is the #1 priority due to the fact that Epstein was also one of the last cases that y'all had that, you know, lost his life. And they said, oh, we make sure our priority is to make sure all defendants are safe prior to them going to trial. And he says something like, we don't want to compare the two. Like, I guess trying to say Epstein did that to himself. And if like, did he do something like that to himself? It has nothing to do with them because they make sure that they are safe. It's crazy, man. Now, I know Diddy went to court this afternoon, so I'm trying to see if this was actually the final thing, no bond.
There's enough new information being presented to me to reconsider the proof evident presumption break findings. So the counter motion is denied. The motion to reconsider is denied. The counter motion is also denied. Yes, sir.
This dude, what's your name, sir? I'm not interested.
All right, Mr. Davis.
In June, he was doing law that don't pertain to me. He kept on quoting it. Then the next, in July, he did the same thing. Saying laws that don't pertain to me. That's wrong. And another thing.
Attorney is going to potentially appeal this.
Okay,
so
let me
we'll get some clarity on this.
Okay, August 9th, 2 deputies from the 2 COs came to my cell, asked for the extra mattress. I gave told them to take it. You know what I'm saying? I think they were sent by them to beat me up. So they brutally beat me up. They attacked me and assaulted me, and it was wrong. I told them I had cancer. And I'm on blood thinners. You know what I'm saying? So I asked them what's their name. The sergeants ran them out the door. So I talked to my California lawyer. He said they usually send inmates or young deputies to do this type of stuff, just so I would y'all can have something to say that I attacked them or falling back or nothing. So I just stood there because I got cancer and I'm on blood thinners. So I just stood there and let them assault me and beat me up. Then I tried to get the press here to come see me, my family. They blocked my visits, everything. This is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. What?
You've made very serious allegations regarding police brutality and the DA's orchestrating some sort of attack on you.
My lawyers,
I wasn't aware of any of this.
Oh, August 9th, he did it.
So they can say that you attacked them. It was never brought to my attention, so there's nothing to connect that allegation. Ultimately, I think you need to be aware of the things that you're saying.
They attacked me and assaulted me. The whole place seen it. All right. And they got the bubble little camera there. I asked them for their name. They ran them out the door. And that's wrong. I'm on blood thinners, and that's the first thing on the thing. Say, do not have no altercation. Because you know, a bloody nose and you can die. You know what I'm saying? And that's wrong. When I got cancer, I kept on telling them deputies, what are you doing? What's wrong with you guys? What is wrong with you guys? I'm old enough to be a dad, man. You know, have some compassion. What is wrong with y'all? And they took $300-some worth of food out of my cell and everything. It's wrong.
All right. We've had hearings regarding things that have happened at the jail. If you have something that you want Mr. Arnold to file, he can file it. And if there's an issue about Connecting those two things that you have alleged, we can absolutely have a hearing on that if Mr. Arnold brings it to my attention.
I appreciate it, and I wish they be disciplined, fired. Something needs to happen.
Give me
And
more
they
information,
wrong.
because at this point you don't have really much connecting this, okay?
No, I got the nurses. I got the nurses thing. I filed with the nurse. I submitted it and everything.
Submit it to, let Mr. Arnold know so he can submit it to me and I can review it, okay?
Okay.
All right, I think we have to get you back pretty quickly. It's because at 10:30 you need to go somewhere. So we are now done with Mr. Davis so that he can be taken back for that appointment.
Take care.
Now, y'all just heard this judge say to Keefy D, because he said he thinks that the prosecutor sent these the guards to come and attack him in his cell. She said, "Oh, you're making a very serious allegation against police brutality and the prosecutors." Okay, but what about the fact that the guards did beat him up? So maybe the prosecutors didn't send them, but the guards are under authority, prison guards, all under the government. So maybe he might be, thinking this came from the prosecutors, but the fact that they still attacked him, he's in y'all custody. Y'all supposed to protect him, like they saying with Diddy, until trial. How was Keefy D attacked by the guards? And like I always said about the Keefy D thing, he is a major high profile inmate. He shouldn't be nowhere near no type of general population. It's no way. Everybody's gonna whisper, "Oh, that's the guy that's being accused of unaliving Tupac. That's the guy." He's a target. You even got individuals that will want to just do him in just to get the credit to say, "I did something to the person that unalived Tupac." They would just want that fame just because. So for him to say that the guards attacked him, he got cancer, he on blood thinners, he's in their custody awaiting trial because she didn't let the bond go through that whack something with his business. One of the people that they contacted, she feel like they're not really giving her a lot of information on where the money came from that WEC provided the $100 million. I said 100 million. I think it was $100,000 dollars. Because some people wasn't answering, and some people were saying they don't know who the person is that she was naming when she was calling, and then the bonds people said that they was the ones who put that in the letter, something like that. But she just felt like she want more of it, so she didn't secure the bond yet. So again, he's in your custody. Y'all supposed to protect him. How do you just flag him off like that? And he's telling you he was attacked. This the same thing Judge Donnelly did to Robert and the PI when they brought to her attention the day of the Socio hearing, when she asked Robert did he want to keep Nicole, and they told her that they believed that Robert calls was being listened to in his visits. And the first thing she said was, "That's serious allegations you're making, and if you don't have proof, you should not speak and say those things." And the PI and them is trying to tell her he must got some type of evidence that this is going on, because things start getting leaked out that shouldn't have. And the only way these things could have got leaked was getting leaked out. Somebody had to be looking up his information on the inside or listening in. So when it comes out 3 weeks before his verdict, Judge Donnelly didn't apologize. She didn't say to the PI and Robert, I'm sorry, because y'all did bring this to my attention at the hearing before the trial started. None of that. They just kindly told Robert defense and himself that it was an affidavit and a judge signed off for the BOP officer to confiscate her computer, and that they found evidence that she's been looking up this information and providing it to a blogger for over 6 months. She didn't apologize or nothing. Nothing. And this just what this judge basically, her same reaction with KVD saying that he's jumped by 2 guards and the man got cancer. If the man get one little cut or bleed out, like he said, the doctor told him he could die. And this is more reason why his family is asking for a bond. And can he fight the trial from the outside? Because his safety is at risk. What jail can he go to? And people whisper, oh, that guy, as soon as you get there, they already know your charges and your case. The inmates got people in the jail, other inmates. That's why I always say there's some very intelligent individuals inside these prisons that is basically like investigators and detectives, and then you got the ones that stay in the law library that know the law back and front, that helps a lot of others with their appeals, and for ones that ain't got attorneys. So they already be knowing individuals that come on the block, they charges, and that's why they people that be charged with hurting kids and babies and stuff, soon as they hit the floors, they already be telling the CEOs, yo, that person got to go. They can't come here. Especially once individuals get to prison. People that's there doing life sentences, that's their home. So anybody coming on their block where they living at for the rest of they know who you are when you hitting the block. And if you got any of them type of charges, they automatically tell you to go check in the PC. Because if not, most likely they gonna hurt you where you gonna go check in there. And that's why I always said with Robert, you could tell that nobody believes these lies, because the man was in there all of that time. And when he did get attacked was because this guy was mad that the jail was shut down and they wasn't able to use the phones or come out their cell, because they claimed that R. Kelly supporters, when they came to the MCC twice in front of the building, that they blamed the inmates blamed the jail staff told the other inmates to blame R. Kelly for the reason that they were locked down, because they didn't know what his supporters was going to do, or if they was going to try to come in the building or whatever. So they locked the whole jail down. And that this man was supposed to be mad because he couldn't use the phone and he was locked down. So when they popped the doors, he has to come from a whole other section to get the robber, and the COs have to pop the door just for him to even get in Robert's cell. And usually they don't pop the doors at the same time. It's usually, okay, pop the door for this inmate. Okay, you go out, get your water, whatever, take your shower, whatever. If you done, go in, shut the door. All right, now let's pop the next cell. Robert was in there asleep. And he had to come from the top of the tier. And he claims that the CEO told him to go attack Robert. And that's why they were supposed to have the hearing where this guy was supposed to testify and state that the CEO told him, go ahead, go in there and attack him. And because he wanted more light on his case, because he claimed that the judge kept denying all his motions and everything, this gave his case more light, because now he in the news, now the media exposing his picture all in the articles. And he had wrote the judge another motion stating that the guards told him to attack R. Kelly. and he was facing 2 life sentences. The prosecutors hurried up and transferred him out to Virginia. So when Greenberg and them was trying to hurry up and do the hearing, oh, Your Honor, the inmate has already been transferred, so Mr. Kelly is no threat to him. We got the inmate out of that facility, so they couldn't do the hearing to expose why did he come attack him. And apparently, the COs had to be a part of something because again, he couldn't have never got through Robert's tear and then able to get in his cell without the doors being popped open. And the guy that I interviewed, that was in jail with Robert, he said the same thing. Because the guy was a Latin king. And he said that they even went to the big bosses in there and asked them, did they send him to attack Robert? And they said no. None of them, the GDs, the BDs, the Latin king, none of them had problems with Robert. And this is why they asked for him to be able to come to general population when Robert was in the shoe. Robert would have never been able to be amongst no general population if they thought this man was hurting or abusing minors. So the attack from that guy was something he claimed the COs was a part of, but others claimed that he was mad that he was locked in the cell. But they made sure to hurry up and move him so Greenberg and them couldn't get the hearing. But Robert, again, is in their custody. The same BOP officers that's listening into his attorney phone calls, which should have automatically stopped him from going to trial because his rights was automatically violated when you are listening in to him and his attorney phone calls. As Riel specifically said, I know your voice. I heard you on the phone with your attorney. How did she get that phone call listening? The BOP officer, Tasha K. How many phone calls was they listening in with him and his attorneys? And then Michael Leonard was so dumb enough to go do an interview and state that he don't believe that no BOP officer was listening in to none of the phone calls because he was on thousands of them. And if it did happen, it would be the quickest way to get a federal trial thrown out and all the BOP officers would be arrested immediately. So what happened, Michael Leonard? Because it was true. And for a PI like Sean Harris to find that out makes a lot of sense. That's what a PI is for. And when he brought it to the attention of the judge and R. Kelly's attorneys, Michael Leonard tried to say, oh, it wasn't Robert that was worried about that. It was the PI because he wasn't used to the facility in Chicago. That was his first time being there. He's from New York, and he thought maybe Robert calls and his visits they could be listening to, and that wasn't ever true, but it was. So that's why I don't even trust the BOP officers. They're saying that they're going to protect them. Let them out on bail. At least if it's home confinement or house arrest. But who's trusting y'all for their safety? And then as soon as something happens, they're going to cover it up with something else of the reason why the person was attacked or why this happened or that happened. And then Keefe D said when he asked the guards what was their names, of course they ain't telling them.
Everybody has to slow down, get rooted, and go around those people that you know you can be around.
Right.
You know what I mean? You can't just mix and mingle because a person will tell on you, make up some shit. We'll think, okay, attorney, what do you want? $2 million. All right, well, what's your fee gonna be? It could get drawn out, $750,000. Well, what you think, man? I think we can offer him $500,000, he'll go away. So then we make a decision based on the money. But then once we pay him, we guilty.
Right. That's crazy.
You understand what I'm saying?
That's great. And just even with like public perception, now you're guilty, whether you are or not.
That's what it is.
Okay, so speaking of public perception, people think that R. Kelly is a child molester. Is he?
No. But then again, when it comes to R. Kelly, now I'm talking about his current situation.
Right.
We talk about it, let's talk about it. R. Kelly was what? 28? Rest in peace, Aaliyah was what? 15?
When they got married.
Some shit like that? So that's definitely, I'm not with that, right? Unless the parents gave the consent. If the parents or the guardian gave the consent, then we can't call him a child molester.
So who's to blame then for that? It's an inappropriate relationship or immoral relationship? Because it's not illegal if
the parents gave consent, it's not illegal.
Right.
So now some inappropriate and immoral is the same shit. But now we're gonna talk about it. Shit. Jay-Z was 28 and Beyonce was 16, right?
Allegedly.
No, motherfucking allegedly. Right? Now, I don't know if it was parental consent. And Beyonce's from Texas, and I believe Texas is 17, 18. Jay-Z's from New York, 17, right? So, it might be distasteful in some eyes. Now I will look up and say, well, they're still together. They have beautiful children. They're working well together. So the intentions, were positive. I wouldn't say that Jay-Z on some bullshit, but it's the same thing, But people fall in love, bro. People fall in love. And I hate to say to some of you black people, y'all go talk to some of your great-grandmothers. If y'all go look at some of your great-grandmother's obituaries and some of your great-grandfather's obituaries, you will learn that nigga was 29 and she was 14. And you go look at when your oldest auntie or uncle was born, and you will learn that these things been going on amongst our culture for a very long time.
Me and my cousins recently had this wild conversation where our grandmother's first kid was when she was 12.
How old was
13.
Grandpa's?
Yeah. Well,
how old was he?
He was older.
No, how old was?
I don't know his age because I never.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So
it doesn't make it okay though.
I really believe this: if parents give consent, and looking at Jay-Z and Beyonce's parents back then, where she was, it wasn't like they would have gave consent because she needed a handout or needed taken care of. They were successful, right? And they gave consent, and we look up 10, 15 years later, and that's still strong. Then I would say the parents made a right decision. With Aaliyah, wasn't Jay-Z involved with Aaliyah too?
Allegedly, that's what they said.
Cause that's kind of what him and what's the boy?
Dame Dash.
And he was before Dame Dash.
Correct.
And Aaliyah was 18 with Dame Dash?
Around there.
So he was, I don't know, man.
So do you think, because the whispers, I know you hear the streets like I hear the streets. The whispers are people are now saying Jay-Z's name very lightly. They talk about Diddy, but they're talking about Jay-Z. Do you?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Jay-Z's still with Beyonce. I believe both of them had some type of legal consent from the parents. And I'm looking at their marriage and their situation, and this goes to prove what some think is distasteful may be the next person's future.
But if you have consent from the parents, if she's still 15, 16 and you're 28, that's crazy.
Was it crazy?
Not to say that it's not.
But they're a power couple today, right?
They are today, but I mean, I wouldn't let a 20-year-old take my 15-year-old daughter today because of what future potential they may have together.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
But this is the world we live in.
I know it's the world that we live in.
This is the world we live in, to where it's selective politics. Because it's R. Kelly over here and it's Jay-Z over there.
So we're saying the rules that apply to R. Kelly are not rules that they would ever apply to Jay-Z.
That's a fact.
So now R. Kelly, though, the sex he had on that tape with that one girl that we all saw in the hood, she was like 14 years old, the one he peed on. That was, no matter what state. Was it?
That was dismissed. They dismissed. That's when we thought he was all going to jail.
So he didn't get convicted of that one.
You don't remember he was dismissed? They dismissed that shit.
So many charges, I don't know.
I thought he was, the one he's in jail for now, right? And the text messages out there was crazy. They didn't allow this shit in court. But hopefully on this other appeal, it'll be all right. The father, the parents of the girls actually was communicating with R. Kelly, told R. Kelly she was 18, right? Was visiting. R. Kelly was looking out for him like they was one big family. And then the girl got cold feet maybe 6-7 months into it and told R. Kelly, I got something I need to tell you. And he said, what? She said, I'm 17. So he was lied to even by the parents, right? So, you know, but at the end of the day, people gonna say, well, what about Aaliyah? What about the situation you was talking about? You know, a few of these things was dismissed, but the feds got him because she was 17 and he had crossed state lines and all this other shit. But he did it thinking she was of age 18, but even at that age 18, R gotta be 50-something, right?
Right.
He had to be in his 40s. So to the world, they're gonna say it's distasteful, but in his mind, he was still within the legalities of the law.
So people watching all this now, because online when I posted some about Drake and Kendrick's beef, this back and forth, people were like, hip hop in general is all about pedophilia, because you got the old dudes dating the young girls, you got this, whatever.
It's always went on.
Is that something to be said just about the communities that we grew up in or that we come from, and is it still the same today?
I'm finna fuck him up with this. Fellas, a lot of y'all go to strip clubs. Am I right?
Yeah, everybody's at the strip club.
35, 40, 55, old school players, all that. Okay, Jason, I'm gonna let you answer. How old are the women that's asshole naked giving these dudes lap dances and sliding up and down this pole? These motherfuckers be selected. That's why they don't like whack. Because I'm going to put the real in front of you. The old niggas is going into strip clubs. Strip clubs don't say you got to be 25 or 30. It's niggas coming in here. The older they are, the more money they got to spend, more bottles, more money they throw. You got 50, 45, 60-year-olds in the strip club. How old are the strippers that they are employing to go entertain these people?
I mean, they look 20, 21.
Okay then. So fuck it. Let's shut down the strip clubs too. Because if you smacking them on that ass, or you going to the back to the X-rated section, right? Nobody sweating the strip clubs.
But 20 is different than 14, 15, 16.
20, nigga, 53. What's the difference?
The law.
I understand that. Anything underage, but even then, they'll say, oh, she's 20 years old, he's 50.
Right.
But ain't nobody complaining about what's going on in the strip
Well,
club.
I think it's because the law, and like you said, you point out, and this is a bigger problem for the whole country, and I just don't understand why the country won't get uniform, because in our state, we're conditioned, below 18 is illegal.
We're conditioned like that.
Whereas if you go to Alabama, 16 is legal.
Vegas, 16.
Vegas?
Nevada, 16.
That's wild. So it's illegal, and there's a legal thing, and then there's a morality thing. So I think for me, I understand what you're saying. If you're 60 at the club and a girl's 20, that's a 40-year age gap. So 23 to 16
But if it's
is only
a rapper
7.
that's 38 and she's fucking 19, they gonna have a fit.
But the only thing is the law is was supposed to protect kids and not give them the ability to give consent until a certain age. I just feel like if you're 40, 42, 43, 33, a 16-year-old, should not turn you on unless that's a fetish that you have. Like you're fetishizing a 16-year-old. You can argue there's some 16-year-olds that look 22 because there are young people who look older these days.
Yeah.
But I just feel like, and I guess it's a complex thing because there are young people tricking older people. There's all of that.
IDs and all that. So, end of the day, it's kind of like, it's never going to stop going on. It's going on. It's cool over here, not cool over there. Me personally, I'm going to be real. I'm going to keep it 100. 24, 44, 44 went with me. 44 know how to work that thing. That's just what it is. Like the 24, I don't know what they are. I just remember when I was 24. So, I'm into the 44 that looks 28.
So you've always been in the older.
44 looks 28.
Okay.
I don't want you 44 looking 58. 44 looks 28.
So you have the 7.5 hours of tapes with R. Kelly. What are you talking?
No, we got 7.5. No, we got like 200
hours.
Yeah.
Of phone calls with R. Kelly.
Yeah.
What is he talking about?
From the day he went to jail to now. So you hear the R. Kelly that, man, I got to get out of here, man, get the bail. You hear that to him transitioning to he's not going anywhere, to charges being trumped up, to everything, his whole transition to today.
And he's talking to you about it?
No, he's talking to my partner Levi.
Okay.
Some of it he's talking to me, the later stuff as a now.
I didn't even know you knew R. Kelly.
What do you mean?
I didn't know you knew R. Kelly.
Why the fuck would I know R. Kelly?
I mean, you know everybody.
Yeah, that's R. Kelly.
No. No, I know you know who he is. I didn't know you knew him to be on the phone recording a show over the last, I don't know how many years.
Yeah, I mean, well, my man Levi was doing that.
Okay.
So this is called surveying R. Kelly. We're not talking about what he's in there for. We're talking about his mental state, right? What we're hearing him on his phone conversations. Where he at? What do you think? How did he get there? What do you think he meant by this, that? So I'm going to create a panel, create like a red tabletop type scene, and we're going to get to it.
Surveying R. Kelly.
Going to be on the Tronics Network.
Okay. And so then you have 30 hours of music too. That's unreleased.
No, we have, R. Kelly has 35,000
songs,
unreleased songs.
And you have access to that library?
Yeah.
But is it okay to listen to R. Kelly songs now? Because that was the whole debate.
I bump R. Kelly every day. I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
When people say you can't, you're
12
not supposed to
play Mr. Bell. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. I mean, I don't know what the what?
So do you think the people guilting people into not listening to R. Kelly is that selective outrage where like you're...
Yeah, I don't know what that's about because when I was listening to 12 play, it wasn't no I made my son the 12 play.
That's probably one of the greatest R&B albums.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, when a woman's fed up, all that kind of shit.
But Bump and Grind hit a little different.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Now when I hear I don't see nothing wrong.
Age ain't nothing but a number.
Like, then I might just still be tripping.
Right.
You know what I mean? But, some dudes like teenage young girls that's of legal age of consent. They'll just say, that ain't for me. But, some of these dudes is into that.
Do you think YK Osiris was one of Diddy's pieces? Because there was that whole video, remember? Where
what?
When he went on the Breakfast Club, they tried to say that. Because this is why I say...
I don't think YK, nah.
This is why I bring it up, because I know YK. He told me he ain't never even met Diddy. But it became a whole thing where they tried to say he was with him or some crazy... I ain't been on the couch.
Well, how about he didn't meet him at the time you asked him?
No, this is not too long ago.
Oh, I don't know. Me personally, I don't think YK, I don't.
I like YK. Okay.
But I think Diddy would have tried YK, but I think YK would have resisted.
Why do you think Diddy would have tried him? Diddy ain't gonna try everybody.
He gonna try the ones he think he could try.
Right.
Because YK, if you don't know him, he's a real silly guy.
Yeah.
That's just his personality.
Right.
Right?
He's funny.
But he's a man.
Right.
Right? YK, I know, deal with older women. Right? So, and I think Diddy could misread somebody like YK. Because he's a silly dude. But nah. So, YK, I got your back. Nah, man, nah.
So I have to ask you, all right, well, first, I'm going to give you a gift. We have gifts. So right on the side, there's a couple bags.
We on.
Let's start with one. We'll open one at a time. Each tell a story.
Oh.
No, we're not there yet. We don't have to paddle.
enough. Now people see it for themselves, you know. So when does common sense kick in?
That's real.
I mean, when does that happen? I mean, what else can I do?
That's real.
What else can you do, man? It ain't like I just sit here and lied on people, or said this happened or that happened, or people were shown this and be made mad because they were shown illegal this and this, that, and the other. I mean, and then they see it for themselves. I didn't do a search warrant on an officer. I can't do a search warrant. You know what I'm saying? So anything that happened. But it's on paper that it happened. So you can't ignore it. You can't unhappen it. Ain't even a such.
And I hope they don't. But if they detain him, that's when all niggas, motherfuckers gonna be lining up with their hand in their head. So I'm saying, man, see, the bad part about him, this is what I don't understand about this, all this shit. Motherfucker, there was a time, right, where this was a play, this was y'all party, this was y'all, nigga, like, if you a participant, right, and you're of legal age, I don't understand what all the hoorah all of a sudden is against the wheel. It's against the wheel. Man, so you done came back to 300 parties, motherfucker, against the wheel. All this shit, you gotta damn near turn on your camera, let a motherfucker tell you who they is, put their ID up, let a motherfucker tell you where they at, because any given Sunday, right, when a motherfucker wanna go bad, they can extort you or come with accusations.
Man, that shit is crazy, man.
It's crazy.
That's why I say motherfuckers out there laughing and making comedian jokes and doing all that other shit on the radio and everything else, but they ass could be next. You know what I'm saying? That's what's so fucked up about it. So stupid. They so stupid they don't even realize the move that's going on. I mean, it's crazy, man. I mean, that's why I don't believe none of this shit. I mean,
I told them straight up, bro.
You can tell me about anybody now. You can tell me on the news the weather is the sky's blue. I'm not gonna believe the shit, no, because I'm in it now. I know what they did.
Yeah, like, listen, I told when it first started with Cassie, I said, yo, nigga, this is a stick-up move. Oh, if I was that nigga, I'd have just came out and said, hey, listen, these are my sexual preferences. Yes, I'm bi or whatever the fuck, and these motherfuckers been trying to extort me, and I'm tired of it. They know that I'm in the music industry, and boom, boom, boom. Nigga, they would have ate her up, and still, but now they using that. They using that against him. But now it's getting to a point to where, you know, it's getting to a point to where it's like, nigga, you gonna have to say something.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But they take the motherfucker back.
He ain't fleed though, you know.
Nah, he ain't. Nah, he ain't. They didn't raid it. You know, they ran up in his cribs, but you know.
Yeah, I saw that.
This how you know it's weak. You know, usually when they run up in a nigga house, they coming to get you too. Yeah. They looking, they still searching and looking. Like, that nigga ain't on the run or that. They ain't telling him to come turn himself in and no shit like that. They grounded his plane because they seen him moving. He wasn't even on the plane. They wanted to make sure he wasn't, because they probably didn't restricted his passport and shit as of now. You know, but yeah, this shit is crazy.
Yeah, but that's not all starred though. You understand? Starred.
No, I know. No, I know.
It's all that because they don't. You know, it's crazy, man.
I know, but see, they know fucking with him, he got some money, so they know they got to come right. They know if they come half-stepping, he do got the money to fight. So they ain't gonna. Well, I do know this: if they do put him in cuffs, they only put him in cuffs because they got something at that point. So
that ain't even necessarily true right there.
Well, they feel like they got enough.
Call is from the federal prison.
They want you if they want to plan to get you, or if it's a conspiracy, anything, they put you in cuffs, bro.
No, that's real. And I've been telling people, I've been preaching. I said, yo, one thing Artie taught me, what I didn't know, is we going off this state shit. Nigga, the law of the land when it comes to the feds is 18 across the board. You niggas in Jersey with the 16, Nevada and Atlanta,
that's the state. But if the feds want to come in and pick it up, ain't nothing the state could do to help you or save you. You can't say what the state. Yep, the law of the land federally is 18. I said, I didn't even know that until, I thought, whatever the state said, that's what it was. Shit. Which is crazy. Like, it's crazy. I don't know why the federal law don't force state law to be 18 across the board. It's crazy.
Crazy.
But shit, your shit been in the headlines saying you got action at getting back in on appeal.
Yep.
Yeah. So
there was a lot of stuff going on in my area, man, that, this got to be addressed. This appeal or whatever walking out of here, man. I believe that.
Yeah. I think you got action like a motherfucker. You got action, especially understanding it. I understand your situation. I'm like, yo, you got a motherfucker. I said, this is like you got motherfuckers tricking motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers tricking. You got motherfuckers tricking motherfuckers. The parents and all. What the fuck? You know what I mean? So
it's crazy.
It's fucking
it's crazy, man. And it's exposed, so that's the difference. It ain't like it's not proof of it. It's on paper, it's everything, It's like, crazy, man. The stuff we've been finding out, man, it's ridiculous.
When you going? So what's the next step with your shit? When you going?
Well, now the case is open. The lawyer, they had to give up the BOP, the officer's name that did it. They had to do that. Now everybody gets subpoenaed now.
Gotcha. Well, shit.
Everybody got to get deposed now.
Listen, man.
On what they did.
I will tell you this. It was.
All right, there we go.
It was. You knew something. Yo, man, tell that nigga Whack I need to holler at him.
These people are real characters. These people are real characters. They really did do what they did, and they got away with it. And see, now you have to ask who allowed them to get away with it. Who allowed it?
Yo, so it didn't never come up in the court that the parents and everybody told you motherfuckers was a certain age, like they just totally ignored that shit.
Man, obviously, totally.
That's crazy, my nigga.
I was told, and I don't know about the system, but I was told that had nothing to do with it. Really?
It had nothing to do with it that the parents
anytime, and we'll put on any other case, anytime there's supposed to be allegedly a minor involved, how can the parents not have nothing to do with it? They don't even show up to court. They never even showed up to court ever. People never even show, parents never even showed up to court.
But
who don't come support? Who don't come support?
You showed your communication with them, though. You showed the communication with the parents and what the parents were saying and what they said.
No, I wasn't allowed to show it.
Whoa. They didn't allow that to be. Oh, they didn't let that come into the court.
You know when you see the movies, man, when you see movies and in the movies, evidence is denied.
This call is from a federal prison.
I've seen a movie where the evidence is denied and it's total and it's 100% evidence.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a movie like that?
Yeah. No, I've seen
in the movie, and in that movie, the person is innocent, but the evidence to show that they're innocent, that evidence get denied. Have you ever seen a movie like that?
That's crazy.
But you've seen movies like that, right?
Yeah. We
okay, then.
That.
So I mean,
but when you're watching a movie, A Few Good Men, A Time to Kill, a few motherfucking movies.
Just Mercy.
Just Mercy, yeah.
I mean, it's the list goes on and on, man. Okay,
so they straight denied on this appeal, though. On this appeal, the aim is to be able to get all that shit on the table.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the whole purpose. Yeah. That's the whole purpose, man. Because, I tell you what, man, if any jury would hear what I've spoke on, what my lawyer have spoke on, and what you've seen with this records and shit being stolen and shown to allegedly shown to witnesses. I mean, if a jury had known that, what do you think? What the jury would have said?
No, exactly. It'd have been a total different.
Hey, so now
outcome.
that's common sense.
And
That's common sense right there.
They didn't even allow the bullshit that the officer, the jailer did. But they didn't even allow that in there, huh? All of that happened in 2019. All of that happened in 2019 before I went to trial. So that's before I ever went to trial. But it wasn't told to us until 3 weeks before the verdict. So somebody waited until 3 weeks before the verdict before they even mentioned it. But they knew about it in 2019. Because they knew if they would have mentioned it in 2019, then what would have happened? It was gonna be in trial. It'd have been in the trial. It'd have been in the trial, bro.
Or wouldn't have been no trial.
Yeah, that witness wouldn't have been it wouldn't be credible no more. Yeah,
So, you know, like I say, man, follow the
shit happens
comments.
for a reason, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta act shit out for a motherfucking reason. I hate to say it.
I'm sitting my ass in here, man, and all of this shit didn't happen, and knowing I shouldn't even been going to trial if something like that happens. That's with anybody. The law can't break the law cannot break the law to uphold the law. Stop
No,
it.
they can't.
Stop.
They can't.
All of the debate, all of the other shit, that stand right there ain't there to negotiate. The law can't break the law to uphold the law. You can't do it. And why would you need to do it if you got somebody dead to the right anyway, like you claim you do?
Exactly.
Why would you need to? 153 times. Stop playing, man. This is beyond common sense. But it's all good, man. Like I said, I'm being patient, and I'm gonna believe.
Nah, keep your motherfucking head up. Hey, bro, I'm gonna be real. I know niggas don't like to hear it, cause I know it saved me. Bro, that's 5, 6 I did straight my last run. Getting out and looking back at it, I knew if I would have been on the street, nigga, I'd have been that motherfucker doing a real life sentence. Sometimes shit get in your way, right? To get you right. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you stay your ass physically fit, you stay mentally fit, and be ready. So when you step out, you know, you better than when you left. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers is still
I'm making something out of it. I ain't sitting here just, you know what I'm saying, I'm making something out of it. You know my character. I'm making something out of it. You know, slowly but surely, man.
Nah, I know this, nigga. I know you know how to fight. But boy, you get out and act like you don't know who I am, I'm coming to find your ass, nigga. We going to jail together. We going to jail. We gonna tear the whole mall up, nigga. We gonna tear the whole studio up. We gonna tear that motherfucker up so much we both going, nigga. For about 4 days.
We gonna tear it up with hits. We gonna tear it up with hits. We gonna tear that mall up with shopping. I'm so tired of this gray outfit. God, I never wear gray in my life. I get out there. Yeah, it's great, man. God.
Oh, shit. That nigga said, I'll never wear gray in my life, boy. You crazy.
I swear to God.
Whoa.
But yeah, man, it's all good, man. Just, you know, I'm gonna be calling you, man. I've been talking to lawyers, all that kind of stuff, man. Going through it, man, trying to make sure that they on their ass, on their own point.
Yeah, stay focused. You got the right attorney. You got the right attorney. You got the same attorney representing Bill, right? Bill Cosby, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got the right attorney. And I'll tell you this, she know what she looking at, and she ain't into doing no losing. She give me the impression that if it was what it was, she'd have just told you that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, she would. Trust me. She don't blow no smoke. Yeah. She told me this bill, you know, she feeling good about it. We got 20 seconds, man. I'm going to hit you, boy.
All right. I'm here, bro. All right. You need. All right.
But without more concrete DNA or GSR evidence, it's hard to say this is anything but reasonable doubt that Tory was the shooter and held the gun. The second reasonable doubt is the fact that we never got a straight story from anybody about what actually happened that night. In a case where there's so much chaos and confusion going on, it's hard to say that the prosecutor's theory of the case is not only the correct theory, but it's correct beyond a reasonable doubt. None of the witnesses were entirely credible since they each told a different version of events. Many of them lied, many of them left out key facts, facts, and sometimes they even contradicted their own past testimony. In fact, Kelsey told prosecutors in a recorded interview a story that largely reflected Meg's story. In the interview, she said she saw Tory with the gun, saw Tory shoot the gun at Meg, and then remembered being offered $1 million bribe by Tory to not say anything about what happened. But when she took the stand at the trial, she disavowed that prior interview and said she was lying in it to protect herself. On the stand, under penalty of perjury, Kelsey said she did not see Tory with the gun, she did not see Tory shoot the gun at Meg, and did not remember being offered $1 million bribe by Tory. She then said that her text to Meg's bodyguard that Tory shot Meg was entirely based on assumptions and that she did not actually see the shooting happen. On top of all of that, it is also true that both Meg and Kelsey had sexual relations with Tory, but since the shooting, these former BFFs have now become totally estranged. And this takes me to Meg's story, which has its own holes as well. She initially denied ever having any sexual relations with Tory, even though that's Tory's entire argument that he was sleeping with both of them, which made them get into a fight with each other. When asked in an interview, Meg said she never had any relations with Tory.
Did you have an intimate relationship with him? Like sexual? Yeah. Did you, Megan, did you have a sexual relationship with Tory Lanez? Yes, that's my question.
I didn't have a sexual relationship with Tory.
So that was a fucking lie. And she also conveniently forgot that she got into a physical fight with Kelsey that same night right before the shooting. Now,
and why is that, Mr. Reed?
Because it's devastating to my case.
Overruled.
But this brings me to the biggest reasonable doubt in the entire case, which is a reasonable doubt that I'm surprised to have not heard many people talking about, and that's the injury itself. During the trial, Dr. Lee Haruno testified about the surgery he did to remove bullet fragments out of Meg's feet. While everyone was focused on this testimony as proof, and the x-rays he brought as proof that, yes, Megan was shot, she had bullet fragments in her feet, which is true, those are all facts. What I'm so surprised to have seen no chatter about is where the injury actually happened. Because when you look at the actual testimony, the bullet fragments hit Meg's heel bone and her Achilles area, aka the back of her feet. Now, this is significant because Megan claims that she was facing Tory when she saw him shoot the gun at her feet. As of the trial, since Kelsey recanted her testimony about seeing Tory shoot the gun, Megan is the only one saying that she saw Tory with the gun and saw him shoot at her. She's the only witness who testified to that fact. No other witness has made this claim. But if that were true, then it would have been impossible for her to suffer any injuries to the back of her feet. Now, I know what some of you are thinking right now. So what if the injuries are on the back of her feet? She could have been facing Tory and the bullets could have hit the ground behind her, and the fact that they exploded and fragmented when they hit the ground, some of those fragments shot back and hit Megan in the feet. But that's not how bullets work. These bullets were 9mm and were shot from a handgun, which means they're traveling anywhere between 950 feet per second and 1500 feet per second. It does seem that the bullets did explode, considering Meg was hit with bullet fragments and not full bullets. But if she was facing Tory when she was shot, it is physically impossible for a bullet shot at a downward angle to hit behind her, fragment and explode, and then have some of the fragments shoot backwards and hit her in the back of the feet. When the bullet fragments, it would be traveling so fast that all the fragments would be continuing to go in the direction the bullet was shot. Maybe if she was standing up against a wall, the bullet could have hit the wall, fragmented, and bounced back. But no, she was standing on a relatively flat surface. So when the bullets hit and fragmented, there's only one direction they're going to go, and that's the same direction they already were going. So unless she was pulling some Jobu Tupaki moves or became possessed by a demon right before she was shot, she was facing away when she was shot, and thus could not definitively say who shot her. And with several people present and witnesses to the shooting, but no one able to definitively say it was Tory that pulled the trigger, that's the definition of reasonable doubt. So, where does that leave us? Probably is not enough to secure a conviction. And I think there was enough reasonable doubt in this case to acquit him of the assault charge. But obviously the jury disagreed with my assessment of the case, and they convicted him of all three charges.
Just convince the jurors that R. Kelly is not the monster that the public has come to think that he is. The government, I expect, is going to have a very detailed opening. They're going to present all sorts of stories that these women they suppose are going to tell, they allege are going to tell. But then what the defense has to do is they have to humanize R. Kelly. They have to tell the jurors how this is someone who started out singing in subways, and really as a celebrity, he just sort of lived his life and made his music. What people are going to find out is that the sort of the moral view that we all have and kind of the Me Too movement has changed the way we looked at things. But in the moment things were happening, we didn't look at them that way and they weren't illegal.
So is the argument going to be that these women are lying, or that what the women are alleging may be disagreeable and true, but it's not a crime?
Well, I think it's going to be a combination of all of that. I think that some of the women are just out and out lying. I think that some of the women are exaggerating. I think that some of the women are perhaps telling the truth about what happened, but it's just not a crime. What the government has done here is they've used the RICO statute, which really is intended to prosecute gangs and mobsters, and they're trying to prosecute an individual for a bunch of acts where the statute of limitations has expired, or they were minor acts and they've sort of blown them out of proportion by using this RICO law. In my opinion, it's just a complete perversion of the intent of the RICO law.
So when you talk about sweeping up these minor acts into the bigger crime under the RICO law, what are you considering to be a minor act? What would the defense be willing to concede as true to try to get R. Kelly off in this case?
Well, I think the one that everyone's heard about the most is an allegation that he gave people herpes, which actually is not what the law says. The New York prosecutors are using a New York state law, and that's the only reason the case is actually in New York. That's how they get what we call venue, and they're using that misdemeanor law that no one's ever been prosecuted against to try and get a foothold in New York on a felony case. When a prosecutor has to get truly creative, as they have in this case, then that's probably not what the law was intended to punish or prohibit.
What do you say, Steve, to people that say, listen, there have been rumors for years about R. Kelly abusing women and certainly young girls. What do you say when you say the defense has to humanize him or even show that R. Kelly is a victim? How can they do that when so many of these women and young girls are telling the same stories who have no ties to each other? They can't all be lying, can they?
Well, and everyone, in a criminal case, people don't all have to be lying for a defendant to prevail in a criminal case. What's abuse, Gail? That's really what this comes down to. So you've got different categories of offenses here. You've got alleged minor victims, some of which I think you're going to find out lied about their age, their families lied about their age, and they really tried to capitalize on R. Kelly and extort him for money. And then you've got other things which they've alleged, like he wanted people to call him daddy. Now, how is that any different from me saying, I want to be called honey or sweetheart? Maybe it's a different word, but it's still the same concept. So
Steve,
what is
there's
abuse?
such a difference between being called daddy and being called sweetheart and honey in the context that these girls were saying. That they were kept locked in rooms.
These are grown, Gail, these are grown, no, these are not kept locked in rooms. These are grown women, for the most part, who made a choice to be with an individual who was a celebrity. When they talk about being in a locked room, they would go to the studio, they would be told, wait in this room, someone will come and get you. There's no chains, there's no hooks in the floor like we supposedly heard about in that so-called documentary. There's none of that. If I go to visit somebody at a police station, I get put in a room and told I can't leave the room. If you go to certain places, you get told to wait in the room. These women waited sometimes 3, 4, 5 hours while he was recording music, but that's not being locked in a room forever and held days on end like you see in some of these sex slave kind of cases. These were not
they have a
sex
different
slaves
version,
by any
Steve, to your
stretch.
characterization.
Yeah, they do.
Well, and that's why we have trials.
Yeah.
That's why we have trials. That's why we have cross-examination, and that's why we should all keep an open mind until the end.
So you're saying mental abuse, if that's what it is, isn't a crime?
Well, mental abuse isn't a crime. That's absolutely correct. So what's happened here is we've got the Me Too movement, and so we look at something and we say, well, this was abuse. But is it against the law? That's really what you have to do, and that's what they have to do in opening statement today, is get that across to the jurors that there's a difference between what's morally incorrect or Me Too incorrect and what's legally incorrect.
Steve, you were there that day we did the interview with R. Kelly, and I'm curious about your characterization of that. And the reason why I'm asking you specifically is because later R. Kelly was said to me, or sent word to me, that he was thanking me for giving him the platform to express himself because we got to see, he says, his passion and his pain. Do you think that interview hurt or helped him?
I think to some people it helped and to some people it hurt. If R. Kelly had sat there with you perfectly stoic, everyone would have said he doesn't feel bad about anything. He's got no emotion. He's got no feeling. He got very upset during that interview. That was very real. That was how he felt. That is how I feel, that he's being taken advantage of here. The problem is, no matter what the man does, people are going to criticize. But all that matters, Gail, and you know this, is what those 12 people in the courtroom think in some 3 or 4 weeks from now.
All right.
Them personally, but what I can do is help other victims know that it is okay to tell your story. If that is how you heal, it is okay to open up with the world, regardless of the backlash that it comes with.
And you're not just doing this for you. You are speaking out as an advocate for other, generation Zers. How will sharing your story help empower other girls who are trying to overcome getting out of these kind of situations?
I think that me speaking out will really help a lot of people because everyone has, dealt with abuse or knows someone that has gone through abuse in some way, shape, or form. And me speaking out will really show examples of what is healthy and what is toxic, what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. And young girls in today's society, we don't have those role models to look up to. We don't have those people telling us what's proper in a relationship and what's not proper. So, personally, I hope that I am an example, more importantly.
You sound so grown now and centered because I've seen you go off on the internet. I've seen you, girl. I was like, Azriel is feisty. You are feisty and very, but I will say this, very intelligent though. You came off very I don't know, you are an interesting personality. You're an interesting woman. I would say that. So did you feel that it was wrong at the time? Because a lot of times when we're in it, we make excuses, right? And we think, well, it's because of this, it's because of that, or he's just mad, or, you make excuses because you're being abused.
Right.
Did you feel it was wrong at the time?
I knew that it was wrong at the time, but again, when you're in that situation, you really have to think, I know what I'm going to go back to if I go against this person. So do I really want to deal with that, or would I rather appease this person? Because at the end of the day, once all these people walk away and leave, this is who I'm stuck with. You guys aren't stuck with this person. So, of course.
So I want people to understand that, because it makes me want to pull my hair out when I hear if it was so bad, then why did you stay? And I'm thinking abuse starts way before any kind of physical. It starts with breaking you down
mentally.
Mm-hmm. Can you talk about that? So by the time you get to the physical part, you're probably already under so much control.
Yes. Yes. So that's usually how abuse works. It does start off mentally. And, you deal with a lot of gaslighting, love bombing, control, and the things that you used to be able to do, you're not able to do so. And it starts very subtle. It starts very small. And like you said, abuse comes second, mental abuse comes first. And it's not something that you can just easily walk out of, because this is something that has not happened overnight.
Mm-hmm. Got it. So let's talk about some things you're doing. You've joined the Fanbase app to help raise funds for charities dedicated to helping victims overcome abuse. Tell us a little bit about that and how we can help support it.
Well, I have partnered up with Fanbase. I'm super excited to be working with Fanbase because it is a Black-owned app. More importantly, you can definitely subscribe through Fanbase, and a percentage of the proceeds will be going to two charities, Girl Be Heard and A Long Walk Home. So I'm just super excited to be able to give back and help other victims of abuse.
So what's it like being able to, connect with your followers on the app, and what kind of messages do women send to you?
Oh my God, I get so many messages of women who have told me that they've left an abusive situation or they left a toxic situation, and that I've given them strength, which is such an amazing feeling, because truthfully, that's genuinely all I want. I want people to
Niggas that be on that dumb shit, they need a life cause they ain't got no life, so they always conjuring up dumb shit. Blocking my path, they don't know the half and all, they making assumptions, since when do assumptions? I admit.
Where people think, oh my gosh, she has a phone, wow. No, I've always had a phone. Just because my parents put it out there that I don't have a phone, that's them. I don't talk to my parents. I'm not in communication with my parents, and I don't want to talk to my parents. I'm a grown woman, 21, about to be 22. And if I don't want to talk to my parents, I don't have to talk to my parents. I don't have to talk to nobody in this world if I don't want to. This is exactly why I don't post on social media, because people are going to say what they want. People are going to take whatever they want and turn it into whatever they want. But at the end of the day, let it be known that I am definitely in love with Robert Kelly, R. Kelly. Yes, that is mine. Okay? And I could give a damn about what anybody say. Like, I am so heated right now. Like, for my parents saying, oh my God, I want you to be happy. I want my child to be happy. I'm happy with R. Kelly, so let me live my life. Like, let me live my life. First of all, only reason why I was trying on stuff is because it's Justin's birthday and we're out and we're celebrating for her. And like, literally, even before Robert was locked up, we were gonna celebrate anyways. Literally 1 month ago, I was in Florida doing hookah, turning up, living my life, and that's when I was with Robert. Okay, so for people saying, oh, she's held hostage, she can't do this, she can't do that. No, yes, I can. I move at my own pace, though. And if I don't choose to see you, maybe it's the reason I don't see you. Maybe it's because you a snitch. Maybe because you're a liar. Maybe it's because you said some foul about me that wasn't even true. Did you ever think of that? At the end of the day, I'm happy with Robert. He's the love of my life, and I'm always going to support him and be by his side. I don't need no money. I don't need my parents to buy me no apartment because I got my own. Okay, I'm eating good. I'm not missing no meals. Don't worry about me. Keep my name out your mouth if it's not nothing good to say. Like, I'm so done. The reason why I'm not even on social media is because people always twist everything that I say and I post. So why would I be on social media? I literally just posted literally one day and it's gotten all over the shade room. Like, are you serious? That's mind blowing. And then people wonder why I'm not on social media. People wonder why Joycelyn's not on social media. We have the right. If we don't want to be on social media. We don't have to. Look at how everybody twists our and his lawyers are going to prove that he's innocent. I mean, FBI came with the same charges. Homeland Security came with the same charges. Racketeering, child pornography. Like, damn, I thought y'all was the smart ones, but y'all still doing the same 2008 trial that he was acquitted on. But okay, you're the smart ones. Okay, great. Just keep doing your job. But Robert, that's my baby. And I'm always be by his side because I love him. And when you find somebody that you love, you're going to love them unconditionally and that you're going to be loyal to them. And that's not called being brainwashed, baby. That's loyalty. Okay, maybe you need to learn what loyalty is. So I'm going to be in New York. I'm going to be at court. And look, I'm going to be staring at the back of his head so hard because I'm going to be like, oh boy, I can't wait for you to get home. I can't wait for you to get home. Because at the end of the day, I love him. That's who I love. So I'm 21, about to be 22, like I said. If I fall in love with somebody, I fall in love with somebody. If I fall in love with a drug dealer, if I fall in love with a crackhead, if I fall in love with an 80-year-old woman, I have the right to. Leave me the alone and let me live my life. Let me be happy. Can I breathe without you worrying about me? Like, worry about your own bills, worry about your own kids, worry about your own household, because I am good. Please leave me the alone, and fuck you with the sandpaper for whoever put my story on the shade room. You. So like I said, we out here celebrating Joycelyn's birthday. All of this was for the cause. It's her birthday. Happy birthday, Joycelyn. I love you so much. And this is what I plan to do with Robert before he was locked up, so it's no different that we're going to do it. Of course, I'm devastated that he's not here, but like I said, my man's is going to get out. I know he's going to get home from this. He's going, oh, what? I know he's coming home. That's for a fact. If you're going to hate on me for being with R. Kelly, then hate on me. Be a hater. I'm cool with that. You know how many haters I got? Does it look like it's really phasing me? But I just got to get this clear. I'm definitely not happy that he's not here. I'm devastated, but I just got a call from him yesterday. So a girl is happy. A girl got a smile on her face. A girl can go out because she know her man's finna come home.
Good in the front seat, back seat. I ain't running, he ain't gotta catch me. In his mouth, he gon' it like a passy. Bounce on it, drop on it, that do I'm nasty. He say I'm like them all on Ebony. His favorite recipe. Hey. Boy, you know you need to come give me that. He wanna hit from the back.
Look at my baby girl. Some may say, damn, look at her, she's showing out this and that and being inappropriate. But man, what I see is a young woman now that left as a young lady, and now she just acting out. Look at the freedom. Look at her. Don't judge her. Look at her actions. She free. Your daddy love you a lot.
Him, like stuff like that on there. It's nothing but, you know, either extortion or sex. Thank you. Yes.
Azriel's cooperation with federal authorities is, to say the least, compelling. Her testimony is arguably enough to publicly convict Kelly.
That came out of the storage on January 9th. So it turns out that once again, I was correct, that all of those 100 devices, every single 100 device had underage child pornography on them. So many to the point where the government hasn't even went through all of it. And this came out of the government's mouth to the judge, and they said, of course, we're not going to be able to send you child pornography. You're going to have to come down and see it. So pretty much the lawyers is just like I thought they were. He has a YouTube defense. They don't know anything. They don't know more than the bloggers know. It's not like they have information and they're not sharing it with the bloggers. They really don't know how more than the bloggers know. It's just like us dealing with the bloggers. They don't know anything. And they're blaming social media. They're probably blaming me. Reason they asking for 3,500 evidence, but I'm not in the 3,500 evidence. How many times do I have to say? My situation is not connected to this situation. I was doing this a year before my situation came up. My situation is about to be over. It has nothing to do with this. I'm good. So, I think that what's on those tapes, I think that is gay sex on those tapes. I think that it's a lot of, I've been told pretty much what's on some of those tapes, but some on some of the on the iPad, because the people that I heard this from is maybe younger, but it's in truth, we did our job. We brought the information to the public. Surviving R. Kelly went off, we kept that shit going. We got bus drivers, we got police officers, we got assistants, we got friends, we got people to lie, we got the storage, we got motherfucking video, audio. You have seen Asriel at my house, you have seen parents at my house.
I just think it's really cool to abuse women, using power in your name just to use women. No, you pussy ass niggas that ain't do shit. Pussy ass, you probably got you on the iPad sucking dick. See?
That's what it boils down to. Now, I was going to wait until I put the receipts out, and I am still going to wait. But make no mistake, I don't have to call you and tell you anything. I don't have to let you know nothing. What you tell me fits your narrative. And I have no beef with you. I don't. No beef at all. Okay? Whether y'all want to see it or not, the truth is the only thing that I'm after. And when I drop the videos, the pictures, the paperwork, for him to get on live to say that Azrael is not right in R. Kelly, really? Really? Now, I gave him R. Kelly's jail records. Ask him how he got R. Kelly's jail records. Ask him how I got the emails between Azrael and R. Kelly. So you mean to tell me I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about? I ain't got no beef with that man at all, okay? But watch me work. And I'm righteous. Those are the only two that were actually genuine, okay? R. Kelly had no reason passing around STDs to nobody's daughter. But Azrael only came home, and you notice, her ass went live as soon as R. Kelly got locked up to show off her new titties, okay? And as soon as the money stopped, her ass called her daddy to continue her money trail. My phone ain't buffering. It'll let me know if I'm buffering. Now, I listen, I done work with these people, and they gave me receipts to fit their narrative, but as soon as the narrative don't fit their narrative, all of a sudden I'm lying. I'm lying. All the shit I done put out and supported, I'm lying. Now you Tim's best friend after you done tried to have Tim locked the fuck up. Are you serious now? Are you serious? You pray to Allah 5 times a day, nigga, and you sitting up here lying like that. And you gonna sit up here and lie like that. Now, y'all know me. Y'all know me by now. Now, you wait until I drop this shit. It's gonna be a minute, okay? Because it's a lot of stuff we gotta compile. But, Angelo, we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. That's not what we want to do. See, you getting on here and you are notorious for getting on lives, saying what you want to say out the side of your neck with not one motherfucking receipt. Now, bitch, you know I deal in goddamn receipts. You know I deal in receipts. That's how I shut Tim's ass down, was with the motherfucking receipts. Now, you can get up and do 3-hour, 4-hour lives all you want. All you motherfucking want. But let me tell you this. Y'all use me. You use me. And guess what? Guess what? I'm going to set all y'all asses out there. Yes, I am. Watch me work. I got somewhere to be. Me and my husband spending time together. On the truth. And let me tell you, they gave me shit to fit their narrative. Can I tell them shit about R. Kelly and what we discovered in Chicago? I don't know. He been sending me paperwork to back it up, though. The Azrael clearance shit checked out. Easy. So we were in Chicago, and we met with R. Kelly's people. We met with Kerry, we met with his old management, and we also met with his recent management. And let me tell you this. The shit that they had to say and the receipts behind it, it was so much information. I couldn't even sleep that night. I couldn't sleep. And the sad part about it is, this time around, not the last time, this time around, you guys are hearing exclusively from me that the receipts are checking out. But if all the receipts are checking out, that I'm going to put out, R. Kelly may be innocent. Yeah. So much so, I took down the video that I did on the so-called enablers because I got that information from Angelo, Tim Savage, Cash Jones. Who else? Who else gave me that information? It was so many people. Lisa Van Allen. Yeah. You know me. If I fuck up, if I get some shit wrong, I have no problem saying that because I stand on the truth. And let me tell you, they gave me shit to fit their narrative. And with the amount of shit the management told me, I just can't even fathom. I honestly feel sorry for his ass. I see why Wendy was crying. I really see why Wendy was crying because it's that much information. But yes, Shet, can you ask a question? Let me get my thoughts together for this shit, because it's so much, okay? And I'm going to be putting it out. I'm going to slowly unwind this shit on the YouTube channel, one by motherfucking one. Here's what I'm going to say. The people that gave me information about R. Kelly to spin their narratives have already been discredited. Tim Savage. D'Angelo Clary. And that ain't even his motherfucking daughter, my nigga. That ain't even his motherfucking daughter. And I knew I should have known it wasn't his daughter because he filmed a video with a little bitch in a bathtub naked singing a Lil' Kim song. And he been taking naked photos, half-naked photos of her ass on the beach. A real man would not take photos of his real daughter like that. Am I lying, Shay? Could you take pictures of Tonto in a thong?
You know why she can't make eye contact? And it's because old girl had a strong coke habit. And when R. Kelly got locked up, the money got a little short. She couldn't buy no coke. So she moved back home with her daddy so that she can have her supplier. He used to sell it too, so I'm sure it was easy. Moving on.
You still run around this motherfucker like a private eye or police in everybody fucking business. You're a miserable motherfucker. And I seen it today. You call my daughter fucking crackhead. You got kids, T. You got kids. And you don't want nobody to destroy your kid going to motherfucking school or around their motherfucking peers or in their private school and then bones start dropping about them or their mom or daddy. You better start fucking thinking about that. My name. Now, one of my kids ever saw me in the street and never saw nothing I did. They had to hear about the fuck I was into. That's a good fall. That wasn't your case. But don't make your case my family case. Just worry about what the fuck your children are seeing with you when you sitting around there drunk all motherfucking night. Drinking with your winos. Fuck out of here. I'm pissed, bro. I'm tired of this shit.
But she only left because the money ran out. So she called daddy. You know what I'm saying? Whether she fast as hell, I'm gonna go get her little broke ass. I'm gonna go get her, non-having future ass. Okay, she's gonna wound up a baby mama. She's gonna wound up ain't shit. We already know how to go. But
he got run out. What fucking money? Y'all keep saying it. And you was the biggest hypocrite of that. Now all of a sudden you talk about money too. Listen to you. And these your followers. This is how crazy you fuck people head up. You got motherfuckers on the internet believing anything you say, wasting their fucking time paying Patreon and all this dumb shit to hear your fucking lies. This is what I try to understand. What type of fucking people do follow motherfuckers like me? Like, what type of people really in their head follow a motherfucker like you?
know personally that he was supposedly 17 in 2017 when he DM'd R. Kelly, and R. Kelly wanted to fly him out. So I don't know how old he is now in these text messages
or DMs seem recent, so there's no way that he's 17. So I just want to put that out there.
Well, he'll tell
I
his
did
age
see
when
the
I do his
DM.
interview. He'll tell us his age when I do his interview tomorrow.
Yeah, you can do the interview tomorrow, and I definitely will interview the woman that is talking. I'm definitely going to interview her as well.
That's cool. That's cool.
I wanna say this, that I don't know what I missed because if folk don't, but this what I want.
I need to interview your granny who you was sticking dick in too.
That never happened.
Can we?
Look at the lies.
Dr. Larry, yes, please proceed.
Please, you say a prayer.
But what I was just saying is that, man, I didn't know. I heard about this type of YouTube, but I only knew a little bit of it. But this is bad. I mean, there's a lot of slander going on.
It's deep.
This and we really don't need to be doing that to each other. Although I know it's slander going on.
It's deep.
This I want to say this, that I don't know what I missed because if folk don't, but this what I want. What I missed.
Widely DMing someone that's underage. We truly don't know how old that boy is, but I do know personally that he was supposedly 17 in 2017 when he DM'd R. Kelly, and R. Kelly wanted to fly him out. So I don't know how old he is now, and these text messages or DMs seem recent, so there's no way that he's 17. So I just want to put that out there.
Well, he'll tell his age when I do his interview. He'll tell us his age when I do his interview tomorrow.
Yeah, you can do the interview tomorrow, and I definitely will interview the woman that is talking. I'm definitely going to interview her as well.
That's cool. That's cool.
I wanna say this, that I don't know what I missed because if folk don't, but this what I want.
I need to interview your granny who you was sticking dick in too.
That never happened.
Can we?
Look at the lies.
Dr. Larry, yes, please proceed.
Please, you say a prayer.
But what I was just saying is that, man, I didn't know. I heard about this type of YouTube, but I only knew a little bit of it. But this is bad. I mean, there's a lot of slander going on.
It's deep.
This and we really don't need to be doing that to each other. Although I know it's.
Hold on. So, okay, the Alex.
Okay, so remember last week I told you that R. Kelly is in jail, you know, shaking in his flip-flops and socks and shit, because he don't know what in the fuck he gonna do. That's what he doing right now. Let me tell you. I got some powerful information for y'all tonight regarding this, okay? You know, I got people up there in Cook County. Shout out to my Cook County winos and shit, okay? They work for the government. Anyway, okay. So remember I told y'all Azrael had left? She's gone. Azrael is with her pappy. She's with her daddy, okay? I'm sure y'all probably figured that out, though. That's not rocket science, okay? She's home. And so, but the thing is, like, she is really, hold on for a second. Oh, hold on real quick. Hold on. Hold on. This is some more exclusive information, okay? Who? Jocelyn? Okay, hold on. Okay, so don't be trying to zoom in on my camera. I'm sorry to be getting sidetracked, but I'm trying to get this information together and let these people know that this shit is about to go out. I was trying to call them earlier, so don't act like I had plenty of time to tell them. They just literally texted me back and said they were landed and they were in Chicago. Okay, so listen. All right, so yes, Azrael is gone, but she's still not gone mentally. You know, when you're with somebody that long, she's with this man since she was 17, and now that he's gone away, you know, she has a lot more time to think. But the other one doesn't have a lot of time to think, because let me tell you, her and R. Kelly be in communication all day. Okay, now right now he ain't got no more minutes on his phone. He can't call her, so they, you know, literally emailing and shit. So let me share some shit with you. Hold on. I can't put it up. Okay, these are exclusive messages between R. Kelly and Jocelyn. Now, Azrael, this is some really fucked up shit too, because you would think that because these two are holding hands, Azrael and Jocelyn, that they were in communication with everything and how it's going on, but he had them so gone that they didn't even talk to each other. So, like, I'll give you an example. Azrael thought that she was the main one. Now, he tried to marry Azrael before he went to jail, but he just couldn't do it because they got him too quick. So he was going to marry her so that she couldn't in return testify against him. So he didn't get a chance to do that. So Azrael was always his favorite, like I told you. Jocelyn was the one that, you know, he kind of used as a sex pet. She trained everybody, fucked everybody he wanted her to, you know, and everything. And so mentally, even though Azrael is gone, that takes a lot of strength. She's, you know, with her family. You know, she was doing good. You know, she was, you know, you saw her on the Snapchat. A lot of people, if you don't follow her Snapchat or I believe it's Instagram too, you know, she was, you know, tweeting some things and stuff to kind of give you hints, and people were sending it to me, but I already knew, okay? I already knew what was going on. But, mentally, okay, so she's been away, but because the way he communicates with them, like Jocelyn knows that she was not number one. But now that Azrael is gone, she's number one. Okay? And I got some information I'm going to show you in just a second to corroborate this, okay? And so Azrael doesn't know. Well, now she does, okay? Her dad kind of gave her the information that I gave her to let her see for herself, but she's still having a hard time believing it because R. Kelly talked so much shit about Jocelyn. So she can't believe that he loves her. So he calls both of them Cookie, but Azrael didn't know that he called Jocelyn Cookie, and vice versa, because they're not allowed to talk to each other. Does that make sense? So when they're together, even though they're together, they're not talking to each other because each of them have been sworn, like they've made some type of pact with him that they're not allowed, or there will be consequences if they talk to each other. So he's been burning up his minutes trying to communicate to Azrael, but he wasn't really communicating to Jocelyn. He didn't start communicating to Jocelyn until Azrael left and she wasn't coming home. And that's when I told y'all about that. I said, now Jocelyn is now communicating with R. Kelly, and she's been telling him that Azrael's not coming home, but Azrael went with her daddy. Okay? And so now that she's home, you know, it's hold on for a second. Now that she's home, I guess her not talking to him, she's starting to miss him. It's just like when you go through any other relationship. And so now she, you know, even though I provided the information to the parents, because I communicate with both sets of parents, Tim and his wife, Timothy Savage, and his wife, as well as Angelo and his wife. Okay, but Angelo knows a lot of the shit. Tim doesn't. This is real shit. Okay, he knows a lot of the shit before I bring it to him, but some stuff he doesn't, and I give it to him, and he's like, okay. So I got some information between R. Kelly and Joycelyn. Okay, these are actual conversations between them. I'm not gonna put it up here because this is considered like somebody's private information or whatever. But you know, my word, trust me. And let me tell you, for those of y'all, I honestly thought that R. Kelly could not like read or write, but obviously he can't. Well, no, he can't really read because she's asking him. I'll read it to you. Hold on for a second. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Hold on real quick. Hit the wine glass if y'all having a good time. Hit the goddamn wine glass. Now, I'm not going to read all of them to you because it's really hard to read R. Kelly's part. But let me show you what the dynamic is like and how he's talking to them. But like I said, they don't talk to each other, Joycelyn and Azrael. So for Azrael to find out that he was calling Joycelyn the same names, even though they call him daddy, both of them, but he doesn't talk. I mean, it's really fucked up. Hold on. Okay. All right, so let me get my little glasses on. Hope y'all ready. Exclusive here on Unwind with Tasha K. Robert Sylvester Kelly, 11/11/2019, 7:34:29 p.m. wrote hi, but he spelled hi, H-A-I. How are you? Now he's typing, okay? And then Joycelyn comes back and says, hey, daddy, I'm doing good. I really need you to call me as soon as possible. He read that. Then she says, daddy, also, how are you feeling? Are you okay? And then she goes and says, okay, I love you so freaking much as well, because I'm going to read his messages in a minute. Just know that I need for you to read my letters this week with the lawyer. I need to get your response back on that letter ASAP. So she's sending him a letter because they're monitoring the calls and the emails. But letters, it's too many to come in, so they don't have a chance to read them all. Even though they'll open them up and make you think that they read them. Hold on for a second. I gotta clean my damn glasses real quick. Hold on. They got foggy. God damn it. Woo! Y'all having a good time? Okay. So then she goes on to say, I hate that she says, I will be waiting tomorrow. And also, we got this, daddy. You mean so much to me, and I am deeply in love with you. I hate that I feel alone with you, not being right here by my side. Beside me, but no, we are strong. We got this, and nobody can never take away that I have for you. It's too real. I could care less what anybody has to say about you or me because they don't know us. And I'm just going to leave it up to God and not stress over something God has planned. I'm going to stay positive, daddy, and continue to be strong, period. I love you so freaking much, daddy, and please call me as soon as possible. I love you. Good night. So R. Kelly writes back, hi, H-A-I, Cookie, C-O-O-K-Y. I love you, baby, so freaking much. Whew, it's so hard to read it. Thank for being strong, no matter what. Baby, you and me never part, okay? he was trying to say I was thinking, but he says I was thinking about you and me playing basketball together all day today. And what you to know that we will, I don't know what that word is, be strong, Joy. I love you so freaking much. He spelled freaking F-R-K-I-N-G, so freaking much. for that baby. You can always, and he spelled ways, WHAYS, email me, and if I can, I will email you back. Just know that it's a 2-hour delay because, and the way he spelled because, oh my God, they ready our emails, but still email and continue to write, and he spelled write, WRIGT, send letters. That's what he said. Continue to write and send letters. I am sorry. I didn't know. He said this on 11/11/2019 at 10:07. I didn't know you love me this much. I am going to, I don't know, to see her what's going on. You will be visiting me because Azrael was visiting him. Okay? Just hold on. You will be visiting me after this visiting cookie. Just hang in there. And he spelled hang, HAING. Hang in there for us. And he spelled us, HUS, baby. I will be hanging there. I am deep in love with you. Tell me we got this kiss. I love you. Good night. Now, I'm not going to read all his emails. It's too much. It's too fucking much. Okay? But let me read another email. Hold on real quick. All right, so this was on 11/14. Joycelyn writes, Daddy, when you see somebody Friday, Zelle Friday, make sure you ask her about the Jeep keys because she has them with her. And how many days do you want me to stay at the hotel because I forgot to ask
you. She claims she knows so much, but she skips past the part where she says, Robert says, get the Jeep keys from Zelle. Tasha K say, oh, I don't know who the heck that is, Zelle. That's Azriel. So the whole time you're talking to the Clarys, they only telling you what they want you to put out to the public. That they didn't even tell you that they call Azriel Zelle. And Robert doesn't call Azriel Cookie. He calls her Bear, and she calls him Bear. And he calls Joycelyn Cookie. So that's another lie and narrative that Angelo and Azriel and them put in Tasha K head, that Robert was calling them the same name and they didn't know. Another narrative that the Clarys put in Tasha K head, Azriel wasn't home when this happened. She been was going back and forth to the trunk and staying out, and Joycelyn been moved out from her literally 2 months after Robert was in jail, since July. So Joycelyn was out, I think, before September. But Azriel was hopping online, making videos, shouting Joycelyn out for her birthday. Oh, the only reason I was trying on them outfits because we're celebrating Joy's birthday. That was a lie. You didn't see Joycelyn in that video. You didn't hear Joycelyn. When she was walking up and down that street late at night, you ain't see no Joycelyn in the background. Because her and Joycelyn was beefing. Now, she said the one email was from 11/11. Pay attention to the dates. That would have been November 11th, 2019. The fight took place Robert's birthday. So remember, the BOP officer was looking Robert's information up for over 6 months. The only thing that we don't have an exact date on is when exactly did Tasha K first start giving the Clarys and the Savages the emails. But if we pay attention to the timeline, Azriel's last visit with Robert, when she cursed him out and said that she heard him on the phone talking to his attorney, after that last visit, the beefing started a little bit before that. But they were definitely beefing Azriel's last visit. But she still was trying to get Robert to change the visiting oh, I got some good stuff to tell you and all that. But she had flipped by then. When she filmed with Shabazz behind the scenes, when she had her glasses on and a black shirt and her natural hair out, she was filming in Vegas and in Florida. She didn't film that in Chicago. But that's when she was still kind of pro R. Kelly. I think the emails and stuff start coming a little bit after that last filming when she was pro R. Kelly. But when she was filming with Shabazz in Vegas and in Florida, Robert didn't know nothing about that. She made it seem like she was going to the studio in Chicago recording. And that's why on that phone call when she told Robert, when he was telling her about the article in the Chicago Tribune, and then she told him that she was at the studio the night before, and when he called her, she was at the studio, and she told him to call back later, and she claiming it was like last minute, and she was asking Robert for his engineer Ian's number, and Donnie Lau, and Robert was like, I would have to get in contact with them. I don't know if they working on another music project or whatever. And she was trying to get all of their information, the engineers and the other producers and stuff. She was creeping around then. So with Tasha K, the famous Joycelyn, oh, he didn't care about her. He just had her having sex with everybody and training everybody. He was about to marry Azriel, but he got arrested. That was another lie, which came out in the trial in New York. But Azriel and her parents were controlling the narrative to the public, making it seem like at that point that her and Joycelyn was cool because remember, Azriel and her dad cleaned out Robert the Trump and was up trying to sell stuff at pawn shops. Then after she started getting the emails and stuff from Tasha K, remember she went and stayed at Larry's house in Vegas for a week. Now this was all near her birthday, so which would have been December. Then the public didn't know that she tore up Joycelyn's clothes and stole a lot of other individuals' clothes and pocketbooks and other items. How she kept knowing about the money, because she was continuing to get the emails, which Robert and Joycelyn was communicating in the emails, put the money here, and okay, well, put the money in the blue couch. And so she's reading the emails, knowing when Joycelyn's coming to the Trump, knowing where money is being placed, because remember, before Nicole got her license for Chicago and New York and officially retained herself as Robert lawyer, she was, well, allegedly, she was giving legal advice and stuff to Azriel and Joycelyn. I think Joycelyn still had the attorney, Miss Rodriguez, the one that was with her when she went to court regarding Azriel. But Nicole, like I've been saying from day one, was around before Greenberg. I don't know why she was around that early when she claims she came around because one of the ex-judge, Miss I'm always playing her videos, Miss the one from Detroit, I think it's Sandy. She claims she told her that she should go and represent Robert for the case. And she claimed that's what made her come and be interested in being his attorney. But Nicole was around way before all the charges came out for the state case in Chicago. And when they had to do pay the bills, and when Robert first got arrested after the child support and all that, when he officially got arrested in July, Nicole was around them, and Nicole was also participating far as the allowance money, pay the bills and utilities, and their regular spending money and toiletries and all of that. Because when Azriel went to Vegas and was at Larry's, a few times when she was in Vegas, she had called, I ain't gonna say names, I'm gonna just say she had called a few people, and she was scheming, trying to say, she was trying to get the allowance money or whatever. And knowing that the money had already been dispersed weeks prior, bills already been paid, all of that. But she was trying to scam and calling individuals asking, trying to get money. Now, I don't know if she was trying to show Larry or her dad and them who the person was that she was calling the people to get money, or to try to get money out of them for her dad, or trying to record them. I don't know. But the person caught on and found out that, she was scamming, and plus she wasn't even home, but making it seem like she was home at the Trump. And this is another reason by Joycelyn not being there, she can't tell Robert if Azriel is there or not. So that went right. That was great for Azriel, because she can lie and tell Robert she's in Chicago and she can be in Vegas, but Joycelyn's not there to say if she's lying or not, because again, they weren't living in the same house. But they were feeding Tasha K this stuff for her to put out in the public, and she fell for it. And this is why the videos I played prior to that, to show you when she fell out with Angelo, saying that he came on the internet lying, knowing that Azriel was writing Robert. See, Angelo was mad when Tasha K came out saying that. Angelo didn't like when Tasha K came out and said that Azriel was back with her dad. See, he wanted to make it seem like he had to rescue her and like she had to escape. So when Tasha K first came out and went live saying that Azriel and her dad was at the airport, he didn't like that, because people was out here calling her, oh yeah, and Tasha K said that she was working with the feds. He didn't like that Tasha K did that, because he claimed that she put a target on his daughter by saying she was an informant, and he didn't want nobody to know her whereabouts, because Tasha K told the public that she just got off the phone with him and they were at the airport and he was with his daughter. It was never no rescue mission or he rescued her. No, it was the fight. Joycelyn got arrested. Angelo wasn't even going to come there. Larry claims he kept calling and calling Angelo, telling him, oh, your daughter's saying there's females down there trying to jump on her. And at that moment, Larry didn't know Shabazz. So all Larry knows is that she with this guy Shabazz. And this is how much the Clarys are manipulators, because they never even told Larry nothing like that about Shabazz. Larry just thought that when either his wife or his daughter the night before took Azriel to the airport, which is that live that I always play when she talks about that she finally has Instagram and she's going to be starting her YouTube and all that, when she was in the car, either it was Larry's wife or his daughter. That's when she was on her way to Chicago. He didn't know that she was also going to Chicago to meet up with Shabazz to film. Shabazz didn't know that she still had access to the trunk. He thought they were filming in the DoubleTree and that she was just getting her hair done and then meeting him at the DoubleTree. So the Clarys were playing everybody for whatever they needed to use, whoever, for whatever situation they needed. So Larry is calling Angela, oh, you need to hurry up and get to Chicago. She was just fighting Joy. Larry claimed Angela was like, oh, I ain't falling for her crap. Man, she just like that nigga. She chasing him, man. I ain't falling for her. But of course, Angelo claimed Larry's lying. Was coming there, whatever. Shabazz even said once they fell out that he had to pay for Angelo to get to Chicago from Atlanta. So that tells you right there, he didn't have no intentions on coming to Chicago. He knew Azriel was filming with Shabazz. He knew that Azriel was trying to get Joycelyn locked up because even Angelo came out after the fight and said, oh, like they were trying to save Joycelyn by getting her arrested. That way R. Kelly can't contact her. That way she can't contact R. Kelly. But really, the Clarys plan was to get Joycelyn out the way, period. But they wanted to make it seem like to the public and to her parents that they genuinely cared about her. That was BS. The Clarys knew, Azriel knew she tore up Joycelyn's clothes and all. She knew how deep the beef was. The public didn't. The savages didn't. So much so that Azriel even told her sister, hey, Joycelyn's coming down to the Trump. I don't know if y'all want to come down. She didn't tell him, oh, I'm going to try to fight your daughter. I'm going to try to fight you. No. Now, Larry did say out his mouth that he told Azriel to somehow break Joycelyn's phone. That way, Robert couldn't contact her. Now, he said that out his own mouth on his platform. But I remember Angelo saying after the fight and stuff that I guess they felt like they were helping Joycelyn by getting her arrested to keep her away from Robert. But in all reality, the Clarys was not a cheerleading for Joycelyn. It was always competition. Who child can get what they can get, what parents can get what they can get. And if Robert would have married either one, the parents would have been standing right behind their daughter and supporting Robert and their daughter. It was all about the money and the fame, period. What family can get to the front and get all the benefits with it. So remember, they knew about the emails. Tasha K said that she gave them to both parents. But the Clarys, Angelo and Azriel, used it against Joycelyn and the Savages. Just like Tim said that when he first went to Tasha K's house to tell her that Angelo and the Clarys were trying to backdoor him and his wife, and that they showed Tasha K the emails or the proof, and she still steady believed Angelo. Just like she says in this video, oh, Angelo knew everything. Angelo knew everything before I even told him. Tim didn't know nothing. No, Angelo lied. Angelo made her think this is what it was, and she was so dumb to say that she go by receipts and all receipts. That's a lie. Because she put out so many lies from listening to the Clarys. There's no way that you went by integrity and professionalism, none of that. She just, first of all, the Savages introduced her to the Clarys. Once she started dealing with Angelo, she jumped on the bandwagon, jumped on Azriel, and she went bashing the Savages and throwing Joycelyn under the bus, calling this girl hoes and saying she retarded like her mom, all that. And that was also a part of the Clarys doing. by saying Robert made her sleep on the floor. Robert didn't really want Joycelyn. He only wanted Azriel. He was going mad. This was all the stuff that Clarice put in Tasha K head. And she continued to go on her platform to put these things out there because at that point she was beefing with the Savages. And when Tim was cool with Tasha K and Angelo, he did tell them that him and his wife was hooked on them pills. And he was tired of buying them pills for her and him. He did tell them that John family was rich and that they had money. These people ain't just come up with that out of the blue air. He told them that, just like he said on that phone and told Don Russell, oh man, I already told all my brothers and my family that me and John is separated and we going for divorce, so it's real. He even was telling Don Russell his business. And if y'all remember, in 2019, he did get arrested for hitting on his wife. She did get arrested for DUI. So they were going through it around that time. Because that's the same time that one of the employees from one of the car places he was working at came out early 2019 saying that Tim was doing all this because he was losing his job. And that's where it came up that Tim was messing with some 17-year-old that used to show up at that car lot or whatever. And that the guy claimed this was Tim's next thing to try to do to get some type of money or something by putting these narratives out there about R. Kelly doing this to his daughter. He must have talked to the homies at work about the stuff. Because how can they come out with a whole explanation? He had to be talking to them. But when he got cool with Angelo, he went diarrhea mouth. How can you go talking like that about your own wife to strangers like Tasha K and Angela? And even when Don Russell first put out there and a few others, like I told y'all, that was on camera of John Jalen coming out the room after being in that room with Robert for 3 hours, and Joycelyn wasn't there, no Tim Savage, not the middle daughter, not the youngest daughter, just John Jalen. Then I let y'all hear audio with Ashanti McGee saying that she only went to them concerts in Atlanta with the same boyfriend that was at the press conference that broke up with Ashanti. But she said on the audio, John Jalen, I only went because you wanted to see Robert at the meet and greet. And she said the whole time you was in there talking to Robert, me and my boyfriend was outside. And that particular concert was the same night that Ashanti claimed that what's her name? Cash, not Cash, the one that was messing with Angelo, Robert's stylist Cash, was trying to Ashanti thought that she was going to try to put her hands on Jonjolin that night. So again, wasn't no Joycelyn there. Why is Jonjolin chasing Robert at his concerts and his meet and greets and having conversation with him? And Joycelyn's not there. None of her other daughters. No Tim Savage. Just Ashanti McGee, her, and Ashanti McGee's boyfriend. So when Don Russell came out saying that Jonjolin slept with Robert, Angelo said him and Tim and Don was all on the three-way. And that Tim ain't get all mad. He ain't curse. None of that when Don Russell was putting that out there. And if y'all remember, he didn't. He didn't make a video going at Don and threatening Don. None of that. So when Tasha K put it out again, and then Angelo followed behind it, Tim made that video calling Tasha K all these BITCHs and prove it. And we all gonna have a meeting with your husband, my wife, and I want you to show the receipts of how my wife was sleeping with our. I mean, he went ape. But again, when it was said prior, he didn't go crazy like that. And that was around 2019 when he got arrested for putting his hands on her, when she was getting arrested for DUI, after they was all at Tasha K house, where Tasha K claimed John Jalen came there and took her teeth out and was drinking at 9 o'clock in the morning and all of that. And that's how Tasha K knew she took pills, because she was popping the pills and all of that. So Tasha K fell out with the Savages, which I think was heavy doing of the Clarys. So the Clarys can get in front of the narrative, and they feeded Tasha K everything they wanted her to put out publicly. But when she started putting out stuff that Angelo didn't want her to put out, when she started running the say this and say that, like, they didn't want Tasha K to tell the public that she gave them R. Kelly's emails and stuff. That's why Angelo denied that Azriel was emailing Robert in jail. He didn't want her to put that out, because then that shows she still was communicating, but then coming out claiming she was victim. So this is why they start falling out, because Tasha K was telling too much. But when she had a hold of them emails, she was reading Azriel begging to be back with Robert and all that. Now, why would Azriel be doing that if Azriel going live saying everything cool? Why? Because Robert knows about her tearing up Joycelyn's clothes, stealing all the behind the scenes stuff that the public didn't know. After that last visit of her cussing Robert out, Joycelyn's visit was next, and she was trying to get Robert to change the visit, even so much that she hung up with him at the jail to call down to the warden's phone to ask them how soon can they switch out the days. And Robert said, why would you hang up for me from the jail phone? And then they called me all the way down to the other floor. Oh, I called to see how soon is it that they can switch the days out. And Robert like, what? We already talked about this. Like, what are you talking? Like, you know, Joycelyn visits is next. But she was determined to try to get him to knock Joycelyn visits out, just like she told the public, oh, he never wanted to see Joycelyn. That's why he only would see me. That's a lie. He couldn't see both of them. So he could only see one for 6 months, and he only could switch it out the next 6 months. So it was either Joycelyn would have went first or she would have went first. It wasn't he only seen Azriel because he didn't want to see Joycelyn. He couldn't see both. And she claimed that Robert told her, she told Robert to get rid of Joycelyn. And he said, oh, we got to keep the tiger around in case the tiger bites us. And she claimed, but he was talking about me. He was talking about Joy. I believe he was talking about her. And that's exactly why he told his attorney he wasn't leaving Joy, because behind the scenes, he knew all the shady stuff she was doing. The public just didn't know. Joycelyn didn't come out and say nothing until after the fight, before she got locked up. Remember, I showed the receipts where Joycelyn said that Azriel paid somebody to hack her Instagram account. That's why Joycelyn was tweeting after the fight when she said Azriel was a drug addict. She's surprised that the staff, the ones that clean up the Trump, didn't see all the little bottles of Coke that she was bringing in and out of the hotel. And that's why Joycelyn claimed she couldn't get into her Instagram, because she said Azriel paid somebody to hack in her account. And the Instagram is the same account that somebody released the Patreon from. But everybody's forgetting all the messages Joycelyn put out on Twitter. She said it that day. She couldn't get in her Instagram. It was hacked. And that Azriel changed the email and the passcode. And once they shut the Patreon down because they noticed it was fraud, think about it. That's probably why Azriel said to Shabazz she couldn't get back in to Patreon, because whatever email and phone number Azriel was using, automatically she would have been blocked from the app. Hey, Ira Solo.
And please see if someone can pick up this letter from me as soon as possible that you trust. Just let me know, Daddy. The budget also has been dropped off as well. I love you so freaking much. Daddy, she can drop off the Jeep keys at the front desk. I'll grab them. I love you so freaking much. Daddy, do you need more money on your books? Please let me know. I freaking love you. Kiss. He wrote back, hey, Cookie. Yes, baby, send me $100 to my books and thank you so much. The way he's, oh, God. I will find out about the Jeep, but go to the garage and check if it's there. What's going to drive it? I don't know. Baby, I love you so freaking much. Drink some tea and honey and lemon juice because she said that she has a cold and she can't really walk. I'm like, bitch, you got pneumonia. That ain't no motherfucking cold, okay? That's pneumonia, bitch. And you need to get that checked out. So he goes on to say, I hope you feel better. Good night. She says, okay, Daddy, I love you so freaking much. And we'll put the money on your books today. Also, how many nights do you want me to get the hotel room for? So he's still running shit. This is recent. While he's in jail. Okay? Mm-hmm. Now, I just found out that Azriel has been emailing him too, even though they have, she's left. That's a good thing. But, you know, when you got a prisoner, it's bad. Because let me tell you something. Prisoners, they talk game. They'll make a bitch fall in love and wait 20 years. She won't get no more dick because their words are so good. And he keeps stressing that, I love you, Cookie. I love you so much. And then he said here, thanks, Cookie. I received money. Thanks so much, Cookie. Okay, Daddy, I love you so freaking much and put the money on your books today. I got her phone number. She changed her phone number. Because I was texting. I was like, yo, Joycelyn, you need to call your daddy. Your grandmother's sick. She changed her number and I got that number too. I was like, hey, Joycelyn, no matter how many numbers you get, I'm going to keep texting your ass, okay? Call your nana. She's sick. So, yeah, that's what's going on.
Y'all heard that part? That she called Joycelyn. Joycelyn changed her number, saying she was telling Joycelyn, call your nana is sick. She said Joycelyn changed the number. She told her no matter how many numbers you change, I'm gonna have the new one. Why is that? Because remember, the BOP officer basically is now doxing everybody who is putting money on Robert books, anybody who's visiting, anybody who's sending emails. Their phone number, their address, their first and last name is going to be documented. When she starts reading the individuals that was sending money, she didn't know that it was Rashonda. She called the person, I forgot the name, she said, Shonda or Rhonda, something like that. Y'all gonna hear what she say. But she doesn't notice at first that it's Rashonda until late when she said on the interview with the other Natasha that the real reason Robert was mad because she exposed that the female from the 2008 case was sending him money and stuff in jail. Now it goes back to my theory of Jennifer Bonjean cross-examining Rashonda in the Chicago federal case, where Rashonda reveals that Lisa Van Allen was harassing her and somehow got her number and was calling her phone and harassing her, so Rashonda had to change her phone number. And she claims she don't know why Lisa Van Allen was contacting her. They don't have nothing in common, nothing to talk about. Then after the trial, it comes out, what's her name? Patrice Jones, is it? I forget. The one who was Robert was found not guilty for. She comes out and says that Lisa Van Allen was harassing her and calling her phone. And then when she told the prosecutors before the Chicago federal trial started, they like swept it under the rug. So when Robert was found not guilty for her in the Chicago federal trial, she decides to now spill the beans about what she told the prosecutors about Lisa Van Allen. So when Tasha K says on that video I played where she believes Robert is innocent and she met with his old management and new management and they showed her all these receipts, that she's going to debunk all the people that was giving her information, and she names Cash, the Clarys, the Savages, Lisa Van Allen. So what came to mind for me was when Tasha K found out that Shauna was Rashonda, is that how Lisa Van Allen got her number? Is that how the prosecutors got her information? Because remember, at the trial, Jennifer Bonjean cross-examined Rashonda and said for over a year, they were popping up and she was ignoring them. Then when they would catch her in the public, she would tell them, if you come to speak to me about R. Kelly and in a bad way, I'm not speaking on nothing about him in no bad way, none of that. I love him, I support him. She was not cooperating at all. Then all of a sudden it was a switch. She was still supporting him after the Surviving R. Kelly documentary. So how did Lisa Van Allen get these females information? Lisa Van Allen went on Vlad TV and talked about this so-called meeting that Rashonda testified that Robert was at with her dad, and Robert was crying, saying sorry. Lisa Van Allen talked about that in the Vlad TV interview, which was way before the Chicago federal trial. So who told Lisa that? The prosecutors? She said the prosecutors told her. If y'all ever listened to that Vlad interview and paid attention to the Chicago federal trial, when I read through the transcripts, Lisa Van Allen talked about that meeting that Rashonda testified. Then Rashonda's mom testified and said Rashonda was never at no meeting with her and the dad and Robert and all of that, because the dad and the mom went and visited McDavid, and the dad asked McDavid for money to take his family on a vacation because he was tired of the media harassing his family. But again, Lisa Van Allen also talked about a major piece of evidence in the Chicago federal case and the documentary with the guy from the UK. And she specifically said that there's a tape where you can hear Rashonda saying, I'm 14, and she said, and you can see Robert and hear him repeating, give me this 14 PUSSY. Lisa Van Allen never ever talked about a tape with audio on it, ever. But in that documentary with the UK in 2018, I'm just noticing 2 years ago that she talked about a tape with audio on it. She didn't talk about that in the Surviving R. Kelly documentary or no other interview she ever did. So this is before any trials, before he was indicted. She was on that documentary with the guy from the UK stating that there was a tape with audio. So I certainly believe that Tasha K played a major part in how Rashonda and the other one information was leaked. And we'll find out because a lot of them will be subpoenaed for this upcoming trial with her and the BOP officer.
whatever his goddamn name is, R. Kelly, nigga running shit from behind the scenes. And yes, he actually has fans, because I'm looking at his books and how much money is being dropped off. He got fans that's donating him money, $20, $40. Hold on, let me get this up. Hold on. Let me see real quick. He got fans that's giving him money. What's the shit? Hold on. I want to read this before we move on to the exclusive wine that me and the neighborhood talk are presenting with Ray J and Princess. Hold on. Okay. So, Western Union. I ain't gonna say the last name, but it's the fan, Rashawn. Listen, if you watching this, Rashawn, I know y'all little R. Kelly haters, little cult. Watch me and y'all go off and make your videos talking about you gonna murder my baby. Try it, bitch. Anyway. It's the dumbest shit I ever heard. But anyway. No. Hold on. I lost it. No. Hold on. Okay. So yeah, Rashawn sent him $40. Azrael sends some money. Azrael sends him $2,000. Azrael sends him $1,000 again. Some girl named Heather sent him $20. Another person named Michael sent him $25. Azrael sent him another $2,000. Azrael sent him another $2,000. Oh man, it's so much. I can read this forever. Don't fuck with me. Wino's getting the shit here first. Okay, moving on to Mr. O.
So that Shonda, this is why Azriel said on the last presidents where she start flipping on Robert and said, I can't believe he still was messing with Sean after all these years and letting her live in his basement. She said the same name that Tasha K just said. Nobody calls Rashonda Sean or Shonda. So for Azriel to come on the in the Trump that day while Shabazz was filming and call her Sean, you can tell where the narrative came from. Tasha K had to tell them that she was sending money. Somebody else must have linked her to say, oh, that's the girl from the tape. Because if Azriel was around her or knew about her, why would Azriel all of a sudden now complain? Makes no sense. She's been gone since 2011. Azriel wasn't around that girl. Now, was she still in contact with Robert? That's obvious because the Texas came out in the trial. But Azriel mentioned and living in his basement and all that, that was way before her time. So somebody had to give Azriel that information. Oh, the public doesn't know about this. Well, now they know because of the documentary. But anytime you still involved with anything regarding McDonald's and this is information that was being fed. Remember, Larry said it took him, his wife, his mom, and a lot of information that he made her relevant to that she didn't know nothing about. So these is all the accusers that was close to him and all of their stories and everything that they were giving him. And I'm pretty sure he must have revealed all of that to her. And then the emails and her being shocked that he's communicating with Joycelyn is bullcrap. She was really mad because Joycelyn told that she was ripping and running the streets with Taylor, the same girl I showed y'all when the ambulance came and they was all in Robert's room. And when the ambulance lady told Shabazz he shouldn't be recording, and y'all see the girl that was in the back of Azriel grabbing her phone, she was also one of the people that Tasha K doxed and spoke her name because she was also emailing Robert and stuff. But she was playing all different sides because you see she was in there with Azriel after the fight. But also Azriel was mad because Joycelyn and Robert was keeping the money part away from her. But nope, she read the emails, and that's how she knew, like Robert said, that the money was behind the couch. She got to it first, stole it. Joycelyn Robert still didn't bring it to the public. Azriel kept capping the public up. Oh, we good. We're getting ready for Joycelyn's birthday. We were already doing this before Robert went to jail. This was already planned. And we was doing this. All that was lies. Joycelyn was not around. When she was switching and dressing up in them clothes on live, half of them clothes wasn't even hers that she was trying on. And if people paid attention to the outfits, if they weren't supposed to, they was only able to wear boy clothes and all this. If you paid attention to them outfits she was trying on, they was very revealing, showing nothing but cleavage. So apparently, Robert had to buy them outfits. So if he was making them just wear baggy stuff, why would he agree to buy something like that if they weren't able to wear nothing but boy clothes? But no, when the parents came out and started doing interviews, Robert said they put their daughters in harm's way because now when they would go out, people would stop them. Oh, that's the girl from the interview. Oh, that's the girl who mom said that she can't find her from the interview. He said y'all put your daughters in danger because now everywhere they go, now they public figures. Now people taking pictures of them, video recording them when they see them in public because of the parents. So I'm pretty sure there was a lot of reason why they were disguising themselves. And when I think it was TMZ who caught them at the concert, when that picture went viral, where they all had the hats on and sweatshirts, and Azriel was like in the back, but pointing at Robert, telling him it was somebody behind them, and Joycelyn was in front of her. I believe it was Joycelyn, Dominique, and Azriel in the back. Some people think that that was a setup, that the Clarys had something to do with that picture being taken, whoever was the person that came and filmed them. But it seems like to me that the one who did the documentary with Dream Hampton, what is her name? The other one, remember, she was, her job before she did the documentary, she will always be doing directing, filming many different shows and concerts behind the scenes. She was the one behind the camera. That's why when I showed y'all her, Jay-Z, and Jermaine Dupri in the hotel suite during Beyonce's feminist concert, and where she put up that post, my brother um and they was at Beyonce's feminist concert. I'm like, wow, she calling Jay-Z her brother. I'm not talking about Dream Hampton, the other one. What's her name? See, I got it in here. Well, it was stated that during Robert last concerts, when Don Russell said that they paid attention to one of the contracts for one of the shows, and Lifetime was on one of the paperwork for one of the last concerts Robert did. And Don Russell said, he said to Robert, oh, you know, Lifetime is sponsoring this show. And he said Robert was confused, like, oh, you know, I didn't know that. I'm just performing, that's it. But it was alleged that that's how she was attending all of the concerts in Atlanta, and that's how they got a lot of that film at the end. If you pay attention to the documentary and you see a lot of little clips from Robert concerts and stuff, they said that she was attending them, getting footage. Wait a minute, where's her picture at? I know I got her in here. Not Dream Hampton, the other one. And she was supposed to be allegedly working with Ashanti McGee too. So when Jongelyn was attending the last with Ashanti McGee, following Robert around, trying to meet up with him at his meet and greet, she might have been running around with them too, because like I said, here she go. Tamara Simmons. How did Ashanti McGee let Lifetime be able to go in Robert's house in Atlanta and make up that narrative about the black room and this is where all the abuse happened and my room was right here? Ashanti never lived in there, first of all. And if you notice, when she did the press conference with the Savages and the producers asked her, well, where's the location that you was living with Robert? You know, what's the address? She didn't even know it. How did you live somewhere and you don't know the name of the street and the address? But all of a sudden, you take Lifetime producers inside of the home in Atlanta. How did she do that? Because Jongelyn went on Stormin' Road and said that when Cheryl Mack left Robert, that she gave them all of the codes to Robert's homes. You don't believe me? Go back and watch the Storm interview, the latest one with Tim and his wife. And she says very clearly that Cheryl Mack gave them the codes to Robert's homes. Remember, Cheryl Mack was a co-signer on all of the properties Robert was renting. She was the one that basically did all of the personal paperwork and um, signing up for the properties and all that. She was his assistant. That's why Azriel said in the text messages with the mom, when Cheryl Mack and Robert was going through it, and he told Azriel, don't trust her, and that she knows all of his personal information, and that he caught her stealing and all of that. And Azriel was telling her mom she's going to try to get her the job of how was they able to get in the trunk to video the trunk and then be dumb enough to put the video out you of illegally trespassing. Yeah, love unconditional Tamara Simmons. Very cool with Jay-Z and Beyonce. I've been showed the receipts of her at Beyonce's feminist concert. And then she was in the suite with Jermaine Dupri and Jay-Z. So we thinking that Dream Hampton is the only one that had this personal relationship with Jay-Z, but no, it was also Tamara Simmons.
He cut you out because of juice, right?
He didn't cut me off.
That time that he was mad at you for 2 weeks.
He didn't cut me off. He was just mad.
Okay, but he wasn't speaking to you. It was the same. Why was he mad? You weren't going there.
Because I rolled my eyes.
At Juice.
Yeah.
Juice is no longer with him right now because I've been told she started training all the girls she needs to train. They will bring her back when she needs to train more girls. I've already been getting the information.
What?
Yes. The same girl you rolled your eyes at, she's no longer with him right now because she's been training all the girls she needs to train right now. They will bring her back in when she needs to train more girls. You just confirm that Juice is the girl you rolled your eyes at. Mm-hmm. This is my source, secret source that gives me information. So you gonna tell me that I'm not true?
Okay, yeah. Scaring you, please. You can't. I told you I was like that even at the beginning, and I'm sure that you even understand what I'm saying because at the beginning of the semester, when he had cut you off for a little bit of some time, did we not have fun? Was life not good?
He
yes
cut
or
you
no?
off because of Juice, right?
He didn't cut me off.
That time that he was.
He
yes
cut
or
you
no?
off because of Juice, right?
He didn't cut me off.
That time that he was mad at you for 2 weeks.
He didn't cut me off. He was just mad.
Because
okay, but he wasn't speaking to you. It wasn't the
why was he
same.
mad
You
at
weren't
you?
going there.
Because I rolled my eyes.
Hey, Juice.
Yeah.
Juice is no longer with him right now because I've been told she started training all the girls she needs to train. They will bring her back when she needs to train more girls. I've already been given the information.
What?
Yes. The same girl you rolled your eyes at, she's no longer with him right now because she's been training all the girls she needs to train right now. They will bring her back in when she needs to train more girls. You just confirm that Juice is the girl you rolled your eyes at. Mm-hmm. This is my source, secret source that gives me information. So you gonna tell me that I'm not true?
Okay, yeah. Scaring you, please. You can't. I told you I was like that even at the beginning, and I'm sure that you even understand what I'm saying because at the beginning of the semester, when he had cut you off for a little bit of some time, did we not have fun? Was life not good?
He
yes
cut
or
you
no?
off because of Juice, right?
He didn't cut me off.
That time that he was.
He
yes
cut
or
you
no?
off because of Juice, right?
He didn't cut me off.
That time that he was mad at you for 2 weeks.
He didn't cut me off. He was just mad.
Okay, but he wasn't speaking to you. It wasn't the
why was he
same.
mad
You
at
weren't
you?
going there.
Because I rolled my eyes.
Hey, Juice.
Yeah.
Juice is no longer with him right now because I've been told she started training all the girls she needs to train. They will bring her back when she needs to train more girls. I've already been given the information.
What?
Yes. The same girl you rolled your eyes at, she's no longer with him right now because she's been training all the girls she needs to train right now. They will bring her back in when she needs to train more girls. You just confirm that Juice is the girl you rolled your eyes at. Mm-hmm. This is my source, secret source that gives me information. So you gonna tell me that I'm not true?
Okay, yeah. Scaring you, please. You can't. I told you I was like that even at the beginning, and I'm sure that you even understand what I'm saying because at the beginning of the semester, when he had cut you off for a little bit of some time, did we not have fun? Was life not good?
He
yes
cut
or
you
no?
off because of Juice, right?
He didn't cut me off.
That time that he was.
He
yes
cut
or
you
no?
off because of Juice, right?
He didn't cut me off.
That time that he was mad at you for 2 weeks.
He didn't cut me off. He was just mad.
Okay, but he wasn't speaking to you. It wasn't the
why
same.
was he mad
You
at
weren't
you?
going there.
Because I rolled my eyes.
Hey, Juice.
Yeah.
Juice is no longer with him right now because I've been told she started training all the girls she needs to train. They will bring her back when she needs to train more girls. I've already been given the information.
What?
Yes. The same girl you rolled your eyes at, she's no longer with him right now because she's been training all the girls she needs to train right now. They will bring her back in when she needs to train more girls. You just confirm that Juice is the girl you rolled your eyes at. Mm-hmm. This is my source, secret source that gives me information. So you gonna tell me that
Child. And they are okay. That's what I can tell you. That's what I'll tell everybody.
What I don't agree with was the media blitz that came out this morning from Mr. Gerald Griggs. I don't like that. I don't think that was fair. We've already punched this man. We already punched his head in. He booked, he charged. There's nothing left that this side can do. There's no more media. There's no more media. You know what I mean? Everywhere I turn, it's you. And you putting out, oh man, they got kicked out of the apartment. I know for a fact that that's not true. This shit is over with. Stop. Stop. Like, who the fuck want to come home to a bunch of mess? Like, stop.
My child. And they are okay. That's what I can tell you. That's what I'll tell everybody.
What I don't agree with was the media blitz that came out this morning from Mr. Gerald Griggs. I don't like that. I don't think that was fair. We've already punched this man. We already punched his head in. He booked, he charged. There's nothing left that this side can do. There's no more media. There's no more media. You You know what I mean? Everywhere I turn, it's you. And you putting out, oh man, they got kicked out of the apartment. I know for a fact that that's not true. This shit is over with. Stop. Stop. Like, who the fuck want to come home to a bunch of mess? Like, stop.
Nothing but a witch hunt from day one. It's been nothing but a mob attack from day one. So it's been a continuum of exploitation and mob attacks. But how I feel miserable at the fact that the wheels of justice and our justice system failed him. But at the same time, being on the inside and knowing what I know, I can say emphatically that he will be released within the next couple of months. And you can quote me on that.
Why you feel that way?
Well, as I said, I'm on the inside. You know, the same people that's in the blogs and that's not his cousin and this, that, and the third. Listen, they're not on the inside. I'm on the inside. And I know things they don't know. You feel me? I know things that they don't know. So what sane person would come on Choke No Joke show and emphatically say that R. Kelly will be released before 2022? Who's brave enough to say that? I am, because I'm on the inside. I know what's going on. And pretty soon, you, Brother Choke, and those who are listening are going to agree with me. They're going to say, dude told the truth. He coming home, bro. Nothing but a witch hunt from day one. It's been nothing but a mob attack from day one. So it's been a continuum of exploitation and mob attacks. But how I feel miserable at the fact that the wheels of justice and our justice system failed him. But at the same time, being on the inside and knowing what I know, I can say emphatically that he will be released within the next couple of months. And you can quote me on that.
Why you feel that way?
Well, as I said, I'm on the inside. You know, the same people that's in the blogs and that's not his cousin and this, that, and the third. Listen, they're not on the inside. I'm on the inside. And I know things they don't know. You feel me? I know things that they don't know. So what sane person would come on Choke No Joke show and emphatically say that R. Kelly will be released before 2022? Who's brave enough to say that? I am, because I'm on the inside. I know what's going on. And pretty soon, you, Brother Choke, and those who are listening are going to agree with me. They're going to say, dude told the truth. He coming home, bro. Nothing but a
purses that cost more than cars. They may not be the couple or type of relationship that you would endorse, but they aren't married, so it wasn't polygamy. They weren't breaking any laws. They all bought into it. They were consenting adults. And he also went in on these Jane Does. He first said that Kelly always asked any women that he was around, and we did hear that through testimony, how old they were when meeting him. And he says that Kelly vehemently denies having sex with Jane Doe number 4, called her a stalker, a groupie extraordinaire. And he said that Jane Doe number 5, who is someone who has accused the defendant of getting with her when she was 17 years old, says that she had no skills and that living with Kelly was the best type of living that she ever had. And he also questioned Jane Doe number 3, the one who testified that Kelly kept her in a dark room for days, that her rape claims were unfounded because there was no police report or a rape kit. A lot of allegations, but it was clear that he knows this case very well, despite being someone who came into this case later in the prosecution and the continuing of this case. But I think a very compelling job from the defense when you compare the two closing arguments.
I'll start with you, your reaction to what we heard from the jury today in that note.
You know, I don't know why the jury is taking so long to render a verdict in this case. You know,
You got to be clear on what R. Kelly is being charged with. He's not being charged with statutory rape. Everyone says, oh, he's having sex with young girls or underage girls. He's not being charged with statutory rape. He's not being charged with forceful rape. He's being charged with racketeering, which says that the only reason he has a music career, not because he likes music, the only reason he makes albums and tours is to entice women to have sex with them. That is what a criminal organization is, and it has to be the sole purpose. And he's also charged with violations of the Mann Act. The Mann Act was a group of legislation from 1911 or 10 that was used to prosecute black men for dating white women. One of the famous people who was prosecuted for that was Jack Johnson, the first black heavyweight champion in the world, for having a white girlfriend and driving her across state lines that he was convicted of. And now they resurrected the Mann Act and are charging R. Kelly with it. So I know people think, yes, he's been with underage women. He may have even drugged them and raped them, but he's not being charged with any of those crimes. He's not being charged with rape of an intoxicated person. He's being charged with racketeering, running a criminal organization. The basis for his music career and his touring was to entice women to have sex with him. And that is an easy question for a jury to answer. There's no evidence that that is the sole reason that he does music. You know, I mean, we didn't indict Hugh Hefner to say that the sole reason he ran the Playboy Mansion was to entice women to have sex with him. So I really think this is a witch hunt.
You know what? But I think that was the reason Hugh Hefner set that whole thing up. Bernarda Villalona, your thoughts about the note sent out by the jury?
So it was a note that I expected. I just didn't expect it so quick. I'm glad, actually, that the exhibits weren't sent back to the jury as soon as they started deliberating, because that note gave us some insight as to what they're focusing on now at the beginning of their deliberations, and that being Sonia's testimony, Jane Doe number 3, as well as that letter about Jane Doe number 5. Specifically about that letter, what insight it gives us is that the jury has some pause about the credibility about Jane Doe number 5 as to, did this really happen? You did send a letter that, well, not sent a letter, but you wrote a letter that he treats you with the utmost respect, that there's nothing going on here. And it goes to the theme that the defense had, that, look, these ladies here, you heard of the show Surviving R. Kelly, but instead what you have here is surviving off of R. Kelly, and that this case is full of lies, full of greed, people that want to make money off of R. Kelly, but that none of this is true. There was some consensual relations. You may think that it's not normal. It may not be your cup of tea, may be too kinky for you, but guess what? That's just how R. Kelly got.
The first question was whether or not these women were over age. And once it was determined that they were of age when they met him, we faced a host of issues. And so, like Tim said, 3 years ago when they came in my office, after he called me, you know, I first started to strategize, how can I help? Because legally there weren't too many options. But what we had to do was destroy the narrative that's been surrounding this individual and many cases like this, that these are women that no one cares for, that these are women that no one will fight for. And so we took a outside the box approach, and we started to destroy the narrative. We had to convince men and women across the country to believe what was going on. The first question was whether or not these women were over age. And once it was determined that they were of age when they met him, we faced a host of issues. And so, like Tim said, 3 years ago when they came in my office, after he called me, you know, I first started to strategize, how can I help? Because legally there weren't too many options. But what we had to do was destroy the narrative that's been surrounding this individual and many cases like this, that these are women that no one cares for, that these are women that no one will fight for. And so we took a outside the box approach, and we started to destroy the narrative. We had to convince men and women across the country to believe what was going on. The first question.
Completely different person, as she should. This is what she does for a living.
But I personally did not feel it was genuine, which is why I was so, you know.
So this video, if y'all remember, Azriel said that she told Gayle King that Robert made her be aggressive to Gayle King and told her if Gayle King asked this question and that question to get hype and get all aggressive. But like I always say, why didn't Joycelyn get aggressive then? Why did Joycelyn say everything so calm and mature? Joycelyn spoke on her parents. She didn't get all outraged and crying. But Gayle King hit a soft spot with Azriel. When she told Azriel, I just talked to your dad last night and he said you wouldn't even look at him in his face, because he's a liar. And because they were beefing regarding her knowing that her parents and her framed this man. But now y'all doing interviews and stuff trying to throw your own daughter under the bus, saying that she lied and it ain't just Robert and his entourage, it's our daughter too. How you gonna throw your own daughter under the bus that you and your daughter created this whole scheme to frame this man and then go on TV and tell the world that she lied to y'all, she tried to unalive herself due to some boy? That was a lie, which came out in the court and came out in the text messages when she told the mom, this is why I'm always trying to hurt myself because of y'all. Because of y'all. That's why they got so aggressive when they was questioned about her, them claiming she tried to unalive herself. And the dad said that he ran from work or whatever to have to go get his daughter from being under the water. So you mean to tell me y'all left her under the water until you came home to come get her out the water and take her to the hospital? Never show hospital records that a doctor said take her to a concert. Like, it's bullcrap. And this shows right here that Robert ain't tell her to get hype with Gayle King. She did it on her own.
Completely different person, as she should. This is what she does for a living. But I personally did not feel it was genuine, which is why I was so, you know, standoffish. And I felt like she asked me questions that personally, as a grown woman, I don't need to answer. We live in a society where everything is so open that when I said I don't want to answer something, it came as a shock. But I'm not obligated to say anything to anyone about my personal life, about my social life, about my public life. I don't owe anyone an explanation.
So do you feel Kelly should have did the Gayle King interview looking back at it?
I feel like we were all put in a corner, but I feel like he shouldn't have. I feel like I shouldn't have. I feel like Joycelyn shouldn't have. I feel like none of us should have.
Speaking of Joycelyn, are you still cool with her?
Of course, I speak to her every day. I call her every day. You know, I make sure that she is okay.
How do you feel about the Patreon scandal that just happened?
There's nothing for me to, you know, there's really no way for me to feel, because like I said, although I'm on social media, I don't feed into social media. I feel like that's a question that you could ask for someone who's, you know, more in tune with that type of stuff. Me personally, I'm not going to feed into anything ignorant. I'm not the type of person that's just going to bite something because it drops. And I feel like, you know, with how we live with, you know, phones and stuff like that, anything that comes out, people bite it automatically without even taking second thought to see, is this even true? Is this even her? Like, you know, and that's just not me. So for me, I feel like that was just ignorant and stupidity for so many people to bite that and take that without doing their due diligence.
You know, one of the good things that I see out of this, if there are any good things, and then, you know what, better say, what do you see, if there's anything that's good that's come from all of this?
I feel like the good that is coming from this is to show how people are portrayed in the public and how social media can easily convince the world of convicting someone, before their due date and before, they're found guilty, whether or not. It's so crazy how powerful the internet is that so many people hate him and think so bad of him without even the facts or court or trial or anything happening. And I think that's shedding the light, because there are a lot of people, not just Robert, who are in the same predicament, who are found guilty on social media and on tabloid and on the internet